Right, sing the intro music. Greetings, welcome, one and all, to this shit show.
He's literally back.
I have returned from death.
He has risen.
Yes. And it's been a while since, I'll tell you. Matron, no. Right.
Oh,
Right, we'll put a link in the chat so other idiots can come on.
Put something in the cat as well.
Pardon?
Sorry, I was just trying to be a poet.
Oh. What have you been putting in cats?
No, nothing. No.
Yes. So, how you been? Good week?
Yeah, like it was my son's prom yesterday, so I had to do the taxi service. But other than that, you know, same old, same old. Busy. Evening, Sass.
Good evening. How are you? And welcome back, Kent. Nice to see you.
Hello. How are you? You're a good chap. Ah, hang on, we've got others. There are others.
Oh, he's got his vest on, at least.
It's the
He's
Devon
dressed.
hot bitch. Yeah, look at that. I've got a belly and all. Look at that.
Yeah, I've got tits though, look.
Oh, you lucky bastard. Nothing like self-gratification and cream.
Oh, dear.
And it fucking lives.
I know. I saw that.
Mate, I couldn't fucking believe it was a cable. 7.5 years I've had that bastard. And that pitch mod wheel has never worked. And I stand on the fucking... I've got one of the buggers here, hang on.
What is it?
And it's a Virus Indigo 2.
Oh, right, that's why I don't recognise it.
And I stood on one of those little shits and bent it. So I thought, fuck it, I ordered 5 and it needs 4. And I just thought, to do them all.
Always
plug
good to
them
have
all
a
in.
spare.
And it went, and I thought, does it? Click, click. Fucking hell. 7.5 years, and it was a fucking £7 cable.
There you go.
Well, there you go. Which is why I couldn't find anything wrong with those boards.
Well, I'll tell you what, they came back. When I plugged them in,
They were clean.
they were fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't doing what it was doing when I sent them off.
Oh,
Which was all the
okay.
spurious data and all the sort of, like, it was like you were twisting everything all the time. It was just spitting up all this shit. And it was like,
How weird, man.
but anyway,
But you can get that from a dodgy connection, so...
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
must be.
Every time we plug it in, get a different result.
Yeah. So
I've
it's,
got an OBX in the
Sounds,
workshop like
sounds
that.
like my ex-wife.
Every Fairlight I've ever had.
it depends how you touch it. Oh, this is good. I've missed this shit.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we all have.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, hands up who checks like most days to see if there's a link.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't see hands, Ash.
Yeah.
That bad, huh?
It's
Well,
become. I
Hey,
can only
All right,
speak.
bud.
Evening,
I recognise that man.
Hello. Hello, twat face.
I think Fiona's car has just arrived. Hang on a sec.
Hi, Sassy.
How
Hi,
you
Matt.
doing, Ian?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm just glad I'm back in the pub.
I think we all are. I think we all are.
Yeah.
Fiona's new car has just arrived.
What's you
What's
got?
she got?
It's a Barabbas. Is it Brabus?
Brabus.
Smart car.
Oh, what is it with her and little cars?
She loves smart cars.
Wow, somebody has to, I suppose.
So she got the Brabus one. I tell you what, pocket
They go-
rocket or
they
what?
go-
Oh, yeah. There's
Yeah.
nothing to them.
I wouldn't
Really,
want
really
to be in
should.
an accident in one, however.
Is it like
but,
the-
you know.
Oh,
Smart.
they're pretty good from that. For
Is it
that.
a Smart 4.2 one? The short one, the really small one.
Well, yeah, it's
two-seater.
tiny. It's tiny. She's going to keep it in the boot of the Mustang.
Apparently, Luke's wheelied one of them. He says he's actually wheelied one.
Hey,
Hey,
all right, mate.
Hiya, Andy.
He's muted.
Oh, muted.
Muted.
Take a drink.
Oh, if I had one, I'd take one.
How are you, Rob?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too
Good.
bad. Feeling my age.
Ain't we all?
Actually, I'm feeling my missus' age. She's older than me.
I wondered where that was going then.
Yeah. Nah. No, I can't bend down that low anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, had the
Somebody's
joint
going
cake
on
because you called for
rations
idiots.
very
You
soon.
had-
No,
going on
I'm in the
idiots.
good books. I pay for a tattoo today.
I'm having another one next week.
She had 2 done today, and she was quite
Awesome.
happy because she got them done both within the hour, so she didn't have to pay any more. She had a feather on,
Nice.
nice. Yeah.
and then like a cat, but it's just like I don't know what you call it. It's kind of like a stylized outline of a kitty cat on the other arm. And my daughter had her first one as well, which I had to
Nice.
pay for as well.
Of course.
It was her birthday present. So
My
So
boy,
how much is a tattoo nowadays? No, I have no tattoos, by the way.
this
I-
guy charges £60 an hour.
80 quid an hour for the guy that I use,
Yeah.
but he's,
Wow.
I mean, he's unreal.
Mm.
He's unreal. My son's just told me a couple of days ago his next tattoo is going to be the outline of Andy Fletcher's glasses.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could get your CS80 restored for that. Except I wish it worked out £80 an hour. I know that much. Fucking hell.
Oh,
dear
me.
Interesting. Talking of CS80s, Chappie drops off a CS80. It is a absolute fuck farm. It has moss and mould grown on the case.
Oh, right.
Right.
Dead spiders.
Dead spiders.
Moss was a cool thing.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, we're talking wrecked and rusty, you name it. And of course, it doesn't work. And it's been in this barn for like 20-something years, maybe more.
Wow.
And he goes, yeah, I'd like a fully restored. I wanted to look the bollocks. I went, okay. He goes, you got any idea of how much this is going to cost? I thought,
Just say, well, how much do you think you're going to sell it for?
yeah, yeah. And this is what has occurred. For a laugh, I went, it's probably going to be somewhere in the region of about between 18 and 20,000. And he went, oh, okay, all right, yeah. I went, mate, I'm joking.
Taking the piss.
Fucking hell. And he's gone, oh, okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was going to be around that. And that's because of these expensive ones.
Yeah.
And it's such a dangerous precedent to have these very, very overpriced machines on the market, artificially inflating all the other ones coming up. I mean, if you put out a CS80 tomorrow for £48,000, somebody will snap it up and goes, oh, that's much cheaper than that other one.
Yeah.
So, and it's beginning to happen with all these other different machines. I'm beginning to notice now there's people like selling analog left, right and centre. Nearly everything that comes in now, they're getting it done to get it out.
Because everybody knows digital is the future.
It is.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, as with
Andy!
with many things
Hey.
in the
Hello.
evening
Mr.
hours.
Brooks.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Very.
Oh, bloody
Very.
hell.
Yeah.
As with many things, there seems to be a short supply. I mean, just look at the housing market here in the UK. Look at the housing market in America. Look at the situation over trying to get hold of new vehicles. All this sort of stuff. And I think that if anyone's got any sense and they're holding on to, for example, a vintage analog synth, now is the time, I would say, offload it, because I suspect in a year or so's time that the market just isn't going to be there.
You didn't want that DX1 back, did you, Kemp?
Is it working?
Not particularly, no.
Anybody want to buy my COG 700?
Do you know, mate?
Give you 50 quid for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I knew I could rip you off, I would. But I know I can't, and I wouldn't because I like you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'd seriously, I would give my left nipple and my left bollock as well. I think for a 700S.
Yeah.
Is it a
Well,
700?
it's not. It's a 700. I would
Okay,
prefer to have
well,
a 700S.
Yeah. But
But
still,
no, it's just a 700.
because I'm pretty sure it was a 700S that was my first ever hands-on synthesizer experience. think it was a 700S. Can't remember.
Hmm.
But yes,
no,
I
it's
would
not
love
for
to.
sale. I'm not selling it.
No, no,
But
rightly so.
yeah.
But I
Somebody will come along and offer me really stupid money for it, and when that happens, I probably would sell it. But
Yeah. Well, it's
No,
like I had a guy today who dropped off his Wasp Deluxe that he's hand painted black. That's going to have to come off.
yeah.
And his Spider sequencer.
What colour did he paint that?
He left that as is. Strangely enough.
What black?
Yeah, just left it in the normal case. But because the Deluxe has the wooden case rather than the little plastic one, so it's actually a big lump, really. And he's obviously going to get these out the door and sold. He's going to do them through Richard. And Richard's going, oh, yeah, it's got black paint on it. He'll have to get rid of that. I went, yeah, I know. But the guy said to me, he goes, oh, yeah, it's been in a drawer under my bed for about 30 years. I go, you want to change your bed more often? Really change your bed more often, mate. But anyway, he says, I take it out about every 8 years or so, and I have a little tinkle. He says,
Like
but
my
now
dog.
VCO2 doesn't work. Actually, it is a bit wrinkly around the edges, so
Like my knob.
it's very similar. Yeah. And half of it doesn't work, so it's definitely
Like
your
my
knob.
knob.
Yeah.
And I painted it black as well, 'cause I thought it'd make it bigger.
Basically, anybody says anything, and you go, like my knob. So, so anyway, it's a right old wreck.
Stop me.
Robbie's version of That's What She Said.
And it's very small.
Yeah,
You guys
Despite
must love the show here called KnobCon.
yeah. I mean, the spider's okay, but it's a bit like 4-week-old rhubarb. Boom, boom. So there you go, dear. So anyway, so yeah, all these really old wreck pieces of crap are coming out of the woodwork, and old Ben Rosser up at Cyberwave EMS, he's getting the same thing. He's getting all these old, dirty, spiderwebby covered pieces of crap.
Like he's not.
And he says, I'm getting the same thing. He says, so there's going to be a glut on the market in the next few months. Like his knob. So anyway, so there you go.
Yeah, we've been
Dear,
on.
dear.
We've only been on 15 minutes, and we've got to knob jokes.
Mate,
It took that long.
15 minutes and the word fuck has been said, 32 times now?
I don't think I was even on line 30 seconds. And I said
That's it. Yeah, I think Matt broke that cherry, didn't he? It's-
Literally, Matt, you came on, it was just a fuck fest, just right from the out. It's just like, fuck.
South London representing.
Yeah. Mind you, after 7 years of having a synth that didn't work properly and it was a stupid fucking cable, I can understand. Yeah, I can see where you were coming from with that.
Oh, dear me.
So who's bought the new SEM?
That'd be
Not
Robbie
me.
then.
Not me. No, I didn't buy that at all.
Did Dave tell you it's one of the features on that thing is if you make up a nice little patch with it, you can then import it straight into OBE.
Which I think is a clever little thing.
That is a clever little thing.
Can you
I like
fill
how
me in
you
on
get a
this?
deal too. If you bought the other one, you get this at a discount.
Yeah, I got it for what? Well, it was $19.99 with my discount plus VAT, so it was $23.99.
Right. I've only seen a notification in
That's
me
right, yeah.
list, and I haven't actually had a chance to watch any of it yet. So have they produced a plugin which is just one of the SEM modules that's
It's
in
an
the
SEM.
OBE?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's essentially an SEM.
Right. So that's cool.
But look how it is worded at the bottom.
Oberheim Sem.
Yeah. It's
So again, Oberheim. Tom gives his blessing.
This is Tom's blessing on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the OBE is just lush, though, isn't it? So that's.
But it's,
So you
yeah,
make
I
a
mean,
patch on that. You can then port that over into OBE, can you?
Yeah.
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 That's good. That's
So
sensible.
you could use that as a sort of like micromanagement rather than being completely overwhelmed with the OBE. You can do your precise
Yeah.
programming, and then
Yeah.
across.
Yeah.
Good, very good idea.
So
Right.
what are the patches like, Robbie?
Very nice.
Sounds lovely.
You could lose hours just in the OBE playing through the patches because
Yeah.
they're so nice. Oh.
I'd buy it just for that.
Yeah. Are they paying you for this, Robbie?
Yeah, not my favourite, that one.
I like that one. That's one of my favourites.
That's because you're not wearing your gold cape, Sassy.
I'll tell you what, that Hugo, he knows how to take numbers and make them sound analog.
Oh, cheesy. We're going to go very
like
Kevin
Rob-
Saunderson, aren't we?
Just like Robbie's knob.
It is a lovely, lovely, lovely thing.
What was the other feature on? Hello, babe. Hey.
Robbie, are the effects that are on it, are they the internal one, are the ones that are on the
Yeah.
plugin, or are you going through something else?
No, that's delay and reverb from.
Oh, right, okay.
From the
And
other
also-
module, which is the same one as the.
Also, if there's an effect that you like, you can lock it, and then as you go from patch to patch, you can
Yeah.
keep the same effect.
Effects lock. Just there.
Is it purely mono, or is it?
Yep.
So it's purely mono. You can only play it monophonically, so it's not
Yep.
poly, right? Okay.
And that was deliberately done.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can do-
yeah, that makes
you can
sense.
do key flutter.
Mm.
Hey.
Can you run multiple instances?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then,
You could technically get 8 of them.
yeah, you can create an OV8.
That's
But-
what I was thinking. Yeah.
But if you bought, because these are sort of $49.99, isn't it, full price? So by the time, OBE's what, 100 at the moment in the sale, or is it 150 again? But even so, yeah, you get 8 of these.
I don't know. I get them all free.
Yeah. I paid for this one. I thought there's no way I'm asking Dave for a freebie on, for 20 quid.
I bought Mtron, and he phoned me up and he says, "You stupid cunt! What'd you buy it for?" I went.
He never
"Because-"
does that with me. I wonder why.
And he go. I said because I wanted to try it. I wanted it. He said, "Well, we just put it in your account," and he got Chris to reimburse me. I went, "It's all right. I don't mind." I said, "You stupid wank! What do you do that for?"
You can be fair, that's not very
Honestly,
expensive either.
You buy somebody's product and he calls you a cunt and a stupid wanker. Dear me, goodness gracious me.
It was
How to run a business?
Well, what it was all about. What it was all about. I did. What was it? I think it was an OB8 or an OBX or something. I did an OBX for him, and it was one of these like it was ready to go in the bin kind of things. And I did the works on it,
Oh,
and he came and collected it, and he goes, "Great." He goes, "How much?" And I said, "No, don't worry about it." He went, "Excuse me?" I said, "Don't worry about it. It's all right." I said, "I've got a lot of parts that I raped out of an old one that was going in the bin anyway, so it's not costing me anything." I said, it was good fun to work on. So, and this was like early on. I hadn't known Dave very long or anything. And since then, it's been like, oh, he's a good lad, stick it in his account, he's a good boy. So, and I help him out, they'll send me, earlies, and I go, oh, it does this and it does that, and stuff like that. So, yeah. It's great. I just wish I could do it with fucking Spitfire. I'd have to suck him off.
Yeah.
Give him a blowjob.
don't be
Yeah.
vulgar.
And
No, I do beg
did
your pardon.
either of you get into Spitfire at all on
I did.
Saturday? 'Cause
No, I
did
didn't
you?
know,
I
no.
never got. I just completely forgot. I
There was
mean, there
nothing,
they
yeah.
are. Was there nothing?
How
Oh,
could
good.
you forget?
There was
I know
nothing
it's
happening.
fucking big.
But there were loads of interesting people to talk to and things to do and see. And
I don't want to talk to people.
It was Spitfire.
I don't go to
Dude.
these things to talk to people. I go to play synthesizers. Or, in your case, Andy, break them.
Hey.
yes, I
darling.
know. But let's
That's in
not
your
keep
car.
going on about that.
That's a new
We've put that one to bed.
No, we haven't. No, we're going to live on that for
no.
months, mate.
All these people that haven't probably heard that you broke a Profit 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was still broken at 6 o'clock.
That's what the Chrysler's for.
No, I did go
Yes.
I was slightly disappointed because the Spitfire door was open. I walked in and had a wander around, and it was
Talked to an aspidistra and then walked out.
nobody ready to talk to. You know.
Yeah, I just got home and thought, oh fudge! I didn't even go into Spitfire. And as you walk up the road,
Yeah, that's all you can see. Yeah.
there's all you can see.
Yeah.
But no, it was a good day though.
It was a
Enjoyed that.
great day. It was a great day.
Good to press the flesh, as
Yeah.
they say.
Mike Lindup, indeed.
Mike Lindup as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. What a man.
Hello, you.
He's because he was with my podcast manager Athene, who's a big fan of his, and so I thought, there's my in. So I, always wanted to meet Mike Lindup. So I go and say, oh hi Athene. Oh hello Mike. Who are you? But no, but he was like really just sort of like just chatting away, and within 5 minutes he's talking about Wally Badaroo and all this. Yeah, great stuff. So yeah, I've already put my request in to try and get him on the show.
Nice
Oh,
one.
that'd be great, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, Daniel would like some dates, please.
Okay.
While I
Turkish
remem-
ones.
While I remember it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sort something. Oh, and who have we? I was speaking to Jem Godfrey. Going to get him on. He's all up for it.
Haven't seen Jem for donkeys.
No, he's just like out of the blue. He's just I haven't heard from him for ages, and then he goes and buys the Terminator Fairlight, and he's like, Rob. Okay.
Did you? I don't know if I missed that because I was getting a beer, Robbie. Did you actually speak to Mike Lindup and ask him if he would be willing to come on? Did he?
So it was like the conversation was going, and Athene says, "Oh yeah, Rob does our podcast, and he also does this show on a Friday night." And I said, "Oh yeah, you must come on." He said, "Oh yeah, okay," and didn't sort of like sign a contract or anything, but it was
Yeah.
mentioned, and then I spoke.
with you, wasn't it?
Athene the next day on Sunday, she went and spent the day with him in the rehearsal room, knocking out like all of the level 42 stuff. Which, if you know Mike Lindup's stuff, is just amazing. And she was just like a pig in the proverbial because she's a massive, sort of Brick Funk fan. Because there she was swanning around with Mike Lindup on one side and Matt Johnson on the other side. I mean, two of the, Britain's best sort of funk players. Oh man!
Whilst I'm hacking out my version of it on the OBX8 and thinking I'm like a real proper cool dude. Yeah, get this. Probably all right, actually. If you think about it. But honestly, when you look up and there's Mike Lindup on one side of you and then chuffing Matt Johnson on the other, it's like, oh, right, okay. This is going to very, very quickly become slightly embarrassing. Yeah, everyone said I should have turned around and said, "Hey guys, have you seen this? You can do this. This is a synthesizer. You can
Let me demonstrate how to use a synthesizer."
And
That was
you
your
might,
suggestion.
you might recognise this tune.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hack out a bit of hot water or something. No. Honestly, the potential for embarrassment was very large, and I realised quite quickly. I think you guys should show us how to do it properly. Well, they were actually dead sweet. No, you sounded all right, mate. You're okay. No, you guys get on. It's fine.
Yeah, I know that feels.
How's it going now?
What do you got?
It's going to play Van Halen. No, don't do it. Stop it. Stop it.
You're
You're going to try playing Hot Water.
Let's
Level
band.
Level 40.
Here you go. They're in the end. Yeah. Maybe that's a bit too high. I don't know. Oh dear, yes. Who else? Oh yeah, David Vorhaus was there as well, which is very cool.
I saw the picture. Yeah.
Haven't seen him for 2 years because I was due to go around and see him, and then COVID, and then he falls down a ski slope and breaks half a dozen bones in his body. Early part of was it last year or the year before? Yeah. So, which at 70, whatever it is he is either incredibly brave or stupid, but
Or both.
Bit of
or both. Yeah, indeed.
Isn't he working on a new White Noise album?
Yeah. So they've just put something out on Bandcamp, which
right.
I forget what it's called. I did post a link somewhere. Him and Mike have put this thing out. Now they're looking for gigs. So there's me and Paul Gilby stood there talking to him. He says, "Oh yes, we're looking to do a few shows." So Paul says, "Well, have you got any management or an agent that's doing?" "Oh no. We just like ring up places and see if they want us to come along." And like, so Paul's like, "I'll put you in touch with someone," and so we might see White Noise somewhere sometime soon.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, watch him play his kaleidophone. Like
In other
giant
news.
phallus.
A chappie here this week dropping off a Jupiter 8, and he goes, "Cool, you're a bit controversial, aren't you? On what was it, Mod Wiggler?" I went, "I'm not on Mod Wiggler." He goes, "Well," he said, "there's two people on there that are pretending to be you."
Oh my word!
I went, "What?"
What on
I
the
said, "That should be
forum?
apparently, yeah."
Jeez.
I mean, okay, that should be interesting. So he goes, "Oh, there's a couple of people on there called Kent as well." I said, "Yeah, but it's kind of a popular name in the States anyway. Unfortunately, it's normally associated to characters in films who are right wankers." Unfortunately, I don't know why that is, but there you go.
So the fiction very closely follows life.
Oh, don't it?
Do you
Wow.
remember the Jamestown studio in London? Many years ago, run by a guy called Kent Brainerd. He was American. He was from Chicago, I think.
Yeah, no, it's not bloody hell, isn't name from the past.
Yeah, well, he's
Fucking
no
hell.
longer around, unfortunately. He sadly passed on. But he was where I picked up the very first Fairlight that I picked up, because he's a friend of friend of Peter's. So Peter had picked it up from Chris Hughes, and then dumped it at Kent. And then phoned me up and said, "Can you go and get it?" And that was the first ever one.
Oh.
How did you get your first Fairlight?
Bank robbery.
Nicked it.
Bearing in mind that
Found it in a skip.
generally speaking, being fairly rare instruments,
No,
and they've never been cheap.
No, and I've never bought one because none of them have been. None of them are mine. They're not owned by me.
Oh, okay.
No, what happened was up until about 2011, all I ever did about Fairlights was try and find samples of them and talk about them a lot and blog about them and stuff. And in 2011, Peter Vogel emailed me and asked for a phone call, and I'm like, "Oh shit, what have I done? Have I published something I shouldn't have published?" And he phones me up and says he wanted me to help work on the iOS app. He said, "You seem to know a thing about these Fairlights." You fucking invented them, mate. So I did some stuff with that, and whilst he was putting that together, obviously he wasn't doing the developing, he was just kind of like instructing people. They wanted some samples of the disk drive. So when you start the app up, you hear the machine boot up and the disk drives out. So they actually sampled a 2X, and it was Peter Wilkes' 2X, or one of Peter Wilkes' 2Xs, that they just put some microphones in front of and sampled that. And I guess at some point, words were had and my name comes up, and then Peter Wilk, again, completely out of the blue. I was in a place called it's just outside Frankfurt, but I was on business doing this training session, and my phone, I get an email at lunchtime, and it's from Peter Wilk saying, "Hi, my name's Peter, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I know who you are, because you're putting Fairlights on eBay all the time that I can't afford. And he said, how would you like to help me restore a Fairlight? And I'm thinking, well, I have no idea about Fairlights. You know, couldn't tell you. He said, don't worry about that. I said, I'll show you everything. He said, they're dead easy. He said, so I said, okay.
Yeah, as
famous
Chris
last words.
Bly can attest to. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So he said, look, don't worry. He said, I've got one. I've just bought it from, through Chris Hughes. It's Ian Stanley's old one. And I've transported it to my friend in Lincolnshire called Kent. Not that one, the other one. Yeah. And if you can go and pick it up and get it home, then I'll talk you through. You can test it. I'll tell you how to test it, and you tell me what bits aren't working. I'll send you the right bits. Blah 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 blah. And that was it. And the rest is history, as they say. Wow. And now I've got.
Was that the one that you did the video on?
Originally, yeah, they were the sort of, they were a bit sporadic, those videos, because things wouldn't happen for ages because we were just waiting to get hold of bits and stuff. So it was all a bit. But that's the one that ended up being bought by Simon Alexander, who now has that.
Wow.
And yeah, then I've had. I think I've had about. I was trying to think about this the other day. I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've had about 8 or 10 in the 11 years since then. Coming through, and 1, 2, 3, 4 remain. So.
Speaking of Fairlight sounds, I love the intentional error sounds they put into the iOS app. So it's so great.
Yeah. But I was looking at Jem Godfrey's video the other day that he put up. Did anybody see it? So Jem's bought the Terminator 2 one from Andre that was up for auction a little while back. So Jem bought it. And Andre is this Russian guy who's based out in California. He works at Intel. And he's super cool and super great at restoring Fairlights. I mean, he goes kind of like a little bit further than what we do. He actually like literally sandblasts everything down, resprays it, slightly not in the right colour. But nevertheless, he does a really great job on them. And he even includes like he'll throw in a flat panel monitor with a box that converts the signal because it's slightly non-standard VGA. Anyway, yeah. So Jem buys it. Andre packs it in these massive kind of. They're not genuine flight cases, but they're big padded things. And when it arrived, the monitor was absolutely demolished. Even in the cases, this is what you get when you ship internationally, or nationally even. But yeah, and it was one of the early monitors. So if you look at pictures of the Series 3 Fairlight, most of them have got this kind of square monitor in a white case that kind of tapers in slightly at the back, just like a regular CRT thing, with a bevel around the screen. But the early ones were kind of like a wedge shape. I think they were built by Philips, so they kind of had. They were very kind of space age looking things, and they're kind of a wedge shaped thing. And the screen was kind of and then the screen, instead of being like dead center in the later ones, it was off to the left. So you had this little strip down the right hand side with just a little Fairlight logo at the bottom. They look fucking cool. They're brilliant little things. And it was one of those.
Oh, hello.
And it got smashed. If you go and check out the YouTube page of Frost, the band, that's Jem's band, Frost, and it's Frost with an asterisk at the end. Yeah. And the latest video is Jem, showing us around, and then obviously sad face when you see this screen, it's just obliterated. But I was speaking to somebody today who might have a spare case for one of those, so we might be able to fix him up. That's a good tune there. Who was that, Siri?
It was music.
Oh dear.
Now, Siri plays slightly better than that. It's played slightly better than me, actually. Hey, darling. I'll tell you what, she does a killer chili con carne, man. Oh. Holy shit, bad man. So, I've got a list of possible things from my doctor.
Oh, right.
It reads like a fucking car crash. It's going stroke, seizure, and then it works his way down through these various things: heart disease, and then get back down to the D3 deficiency, and then right at the bottom is possible COVID fog, mind fog. And I'm going, to be honest with you, if I say, sitting here now and I'm going, the last thing I remember vividly is being so desperately ill I wanted to die, which was December 2019. And everything since then has been sort of like, blur, just vanilla. I can remember individual things, but about 4 or 5 days after the attack, I'm wandering around like a complete idiot. And Fiona said, "She goes, we need to go and play something." So I went and sat down at the club in the front room, started playing, can't remember any songs. I'm going through and I go, even songs that I played via muscle memory, if you like. And I just can't find it. I'm going, oh, that don't bode well. But over the last couple of weeks, bit by bit, it seems to have been coming back or relearning. There's a lot of things I've been relearning. Like I was standing in the workshop trying to remember, where did I put all the transistors? What did I put them in? Where do I keep them in the workshop? Are they in a box or a tray? I could not remember. Stuff I use every day.
Wow.
Or dare I suggest, and don't shoot me down over this, but it could also possibly be a delayed reaction to the vaccines.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible. Because, I mean, when they say about, oh no, it won't be the vaccine. Well, it depends on the individual anyway. Yeah. Because you have one blanket vaccine, there's going to be some people that it reacts differently to. So nothing's ruled out. But they don't seem to know any. They're not precise about anything about it. They said, well, we don't know. What we'll have to do is just monitor it and wait for it to happen again.
Oh,
yay!
Yeah, and when you're dead, we can do the autopsy.
Yeah, and then we might be able to find
work it out. Yes.
Oh, they come back out and go, no, still don't know. Never mind.
Thing is, they did that with my mother-in-law because she suffers from these little TIAs that she has, and sometimes they're just little blips. Half an hour, she's fine. Sometimes they're a bit longer, but by the time you get her to the stroke clinic,
she's fine.
She's fine, and therefore there's literally nothing they can do. It doesn't leave a trace. It doesn't say I was here an hour ago. It's just not there anymore. So there's no way that they can find it. So she's been sent home lots of times saying, "Look, if it happens again, come straight in, and we will hope that we can catch it." But it's a good hour to get her loaded and taken off to the hospital. By which time she's mostly okay. If she's not, then she'll probably be dead. So
Well, this is it. So I mean, admittedly, I'm not giving them an awful lot to work with, but. There you go. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
And
So
you've had an MRI scan. They've done all the blood tests.
I had all the blood tests you could possibly think of. I mean, my arm was looking like a pincushion by the end of the week. The scans, no, because that requires me getting to where the machine is.
Right.
They still got to make the portable one.
Can they not give you a Mr. T glass of milk? How'd I get here?
Well, I was telling Dave about it, and he goes, well, just get a magnet on a string. Round your head. You get some sort of picture. Yeah, it'd just be a picture of me going, So,
So your arm full of holes. Now you know what it's like to be a rock star. All the track marks.
yeah, it's because oh, bloody hell's a user. Yeah. So, and they said they did say, "Oh, your blood is a bit thick as well." I went, "Oh, like that." And Fiona's going, "Oh, you're not touching my wine." Oh, thanks, Steve.
Well, the thing is, and I say this with all due respect, as someone who has been on blood thinners for a while now, because of AFib, I'm surprised they've not just taken a precaution. If they know that your blood is a little thicker than normal, that they just stick you on something like a Pixaban, which is way better than things like warfarin, because you can literally come off it and within 24 hours your blood is back to normal. So if you have an accident or need something, it can be easily managed.
Yeah.
And just stick you on a couple of those a day just to.
Well, that
just to
may
be on the
still
safe side.
happen. That may still happen. Well, I have noticed that the medical care that you can receive in Surrey is pretty poor, generally.
Unless, of course, you're moneyed.
Try Torbay.
Well, yeah. Well, then you go private, don't you? So.
Yeah, quite. Yeah.
Besides, if it was a choice between going private and having a Mustang.
Yeah.
Took Torbay 18 months to diagnose my mum's stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. So I'm going, well, so what do I do in the meantime? Fuck it, carry on.
That's all you can do.
Well,
Yeah.
when one of my family members had their first stroke, I took them to A&E, and I said, "He's had a stroke," and they said, "No, he hasn't." And I said, "He's had a stroke," and they said, "Oh, well, basically, tell him to go and lie down on that bed over there." And 11 hours later,
Yeah.
the consultant came along, checked him out, and said, "Oh yeah, he's had a stroke." And yet all these adverts about, if you see these
Time,
signs,
speed.
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
Golden hour.
Well,
Fast.
Yeah.
I saw them. One of his eyes was completely blown out, and he had all the symptoms, and
Well-
they completely ignored it.
Yeah, well, let's face it. Have you seen the people in charge?
Yeah.
Actually, is there anyone in charge? at the
No.
moment? Did they appoint
I don't
you?
know. I was waiting for somebody to say that, the new guy, the new chancellor.
It's a Harvey or whatever.
He's the one that got given
Not
the
him,
job, and then
Zahawi.
18 hours later was back there
Yeah,
saying,
so-
"You've got to go."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twat.
So, for instance, him, right? I'm thinking, okay, he's now the chancellor. Okay. He wasn't the best man for the job, otherwise they would have picked him the first time round. So,
Is
this the time
as
to
much
put-
as I don't like him, he is a reasonably smart cookie.
Yeah,
True.
the multi-millionaire in charge of the treasury, the Dean Zahawi. Yes.
At least,
but
at
you-
least it wasn't the Dean Doris, eh?
yeah, but I mean, you can give a CS80 to a really smart person and say, "Yeah, I'll fix that," and they go, "Do you know what I mean? What does he know about being
Finance.
chancellor?
Yeah.
Where's
Well,
the how-to book?
But to be honest, none of them do.
It's called the civil service. Ken.
That's why they have the Treasury Service,
True enough.
who
true
are
enough.
there to advise. As long, in theory, as long as you have a good grasp of both micro and macroeconomics, you can do the job.
Well,
Because,
somebody isn't.
If you don't know something, there are plenty of people there who will tell you. And it's the Chancellor themselves doesn't actually, necessarily. They can help formulate policies, but at the end of the day, all the grunt work, all the hard work, is done by other people, and they're effectively like a CFO of a company.
Yeah. Because to be honest with you, our economy at the moment is like the ending of an amateur porn movie.
We have an economy.
Apparently,
But
and it's just a splat on the face.
it's
Basically,
not
that's
just
all it is.
not just the UK though. The look across Europe. The economies over there are actually in a worse state than the UK. America's affected, Australia, New Zealand. It's not a local crisis.
No, I agree.
Oh
It's
no,
not
we don't
a-
have any problems over here at all. Don't worry about it.
I believe you're having problems though with some woman called Karen,
Endless.
who's been going around causing a ruckus.
Oh yeah.
For now.
Oh yeah, I mean the world's going to shit at the moment. It's but then that's what happens when you shut the planet down for 2 years.
Mm.
Some folks are getting ready for the
Can't get chicks
rapture, apparently.
ready,
So
What was it they were saying a few years ago? Oh, you don't want to vote for that Jeremy Corbyn. He'll take us back to 1973.
Yeah.
Let me think. 1973, we had strikes. We had a soaring inflation problem. We had troubles with EU, except it was going the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who took us back exactly? Indeed.
well, that's the whole "Make America Great" thing. Make America Great Again bullshit about how far back do you want to go? Do you want pump drills and slavery? And how far do we want to go?
Yeah, well, I had the Conservative candidate, canvasser, at the door today, asking if
poor sod.
we're going to vote. Right? He goes, "You do know they're going to be building, this huge housing estate in Ashted." And I went, "Good." I said,
So they can suffer. Look at my back garden.
Yeah, where were you fuckers when they were building 171 houses out the back at the bottom of my garden? Where were you? Because you were
you're
in
lucky
charge.
you get people knocking. We don't get people knocking on our door because it's such a safe Tory seat.
Yeah, so is this.
There's
I
just
don't think we'll get
absolutely-
people knocking at our door again. The people,
No.
"Phew, fuck me, don't go around there, mate." The one with the blue American car out the front. Phew, no. The shotgun and go, "You got a pretty mouth. You want to come in?"
Yeah, if you hear the
need to go
banjo
out there
music,
with
watch out. Listen.
a hockey mask and a leather apron.
You touch a great big 4-foot carving knife. Go, "We're having a barbecue. Do you want to join?"
Piano riff. Do 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 do.
Yeah.
do.
Bang, 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 bang.
Did you? Have I shown you my mug before?
Can't read that.
Oh, your other one.
That's a
A
mug
few
shot.
words.
Go full.
Oh, hang on. I've got to use the other hand now.
It spells twat.
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
very good.
On your knob. Oh, here we go. It says,
Wonderful, amazing, thoughtful.
a few words
Twat.
to describe you. Tremendous, wonderful, amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that bought for you?
Yeah.
Or did you buy it yourself?
As if I would.
It's a very self-reflective mug there.
It is.
Mm.
It is. I think my wife
You
bought
can
me
have
that.
your smug tea in it. I want a smug of tea, please. Mine's got dogs on it. Look, doggies. Lots of doggies.
One of mine's got
Oh, there's
Process
another one.
Network, and I've got loads of others that are rude ones that my missus has bought me.
I was going to say, Process Network, we don't do mugs, but you had yours made, didn't you?
It was my missus had it made for me.
Lovely. I like your missus.
She's all right.
I bought Fiona a cup, which is it's a cup, and there's sort of like a little hole in the centre, and you sort of like take the lid off and you put your tea bag in or whatever, but you have to drink it through this china penis, like a teapot. And I'll tell you what, she wouldn't put the bloody thing down.
Sounds
My,
like a
my
peapot.
missus, my missus has got a mug which is a white mug with UNT on it,
Yeah,
right? And the handle is
The
black.
handle.
yeah.
We got a picture of the 8-year-old saying, "Mummy, can I use your cup, please?" And she's sitting there with this cunt mug going on.
Can I show you what I got yesterday?
Go for it.
It's in a lovely wooden box.
Ooh.
The wooden box has been engraved or etched. It says Herr Brooks, and it says something like premium whiskey. And inside the
Ooh.
box is a lovely whiskey tumbler, which has also been engraved with Herr Brooks premium whiskey.
Is
And
this from your pupils?
and some of these granite or marble
Oh, I've got some of them. Yeah.
ice stones, which I'd never seen before, from my Year 11 German class.
They'll
It was
smash
the Year 11 year Leavers Day yesterday, and they came in. They gave me that. It was beautifully wrapped with the wrapping paper that said whiskey all over it, and a beautiful red ribbon. It honestly, and I opened it, and I got right proper emotional.
Oh, that's
Oh,
brilliant.
that is, that's
I
lovely.
really did, and I mean, it's cool. It's so
Was there
lovely.
actually
If
any
they-
whiskey in there?
Well, the thing is, Robert, if they bought me a bottle of whiskey, it'd have been gone in a fortnight. And this, I just thought that was so good.
And then
I was like-
he finds out their nickname for him is Pisshead.
Oh, I think honestly,
Hair
that
pissing.
class, they
Wouldn't
could
Year
call me-
11s have trouble getting whiskey, buying whiskey anyway?
Oh, it's happened before, but they do. By the time they're in Year 11, they do Leavers Day. They don't give a shit what anybody says. They bring everything in, so it doesn't really matter. One or two of them were definitely the worst for wear when they arrived yesterday, which is quite amusing. But anyway, so I just thought that was nice because we're all talking about mugs where they call you a cunt. That's not that.
No.
They could have put cunt on it, but it wouldn't have meant it because they were all so lovely. I was so
that's
made up.
nice.
So that was nice. Oh, thank you in the chat. Yeah, it was delightful. You know,
Yeah.
I whinge and moan about my job and how horrible, and then actually every now and again there are these moments in the year that you go, actually that's why I do it, because I do make a difference. I do have an impact, and I am appreciated, even if the people that are in charge of me don't appreciate me. The people that I'm working directly with do, and that to me says that, and because that was so well thought out and delivered, I thought, oh bless them,
Yeah.
so nice. So
Well, that's
It's
knowing
validation.
you making a difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's a little bit, and yeah. So that was it. So that was my mug of the week. It's a
Yeah,
crystal
that's good.
whiskey tumbler.
Just be careful.
Nice,
with,
isn't it?
Just be careful with the ice rocks because they can smash the glass.
Well, yeah. To be honest with you, I don't actually ever put ice in
whiskey.
whiskey. So I don't. So, but the whole idea though, it doesn't matter. It's just so beautifully thoughtful.
It's great.
Yeah, if you
How
take
did they
rocks,
spell the
you have to
whiskey?
stick your teeth on the rocks. So.
Ben, they spelt it. You'll hate me, Ben, saying this, but slightly irritatingly, they spelt it with an E. Whereas I'm sorry, I'm a Scotch guy, so it shouldn't have one. But that's by the by. That matters little. It's just the fact that they did it and they went out their way. So yeah, I'm not going to split hairs about the spelling of whiskey because I do actually drink Irish from time to time too.
Well, it's the law.
I drink Irish all the time.
No, I quite like it. And actually, the nice Black Bush from Bushmills is a particular favourite. I do like that one.
Same here.
Definitely like that one.
Speaking of mugs,
But-
someone should make a thermal mug where the Volca magically disappears.
He says, Ben agrees with the kids. Fair play to them. They got it right. Okay, I agree with you then, Ben.
Yeah. That's fair dues. That's fair dues.
Oh, going back to Gearfest, who was it who played with the Teenage Engineering Field? Was it you, Ian? Or
I didn't play with it. We had a demonstration.
Yeah, it was like a 15-year-old demonstrating how to use it, and
He was a great lad though.
It was good. It was really good, and the demo was nicely done. But oh my god! I mean, nobody can use that mixer. I don't care what anybody says. It is a thing of beauty. It feels amazing, but you could not possibly use it in a live situation with any degree of confidence. I just don't know. If they'd made it like a centimetre bigger all the way around, it would still have been hand size, and you could have had a little bit more room, and it would have worked. I don't know why they've done it
People
like
use
that.
pocket operators live, and they're tiny.
Yeah, but they're different. Honestly, Andy, if you saw it, you
I played with it. I touched one at Perfect Circuit.
But isn't there a thing now for a pocket operator that's like a rubber case that you put?
Oh,
your pocket
they've been out
operator
all the
in?
time though.
Yeah.
So it's like a proper calculator size thing.
But that TX6. So yeah, like you say, you've got it in the palm of your hand. It's like a deck of cards. It's about that big, isn't it? And
It's like boutique sliders.
and you got these tiny little faders, but the faders aren't the issue. The issue are the rotaries,
Yeah.
because the rotaries are just
minuscule,
tiny.
aren't they? You can't get your fingers around them.
So me and Graham are looking at this thing. We're going, oh yeah, it looks lovely, but and then this teenage engineering guy comes over and says, yeah, well, this is blah blah blah. And I said, yeah, but look at my fingers, and they've got to go around these pots. And I said, this is going to be dangerous because I'll move one and I'll turn another the opposite way. And he said, oh, but we found that if you use the tip of your finger, you can go like this. And I just felt well, if I do this with my finger, you can stop.
Did he not just wind them up and plug a standard size 3.5mm jack into the back?
Yeah.
But they've got all these. They've got 6 stereo 3.5mm at the back, so you can get 12 channels into it, or six stereos. And they've got USB-C, and that was very cool. You can put a USB drive, whether it's an external USB drive or a stick, in the back and record audio directly stereo. Unfortunately, you can't do multi-tracking, but the stereo recording will go 24/48 into the stick, which is convenient. And I do have to say that the screen, that little tight, and it's half the size of a postage stamp, but it's intelligently thought through, so what you actually see on the screen, it's understandable. It's just lots of menu diving, and it's got a synth in there, and they're talking about putting a drum machine in there. I mean, it's incredible, and it's all powered by this built-in lithium-ion battery that you just plug in and charge. And they were sat there at this table. They had the OP1 Field, the TX6, and that Bluetooth speaker.
The speaker handbag.
OD11.
The speaker thing sounds good, actually.
It
does,
great.
but it's very expensive.
It's really stupidly priced. Well, it's teenage engineering, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
They're art students, so.
You put it in your pocket, have a wank, and then see what you've written.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It is funny they made that thing so small. I expect it maybe out of Japan, but it's funny they made that thing so small.
And a lot of people say, who was it? Was it you, Ian, that was saying, that list of 100?
The list of 100 things, yeah.
It's got rubber feet.
It's got and it's got Velcro on the bottom. That's one of the improvements.
And it's got paint.
Yeah.
Can I just point out that you were having a serious discussion, and the amount of people in the chat dropped by 4. I was rude, and it's jumped up again by 4.
Hang on, I'll help.
Oh, wait a minute, hasn't finised. That gets in
nice
the
tits.
Yeah, that should get us up to the 40s, mate.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Actually, I love to call the birds out there. Here they can't, right? Because Americans can't say that stuff and be rude. But we call them bush tits and wren tits and stuff like that. You can't say the word tit in a bird book here. And I'm a birder. So they call it wren tits, bush tits. They have to put something in front of it.
Oh,
I find that hilarious.
Well,
I think
yeah, they do.
I thought George Carlin was joking when you said it was one of the 7 words you can't say.
Yeah, no, it's
so
really silly.
Is there a species of bird called huge? A species of bird called saggy?
And what about boobies?
Yeah, there's a floppy tit.
Floppy tit, there you go.
And yet I recall Phil Collins, when he did Miami Vice, said the word
Saying wanker. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, wanker's quite acceptable, isn't it, over there? They use it
It doesn't have the connotation.
No one knows what it means, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
No, so there's no connotation connected.
It's some weird English thing.
People can say twat, but they seem to pronounce it twat.
Twat.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not.
We can say
face,
bugger
it's
and all
twat
kinds
face.
of stuff, and nobody cares. So
Yeah.
Yannick? Is it Yannick Setter?
Yeah.
Yanissetti, yeah.
It says, great tit. There you go.
Great tits.
Great tits. Yeah.
No, he's just put great tits, a real species on here.
I remember when I were a lad, it was funny to go, Dolly Parton's greatest tits.
That was a couple of weeks ago. Shut up.
All right.
it's when you turn the calculator upside down, it says boobs.
Oh,
Boobies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seconds of fun for all the family.
Shell oil. These kids today, they don't know they're born.
Okay, the number's gone up
Except
yet?
that they're there, so they must have
There you
been.
go. Paul R tells us tits, wankle, and vibraphone. Have you heard? It was at the Python, isn't it? Embarrassing words. Wankle rotary engine.
Wankle rotary engine, yeah.
I always like. What was it? The Hungarian phrase book.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
My hovercraft was full of eels.
For the eels, yeah. If I said you had a beautiful body, Would I hold it
Would you
against
hold it
me?
against you? Yeah.
Oh man.
Gutter humour, it's the best.
Ah,
They even
yeah,
tied into
well.
the spam sketch. My hovercraft is all spam.
Bloody Vikings.
Let's take
At least Sweden's got a prime minister, Paul Artola.
Yeah.
And now, Massage from
Oh no,
Sweden.
we still have a prime minister, and that's what's pissing people off.
Oh, apparently.
Oh, thanks for that, Sassy. Yeah, you're dead
I
right.
was I was reading somewhere earlier before we came on air that they've insisted that he is now classified. I don't know what difference it's going to make, but he's classified
Certified.
as a caretaker PM. So therefore,
Yes.
I guess that restrains certain powers. But look, he's now basically got 3 months to burn the papers, shred them, bury the
Yeah.
bodies before
He's got
anybody else gets
license
in
to
there.
go balls out now, hasn't he? If he
I
has
don't, I don't think they'll let him.
They,
I don't think they'll let him.
they won't let him. Simple as that.
Because they can't trust him, and it's really interesting when you've
Yeah,
got
it's gone.
you've got MPs saying we can't trust him,
Yeah.
but they've
Yeah, but
always known that they couldn't trust him.
But it's
Yeah, but-
MPs
but-
that we
but
can't
what-
trust saying it.
But they are
Yeah,
lacking
exactly.
so much in self-awareness because we can't trust them either.
No.
Exactly.
Well, this
But
is-
I
you know what?
suspect that Her Majesty will actually say, "Oh no, Boris, it's time to go."
She can't.
properly."
No, she can't.
Oh, she can't. No, actually, no, she can.
No, she can't.
She's-
No, the Queen. The last time the Queen sacked a prime minister was, I think, 1834. If you discount the 1974 sacking of the then Australian prime minister,
Oh yeah, she did
But-
that, didn't
Well,
but it's. To be honest,
they do that?
there's
They're just figureheads. How do they have that power?
she? She doesn't.
well,
it's
she
not.
doesn't,
No, it's
strictly
not
speaking.
just that there are things that she can still influence and strongly. And if the
She
Queen
can
said she
express
didn't
her
want to,
opinion.
yeah. But anyway, I don't think that would happen anyway.
No,
to be honest, but
I wish
but
she
it
would.
was.
She'd be a bloody national hero. If she
Yeah,
did.
well, the thing is, I think she can have him
then-
killed by MI5.
But I mean,
No,
Parliament,
Philip's not around
Parliament
anymore.
breaks
No,
up
that's true,
for summer recess anyway, doesn't it? On the 21st.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So I
So,
mean,
yeah.
you know, it's
Send in
the
Andrew.
government wouldn't be doing anything.
It'll be
really
done by
anyway.
then. It'll be done by then.
One of the best things is that one of the shows that I'm going to go and see in Edinburgh is by one of his illegitimate daughters, Charlotte Johnson, and it's called My Father and His Lies.
Oh dear.
Do you know
that-
what?
That's
The
guaranteed to
highlight, the
sell it.
highlight of all of this for me though is when he was giving his speech. You know, when he was doing his stuff.
I saved the nation.
Somebody at the top of their voice, it sounded like it was like 200-300 yards away, but at the top of their voice went, "Fuck off, Boris!"
That's probably Steve Bray.
And it was broadcast all over the BBC. I went, yes.
Because that guy's been singing outside for ages.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
basically
he's a-
roller song.
As much as I am a great believer in free speech, sometimes I wish he would just shut the fuck up. He's just an annoyance.
Yeah.
Everything that's good about this nation.
That's
Well-
normally when he's speaking English, because normally fucking Latin, isn't it?
Stop it. Just stop
Although
it
in his
right now.
speech- do you hear in his speech,
Just stop it right now. Look,
he was
Latin
using
has
things-
its place.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
Just
that
because
right.
Boris Johnson was a classicist doesn't
Yeah,
mean to
come
say
on.
we're all
Come
the
on.
same boat.
It's a dead
don't
language,
offend
Andy.
don't offend the Roman.
Actually,
Or
I
as he
think
said, them's
his
the
Greek is
breaks.
better than his Latin anyway.
Ah.
Yeah, in his thing
God,
he
it
said,
bloody
"Dem's
well
the
would be,
breaks."
wouldn't it?
What a fucking tosser.
Yeah.
He should have time to finish his book now,
But-
wouldn't he? That
All-
he was contracted to write.
All I'll say is to his detractors, beware of what you wish for, because
Yeah, well.
He's
Well, this
just
is
one
also
of a
true.
multi-headed snake.
This is also true.
what replaces him could be infinitely worse. I mean, if someone like Robert Buckland gets it, who's presently Secretary of State for Wales,
By day, let's give him that.
he will be a lot worse than Boris.
Who was that masked man?
No, I don't think they will.
Did you-
I don't. I think that there will be some consensus that they'll put somebody sensible in. They've got to, or else that.
Well, this
Oh
could
no,
have
no,
put in-
no,
All
but
right, mate.
but the
Sorry.
problem is what you and I might consider sensible is not necessarily what MPs
No.
consider sensible.
they're
But-
going to be
but the-
thinking 2 years' time there's a
Yes,
general election.
exactly. They're looking
And there's
for
a whole
somebody.
there's a whole host of them who've got in on Boris's back, particularly here in the north of England, in
Yes.
cities like Sheffield and Leeds and Bradford and Sunderland and they are going to lose their seats.
Yes.
Simple as.
Oh, it's. I said to I think Rich Hilton earlier today. It's a combination of regicide and suicide. They are shooting themselves in the foot,
Yes.
and it's an embarrassment.
Yeah, at this moment, it is embarrassing. On the other hand, I do think that if Boris had behaved in a different way, we wouldn't be in this position. If he'd actually behaved like an honourable, sensible person.
He ain't going to change the habit of a lifetime, is he?
No, exactly. Everyone was saying way before he became prime minister, because people
Oh,
were saying,
true.
"Oh, wouldn't Boris make a great prime minister?" Years before he became prime minister.
They said it when he was mayor of London.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's not like this is like, oh my God, he turned out to be an absolute wanker.
People knew what they were voting for when they
Exactly.
voted.
So he didn't change that much. He's the same all along, or is he?
Yeah,
No, he's
He's always been like this.
he's been
Always
very
always,
consistent.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's also
consistently
a
awful.
fully paid up member of the One of Us club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And so are the rest of them in there. So we're not going to be any better
the-
off.
The book that
Somebody
Sebastian...
went to Eton is not one of me,
No.
ever.
Billy
So
Connolly
that's-
got it right back in '85 when he said the desire to be a politician should bar you for life from ever being one.
Yeah.
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 Well, this is
Hang
the thing. Actual, like a true democracy. If you go back to that kind of original concept of democracy, that the Greeks came up with, is that your members of parliament are not. They don't volunteer. It's a duty. It's a cyclical thing that you go and do 6 months, and then somebody else comes in. You
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
It's like jury duty. It's like jury
Yeah.
service. You have to go and do it, whether you like it or not. And that's, that was the original kind of concept of it all. Now, of course,
They had
people
a-
wanna be-
They had a new prime minister every day. The person who was in the chair, I mean, in our parliament, it would be like the Speaker of the House, but the actual person who actually for that day had that responsibility and all the power and the right to decide and veto
Yeah.
was elected and chosen every day, and it could have been from any of the voting class, as long as they were male.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
because
we-
females didn't vote. But
Probably the best way to pick a prime minister, female or male, is to just have the chief whip stand inside Tesco's, and the first person that comes in and goes, "Fucking £9 for a kilo of Lurpak," you're prime minister.
Yeah.
But there's a book by a guy called Sebastian Payne, which is The Broken Heartlands, about the Red Wall, how the Red Wall collapsed. Absolutely fantastic book. I mean, you could almost argue it's about to, the paperback's just come out, and it's almost sort of out of date. But but you're right. Those Red Wall Tory MPs a lot of them are going to lose their seat.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what really frustrates me, especially on the likes of Twitter, when people say, "Oh, we don't vote for a prime minister. Will you vote for your local MP?" In theory,
No, it
yes,
doesn't happen
but,
like that.
but
It's
last
personality.
time,
Well, all
last
the
time
masses, doesn't it?
people voted Conservative to get Boris.
They
They
did.
didn't vote
I mean-
Conservative for their local MP.
I mean,
Yeah.
Sebastian Payne was on the election trail with Boris Johnson. The reason I know is because my son edited it. But he said it was like a rock star. So he would turn up in a town or a city, and there was throngs of people wanting to have their selfies with him.
But
It was a
hasn't
rock
gone
star
away.
politics. No, it hasn't.
He's
people are
he's still like that.
people are still on the telly saying, "Oh, it's such a shame Boris is going because he's
equally-
lovely."
Equally, back in 2017, I think it was, when Corbyn was
Yeah,
running.
it's the same.
Yeah, he had the same
He had
effect.
the same
Wow,
effect.
I
yeah.
mean, I saw crowds I've never seen before in places. The size, and you just think, this is going to happen. This is
Yeah.
going to happen. But then, of course, media gets involved, and
It's doomed.
Doomed, yeah. I mean, as I said to my mum this morning when she texted me this morning saying, "Oh, look, he's going," and I texted back. I said, "Yeah, just think what would have happened if Ed Miliband could have eaten a bacon sandwich properly." Because he was doing well, and then the press published this picture of him awkwardly eating a sandwich, and all of a sudden that it's just oh, do you want this man as your prime minister?
Do you know,
Well,
probably
it's-
every single person on the planet who eats a bacon sandwich probably makes that face at some point during the
Yeah.
process.
Exactly, yeah.
Well,
And they go
one of
click,
the
click, click,
things-
click, click, click. Oh, that one. That makes him look like a wank.
Yeah.
Let's bring that one.
One of the things that really does scare me, especially seeing how this thing with Boris has unfolded over the last week or so, is the power of the media. And we see the same in America
Yeah.
as we've had here. And I mean, you know, the number of jokes I've seen that the BBC's ordered more bottles of champagne than they did after, you know, since Brexit. The gleeful attitude of so many of our broadcasters at the downfall of the Prime Minister, and I mean, taking politics aside, bringing down a Prime Minister for any country is a pretty shameful thing. I mean, it reflects on
I don't
all
think
of
the press
us.
has brought down the Prime Minister, Sassy. Stop it right now. He hasn't. He's brought himself down.
don't
He's
believe
shamed.
that.
He's shamed himself. He's shamed the office.
Yeah,
He's shamed everything,
he did.
and he has no right to be in that office any longer. And the press has not brought him down. He has brought himself down. He is reaping the rewards of his own stupid behaviour. Full stop. Please don't try and make it any different because it's not.
I
He was
completely
ju-
disagree.
he was just really good copy for the media.
Yeah.
Every time, because every disaster that came along, it's just, you know, it's another happy day in it for them. You know, they've got more to talk about.
Populism. That's what-
Yeah.
No, it's I don't believe that it's shameful for a nation to bring down its prime minister if that prime minister is not good at doing their job for whatever reason. If that prime minister is dragging the country through things it could have easily avoided or done better. I mean, you know, all right, Brexit happened. I didn't vote for it, but we're going through it. Has he done it well? Has he? Because the inability to sort out the whole Northern Ireland problem is potentially going to break up the union. I don't have a problem with breaking up the union. I think Scotland should be independent, and if Wales want that too, bloody well go for it.
Yeah.
But he, you know, he's what do you call it? Oven ready Brexit, banging in the oven, it's done. No, it's not. Here we are, 2022. We're still trying to figure the whole thing out, and we're all paying for it. We are all paying for it,
I mean,
whether
I
you
would-
like it or not.
It's such a bloody one-way street, though, isn't it? I mean, you take Scotland, right? You go, oh no, you know, Scotland's part of the union, but yet the government, or most of the governments anyway, have treated Scotland as not being part of the union.
Yeah.
yeah, we'll
The way
take
the
your
way they
oil.
run the way they run the policies is like, oh, you're not part of, you're not part of us. They do the same with Northern Ireland as well.
No. Devolution, when it was introduced under Blair, gave Scotland considerable powers, and it's not actually exercising all those powers as it is. So, you know,
I agree with you on that one, Sassy.
Scotland is being run by someone who, again, I think should not be in power. there.
She's only got one agenda.
Yeah, but you know, she won most of the votes, so.
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
She didn't.
Oh, yeah. Well, nobody does. That's the thing. Nobody gets. The people with the most votes do not always get the power.
Fewer people voted for the SNP in Scotland than voted for Brexit.
Yeah, I was going to ask. One of my coworkers in Glasgow doesn't want independence. He likes it the way it is.
The
Yeah,
majority in Scotland
the
don't want
majority don't.
independence.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that sort of Scotland and Northern Ireland and Wales should have the right to decide whether they want to be part of the union.
Yeah.
The problem we have is that the England bit doesn't have that right. We don't have the right to make our own.
And Scotland
choose
did
that.
have the referendum in 2014.
Yeah. I mean, if Scotland want to go that
Once
way,
in a
I would.
generation.
My preference would be that the union stays together. But although I do feel, I've always felt that Northern Ireland should be united with Southern Ireland, but that's a whole different issue.
Yeah, but
You know,
a lot of the
but
people
again,
in
they
Southern
had
Ireland,
I know
a lot of the
that's
people
a
in,
race.
yeah, but a
that's
lot of
very
people in
simplistic.
Southern Ireland don't want the
I
North.
know, and a
either.
lot of people in Northern Ireland don't want it either.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not.
It's quite
it's
bizarre.
not as easy as that, is it?
Yeah,
It's
nah.
a mess, that.
It is a mess, you know. But
I think it's a mess
goes
that
back
fundamentally
far
we
too far.
created.
yeah,
A
we
long
could-
time ago.
yeah,
Is that still
yeah.
mostly a religious thing, or is it more complicated?
Oh, it's more
Mostly
complicated
religious,
now,
it's
really.
more
I mean,
complicated.
they'll
Yeah.
use religion is used as a as a foil, but it's deeper. The roots go way back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but yeah, it's a mess. The interesting thing is, of course, Wales has never been an independent country.
No.
Right, Wales has never been an independent country. There isn't actually a country called Wales. In reality, I mean, I know it's always been basically a part of England. It's a province of England, and they hate it when you say that. But actually, that's what it is, and it has been since
time immemorial.
11 something or other. You know, I mean, really, I mean, even back then, you know, pre-Norman conquest, Wales wasn't really, it was its own thing, but it was all part of this greater, all these little kingdoms, and then they all come together eventually. You'd have to,
was it Athelstad or Athelstan?
Stan, and then so it all comes together, and basically it is technically, in terms of the constitution, it's part of England, but they hate it. On the other hand, nothing lasts forever, so why the hell not? But it's I don't think that's going to happen in reality. I mean, and you know, so has the United Kingdom run its course? Is it actually going to fragment? I mean,
I don't
it
think so.
feels it. It does feel it though.
It does actually. I think
There
at the
isn't.
moment.
Yeah, there isn't the same attitudes and romance and everything to the royal family that it used to be.
Yeah.
You know, there's apathy for that. There's a general apathy for patriotism or anything of those natures as well.
I that might be how it is being presented, but I think that if people
Beringer.
Well, good evening, Ty. I think if people were actually given the vote, then the results would probably differ considerably from what you just said, Ken.
Why is England? Why are the people of England disenfranchised? Why have we not got a parliament? Because we haven't. Where's the English Parliament? They go, it's in London. They go, no, it isn't.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, look, Ty. Well, I've just murdered Ty.
Or Ty has just committed suicide.
Come on, Ty.
The other.
Okay. And enough politics now. We've got
Check
some
your
sensible
audio.
people on. We've got Cunt and Jim 2D version. Hello, I'm Jim. Hello, Ty.
Hello.
Hey.
Where have you been?
What-
Where have you been, you lazy cunt, for the last couple of weeks?
You know where I've been. You phone me
I
up
know.
every day, you little tart.
Checking to see how you are.
No, wait. I do also phone you
You do.
every other day as well.
Every
So
alternate. We alternate to check how each other is, whatever.
yeah.
I don't know. All I know is have I come in at the wrong time? Because we're still talking about Boris fucking cunt.
No,
Don't sit on the fence, Ty. Come on.
Ty, come
Look,
say
make a
your name.
decision.
You clearly have an opinion, so
He is worth less than a piece of dog shit on the bottom of my shoe. That's what he is worth. As are every single member of that fucking cabinet. They are all a total bunch of cunts.
I've been picking up Boris's off the lawn for weeks now.
The problem is, and I still say this, and I will always say this, is that it's not just they are at the moment they are the worst of the lot at the moment, but every single party has the ability to be a load of deceiving, lying cunts. That's what politicians are. That's what they will always be. It's just at the moment we just have literally the lowest of the low there. So even when someone else comes in, it's going to be slightly different and slightly less corrupt, hopefully. But they're still going to be a bunch of cunts. But there we go.
They're still going to smell like shit.
That's because they are.
Well,
shit.
it's like politicians across the whole world.
It's
Yeah,
like a
you
sewer.
say
There's
that.
an ebb and flow, but it's
You
always
say
a
that.
sewer.
I don't believe that, because I think
No.
there are certain countries. If you go to countries like I don't want to keep coming back to Scandinavia. If you go to Scandinavian politics in Scandinavia, it's different. I can only say from friends that I've got that live over there, and politics over there, politicians aren't viewed in the same way that they are here, which is over here they're viewed with contempt because they deserve contempt, whereas over there They are more of the people. They are genuinely not just doing it for themselves. They're doing it for the greater good of the company.
They tend to have coalition governments as well. As
Yeah.
opposed to single
exactly.
party.
Because they all compromise. They all
That's
realise
common across Europe.
the way that
Yeah.
they realise they move on is they turn around and go, "Look, we all need to do this together." That's the thing. Whereas here, it's all just literally, "I fucking hate you because you don't fucking agree with." And it's just not. It's shit. Honestly, I cannot put into it. I mean, I've said this before. I will be honest. I've voted Tory all my life because that's what my mum and dad voted Tory all my life until it got to stage about whenever it was when all the shit happened with Cameron, and I literally just sat there going, "Fuck me! I cannot vote for this bunch of cunts. I just cannot do it." And you've got to understand, from my point of view, from my position, where I live and the kind of life I have. It makes total sense for me to vote Tory because, you know, if when Labour get in, and they will get in, and when Labour get in, you know, they are, from my point of view, because I'm very fortunate, they're going to shit on me from a great height. And so they should. But I'm going to suffer because it's easy for me to go with the Tory line because I'm better off because of it and I'm more comfortable because of it. But
I know a very good accountant.
Oh, believe me, my
I'm sure Ty does.
My accountant's been one of my best friends since for 30 years. So. But the reality is that there was not a bone in my body that could ever vote for the biggest bunch of tossers ever. They are all just self-serving, dishonest, corrupt cunts, all of them. Anyway, it's lovely seeing you all. Bye.
How's work? You're looking quite relaxed, Ty.
Work's not great, but it's more a case of I've just kind of
Fuck it.
Yeah, just that's
Yeah.
it. It really is. Just
Is that why we
just
didn't see you on Saturday?
Saturday? Yes.
We were actually
Well, I
hoping to
was-
meet up with you on
No,
Saturday. Actually,
genuinely. Yeah, Saturday was a difficult one, but
Yeah. Thought so.
it was just I had to make a decision over Saturday. To be fair, I did really want to go, and what didn't help was the fact that I'd kind of organised with a friend of mine who's got a studio at Tile Yard. So I'd organised with Sam that I was going to go down and have lunch and all this kind of thing. And then in the morning, he sent me a message going, "Are we still on for lunch?" With me, you know. So I didn't feel.
You don't want Ty there. God no. Can you imagine if Ty had been there? You go, "Oh right, let's go and demo the OBX, OBX8. Oh, it's gone. Where's it? Oh, it's in Ty's boot.
Ty's
Let's try the teenage engineering mixer."
it'd have had Matt Johnson running after him because apparently it was his OBX8, wasn't it? So
I love the way, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I love that.
That's obviously who I am. I'm just.
And those £25,000 monitors. Can I be in? Can I?
two pairs of those, please.
Yeah. I want
In fact,
one.
I'll go for an Atmos setup.
I've just listened to that lecture. It was really good. Can I have 25 of these, please?
Yeah, I want to be able to hear my compositions in the bathroom while I'm having a shower. So one in each corner.
can I
Thank
just
you.
say-
Without reflections.
This is where everything goes really like this. Everything goes like. And there's 12 months later, and I'm sitting there going, Labour and government, and I really quite like Berenger these days because.
Somebody sample that. Somebody sample that now. Right, get it. Sample that and play that. I really like Beringer these days. Ty said, I really like Beringer these days.
With me going, please, Uli, please sell me something. I know. Please.
I'm going to clip that and send it to Uli.
Yeah. Now you know how the rest of us feel. Bloody hell.
It's all good. But anyway, I've not seen any.
Oh, half god, half beast. Another empire backfire. Yes, indeed. Let's get a Killing Joke quote in there. Joke. That's what. Killing Joke. Another empire backfire. Love that. Thank you, half god, half beast.
Sorry, Andy, can you just
Back to square one. Another empire backfire.
Can you just turn your gain down a touch on your mic?
Yeah.
No, I'm loving being loud. It's great.
Is it really loud?
Proper loud. It's great.
I can be loud.
Proper distorting, Andy.
Boris Johnson level.
Yeah, I've discovered I
I'm
never
sorry,
have
actually,
to buy
I just
petrol.
realised that when I put the whiskey tumbler back on there, I've moved the slider on the mic. So I'm right up to
Blame it on the
top.
booze.
So I'm
the
really
booze.
sod off the booze.
Yeah,
only
I
had
found
to.
a really great way.
Amateur.
I now don't have to pay for petrol for the Mustang.
Really?
Yeah, all I do is charge.
Apologies.
Charge people
charge
who come and
everybody a
stroke it.
pound. Everybody a pound for me to start it. I had to start it 8 times yesterday. The DHL guy, 3 customers. The bloke just had a white van. He turned up and go, "Oh, can I hear it?" There you go.
8 gallons right there.
Yeah.
Can
So-
I point out what Kent isn't saying is that Kent doesn't actually do any work. He just sits in it all day, waiting for someone to walk past.
With the window down and the arm
Makes
out.
the window down with the arm out, and then turns out they're walking past and just going, "Do you want to in my car?"
Yeah, but you got to do it. You got to pull the sunglasses off.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear the car? Yeah. All right.
You're a different version of that creepy guy hanging out in his car, inviting people.
Yeah. But it's even
come in
a
my
couple
car,
of girls, a couple
The
of couple
puppies
of
grew
women as well. A couple of women picking up their kids from school, and they wanted to have a listen.
Whether they like it or not.
Is my audio back to sensible levels
Yes,
now?
Yeah.
It is.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm really
Can I-
sorry about that.
Can I just ask, by the way, how did it go on Saturday? Joking aside, because
It was terrible.
It was awful.
It was-
You're better off staying
It
in
was
the
a
Cotswolds,
complete.
Di.
Actually, according to Twitter, somebody said it wasn't worth the 10 quid.
God.
They've been taken outside and shot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
it was great. It was a really good day.
We had a
really
great
good.
time. We
Yeah,
had a
we
lovely
did.
time. It was a
Yeah.
great day.
I'm so sorry. Genuinely, I'm so sorry that I couldn't make it down, but it was.
It's all right. You weren't missed.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, it was,
I
We,
was-
we had
I
we had
wouldn't
Mike Lindup.
I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah. I'm just so sad that I missed the opportunity of bursting in on you in the loo. That would have been something to talk about. Too.
instead of Andy from Sonic State. Oh god.
You burst in on Andy in the loop.
Well,
Yeah.
I was bursting. We'd driven down from Derby. I was bursting for the loo. The first thing I said, I've got to go for Jim. That's
He
fine,
says it's an
I've got to go
accident.
for piss.
Yeah, we've
So
all
we
done this.
eventually found these. We get in. We found these toilets because you got to get your wristband first. So I'm hopping from one foot to the other, going, "Get me the wristband on," and then we get there. We find some toilets. Jim pops into one. I open the door to the next one, and there's this bloke sitting on the bog having a crap. and I go, "Oh, I'm really sorry. Lock the fucking door." So I shut the door behind me and ran off. And then I'm sitting down having my lunch, eating my stuff, and I'm talking to Andy from Sonic State. And I said, "Do you know, the first thing that happened to me when I got here was I burst in on some bloke in the bog," and he went, "Aye, that was me."
What you should have done is said, "Oh, part your
Hi,
legs."
Robert.
Evening all.
Oh, stop it.
But no, it was really good. It was worth it just to hear those PMC speakers. They were amazing.
Which PMCs were they?
Is it the B8s? So basically, it was the configuration they had. It was like with subs as well. It was basically a wall.
Yeah.
A wall there and a wall there, and oh my god, 25k of money wise, and just glorious sound.
If
right from
it's
top
not
to bottom.
250, for the big ones with the big subs, they're 250k.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's not those.
Yeah, the big ones. Yeah, the big ones are $250,000 for the big ones.
Yeah,
that they're
yeah,
using mastering houses. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't those.
I've heard those.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're
No,
nice.
these were just lovely.
Quarter of a
And the thing is
million
that
quid.
it
We
was
need to
in
want
a
you
re-
off.
It was in a really quite a small room. I mean, I know those rooms are sort of probably designed and fairly well treated, but it didn't. You couldn't hear any of the room. It was really quite strange. You expected to be hearing sort of room modes and sort of booming at certain frequencies, and it just wasn't there. It was just smooth all the way down. It's incredible.
Well, that's what I've got here with the Trinoff thing, though. I've got a Trinoff thing that does all that here. Whoa. I'm not letting that cuntish thing go. What did you say, Robert?
Let's say automatic filtering is not something I personally would. If they would allow you to give you full access to it, then I would like it less. Let's say their marketing pisses me off the most.
Robert, have you heard a Trinoff system working?
Well, not let's say not a good calibrated
Yes or no?
one.
Yes. Have you heard a Trinnov system working?
Yes. Let's say the difference. I was unsure whether I actually like it.
I'll say it one more time.
Hang on, we were talking about politicians the other day.
Have you heard a fully calibrated Trinnov system working?
Well, again, I'm unsure whether it was calibrated properly, but what it did, I did not like.
Have you thought about a career in politics, Robert? Because that's such a politician's answer.
No,
can you do this? Can you do this?
There's a party looking for a new leader.
I'll tell you that I've
Bill
heard
Clinton ask him
several.
what the definition of is.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I've sat and listened to
Third person singular, the verb to be.
Yeah, I've sat here and listened to Trinnov systems, and I've had a Trinnov system in here on 3 different lots of speakers, and the difference is literally night and day between being controlled or not controlled, and transferable or not transferable. And I will not hear a bad word said about a well-calibrated Trinnov system, because the difference.
I'd rather mess with the all-pass filters myself and know what is actually happening.
God, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? I'm not being
because
funny. Your ears are not as good as what a fucking computer's doing, because the computer knows what it's doing.
Yeah.
All the time, whereas you are fucking around in the dark.
But also on the Trinnov
because I have an
dynamic.
analyzer running. I have the analyzer running.
This is fucking shut the fuck up!
Like, what? You have your pink noise running with 8 microphones in the different spots, and then you go through and make decisions.
Have you ever had a girlfriend, Robert?
No.
Have you ever had a boyfriend, Robert?
No.
Do you have any interest in having a boyfriend or a girlfriend?
No.
I rest my case.
Robert hates people.
Have I answered everything truthfully? Who knows?
No, thank you for answering truthfully. That's absolutely fine. I've never before has the phrase "needs a good fuck" been more.
Brutal.
Oh.
God.
Anyway, moving
Each to their own. That's what I'll say.
Absolutely. But now the thing is, with all of this shit, look, I will always say this very simply. That what annoys me more than anything else is
Robert.
It's not fair. No, that's not. It's when people start commenting or making judgments on things that, not that they don't have knowledge of and know how to do, but they haven't had their hands on it and they haven't used it
and
on a
mixed
day-to-day
through
basis.
it. You need to mix on the system.
My only question was it really working properly? To that system,
but
because
fine.
The things it did, I particularly was actually I was unsure which one let's say before and after were both things I wasn't 100% keen on. It both felt like something was not quite correct. What I felt like, could I have something in between? It's like, could you like give me just a big fucking off? Because this is perfect correction, but I just want to dial it a bit
you can
back.
do that. On a Trinnov system, you can change the percentage on how much you want it, whether it does it 100% or right down to 0%.
It wasn't how I wanted it to.
But what I'm saying is, in these kind of circumstances, when you, by your own admission, you're not sure whether that system was well calibrated, whether you've only experienced it for a short amount of time.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is,
realistically,
you have to.
I didn't know the room beforehand.
But that's what I'm saying. But there are all the more reasons why you're not in a position to make a true judgment, because you didn't know so many details. Whereas you've got to trust somebody who's lived with the system now for 5 years in a room that they know what it sounds like with it on, they know what it sounds like with it off, they know what their monitors sound like with it, and they use it 20 odd hours a day.
Wonder where you were.
You have the internet, BT internet.
You were just off the screen.
You have to take more notice of someone that's doing that rather than having a couple of hours in a room you didn't know with a system you didn't know and make a judgment on that. That's like me turning around and going, do you know what? There's someone who I know that's had a Jupiter 8 for the last 40 years and used it every day of the week, and me just coming along, loading in the first patch, just going, blah, 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 going, oh, this isn't much, and then turning around and saying the Jupiter 8 shit when they're turning around and going, it's a work of art. That is it's the exact equivalent. So you have to.
Let's say I spent well, my day job in a way is sort of going to many different places and listening to different speakers.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Maybe there's a bit of, maybe I'm a bit too judgmental for first thing of like this isn't the right combo, and I'm a bit more like maybe let's try a different combo before going for DSP correction. I mean, maybe I was expecting more because of the marketing.
Yeah, everything you're describing, I can honestly say.
I'm trying to like it.
No. I appreciate that.
I felt disappointed by it, by everybody saying how amazing it was.
But I'll tell you for a fact that I having fallen in love with a pair of speakers, this is, kind of what Jim said was true. It's the time thing, because I fell in love with these MM25s. I thought they were amazing. And then the moment that it was all analysed and the Trinnov system went on, I'm suddenly thinking, fuck, all that really low stuff has gone. And I'm thinking, oh my God, these speakers don't sound half as impressive as they did. And the reality is then, you then live with them. And oh my God, within a week, you suddenly realise that the mixes you're doing on it are so much clearer and so much truer than you were doing without the system on. It's all about
half of it is retraining your brain as much as anything.
It is,
that needs recalibrating.
The whole point is it's trying to make them as flat and kind of phase free and all this kind of thing. And they are. I mean, I'm not being funny. My MM25s now, if I turn the Trinnov off, which you can do, if I turn that off, they'll sound fucking amazing and they'll blow your mind. They will absolutely blow your mind. But you wouldn't mix on them in a million years because the way they are in the room, they're just not true enough.
Well, that's also why the discipline's called psychoacoustics. It's also individual.
Yeah.
So,
of course
absolutely.
it is. Of course it is.
I think to settle this, Ty needs to invite us all round to his house for a party.
You are all more than welcome.
Then he can show us the system in real life.
All more than welcome. I've never said otherwise.
But it's like people.
On my day off, yeah.
If people listen to music played through studio monitors, good studio monitors, and they're playing something off a CD, it's going to sound very different to playing it on your own home hi-fi. Because when you're listening to music on a hi-fi, the bass will be enhanced, the trebles might be enhanced, the mid might be flattened slightly, blah blah blah. Whereas having completely flat response on studio monitors makes commercial music sound very, very different.
That kind of depends on the hi-fi.
I mean, the room is so important.
I'll dig out the Macintosh,
Yeah, and the room itself is hugely important. People underestimate,
Well, it's 90%.
And speaker placements, how far away from the wall,
it's just
blah blah blah.
It's absolutely.
I'm not
massive,
just taking a step back. By the way, Robert, I'm not saying that you don't absolutely
something crappy in a good sounding room.
Your internet's going, Jim.
Yeah.
You should go on 4G.
I always measure the crap out of it.
Oh, he's still off?
Read.
He'll catch up in a minute.
He will.
Come on, Jim. Finish the sentence. Go on, Jim.
Go on, Jim. Cross the line.
Go on, Jim.
Cross the line.
Come on, Jim. You can do it. Go on. Hey, it's back. Sorry, can I just take a step back and just say, Robert, I'm sorry for being insulting. I'm sure that I totally believe you're very good at what you do and how you do it. My argument is that you, because of your individual skills, have every right to turn around and say what you would like to do. But I'm saying for 90% of people, it is better and more accurate to stick a computer in the chain and let it do its shit, because it knows so much more than most people.
Don't get me wrong. I think it's amazing technology. I just don't think. Let's say over marketing and people saying how amazing it was with my experience at that point. I was hoping more. I was hoping for the moon on the stick and more, and I was only given the moon on the stick. So I was disappointed that I didn't get the sun in the package.
I only got the moon on the stick. All I can say is here, in this environment, in this studio, it's the moon on the stick and the sun, and the naked girl running across.
And all the planets.
Where does the phrase "the moon on a stick" come from?
That was that. Do you remember that comedy? What was it? It was oh, for fuck's sake, what were they called? It was the one with the two blokes. Oh,
the one with the two
blokes.
Don't, please.
Two blokes.
Oh, this is where all of a sudden the dementia's kicking in.
Were they wearing dresses? Was it Hinge and Bracket?
No. It came from there.
Yeah.
They used to say that I want the moon on a stick. It was anyway. It will come to
According
Reeves
to
and
the
Mortimer.
Cambridge Dictionary, the idiom means everything that you could possibly want, including things that are difficult or impossible to get.
Yeah.
I.e., what more do you want? The moon on a stick.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for that.
That was lovely.
That's very informative.
What was that? The Cambridge Etymological Dictionary of Comedic
Cambridge Dictionary.
What the fuck did we do before Google? Anyway,
did you get the book down off your shelf?
No.
Or did you?
No, I have the internet.
Have you heard of this? The internet? It'll catch on.
Yeah.
No, it won't. Never.
No, it will never catch on.
It's great, isn't it?
Anyway, I feel that I've come on and I've lambasted people and I've been very rude.
So it's been a typical evening with Ty then.
Let's cheer things up. James Caan is dead.
Oh,
yes,
no.
82.
No.
Yeah.
What is it? Can I just say, what is it with this show? When we're on this show, people have to
People die.
People die, yeah.
James is waiting for 2 whole weeks to do this.
Rollerball was a great film.
Yeah. Oh, I loved Rollerball.
That's one of his best roles, Rollerball. Yeah.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Proper.
He's dead, Jim, but not as we know it.
He looked very, very different to how I remember him, though.
That's cryogenics for you.
Yeah.
Well, he looks different now because he's dead. That's always going to be.
Well, yes.
I always find that always kind of affects the way you look.
Equals had a good soundtrack too.
Right, have I caught up now?
Oh no, we don't want it to catch up. It was just great listening you just go waffle on just at half speed. It was great.
It's all time stretch.
Anyway, sorry. Can I just say, So back to Talyard. What was it that stood out? Because I mean, there were lots of bits there that I'm waiting for. But
well, I didn't want to like the teenage engineering stuff, but I really did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good.
That's really bad news, Jim.
That's good to
Yeah.
hear.
Are you going to be buying a field then, Jim?
No, he's going to be buying one of those little mixers.
Oh no! Don't do that, Jim.
Don't
do that, Jim.
You can buy a field around here for a lot cheaper than an OP one.
Yeah, I've got them both.
Have you not got the other? You must have the other one. The original OP one.
I've got the original OP one, so I've got a field and I've got the mixer on the way.
Why?
Park bench.
There's not a huge amount of difference.
Because he can.
Well done, Robert.
He can, yeah.
No, the field. No. The field is.
Park bench and Captain Brick.
It's the Velcro, isn't it? It's the Velcro on the bottom that you need.
Did it?
No, actually,
so it doesn't slide off your knee.
The Velcro on the bottom is something that would put me off if I'm honest.
There was no Velcro on the bottom of the one that we were playing.
Yeah, there was.
Was there?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
They've all got
two little rings.
Yeah,
I didn't see those.
Cube catches.
Didn't you?
I think I must have peeled those.
And don't forget, it's 100 times better.
It's 100 times better.
Pube catches.
Hey, you have the
That's what they're
OPZ.
going to do. You know it.
No, I don't have an
supposed to be
OPZ.
sitting there playing it in your underpants, but maybe you are.
There was an OPZ there, wasn't there, as well? Wasn't there?
Yeah,
But I
no,
didn't see it.
OPZ have no interest in
But
whatsoever.
that mixer, as I was saying, it's just, it's a lovely, lovely, lovely little thing. It's a lovely
Well
digital
engineered.
trinket, very well engineered, but it's completely fucking impractical.
It is. I know. Don't get me wrong. The way I'm looking at it is totally. And I've said this. I think I've said this to you,
totally
Robbie,
use that
actually.
live.
It's like a little. It's the equivalent of a little Swiss Army knife. That's all it really is. It's one of those little things that when I'm trying to get things hooked up, I'm trying to do this, and it could get you out of a lot of holes just having that in your bag. It's one of those. That's all. That's exactly how I see it.
The problem is getting into those holes.
Yeah. Has Ty ordered a duplicate of whatever monstrosity Teenage Engineering made for Swedish House Mafia? I don't know whether
that's the thing. That was bonkers. That was bonkers.
That was just got Mac Mini inside it anyway, hasn't it?
Has it really?
Yeah.
That was one thing about that little TX6 that I did think of at the time, was that this is so small you can put it in your pocket, you can take it anywhere you want to go.
So small.
We all know that if you put stuff with holes in your pocket, such as your mobile phone, you get fluff in the charger ports. Yeah. Now there's all of those inputs on the top, and there's the stuff on the bottom that you're just gonna get filled with grubby bits of pocket lid.
But at that price, I wouldn't put it in my pocket.
Well, you have a cat. But what I thought that they probably have thought of it. They're going to charge you £500 to have these little kind of like a rubber strip that just plugs in there.
That's what they did that.
I've got a new service to announce.
Defluffing your Teenage Engineering.
Have toothpick, will travel.
Yeah.
So basically,
you're going to be able to
buy a multiple Teenage Engineering butt plug.
I've been defluffed.
I just feel sorry for the tech who in 20 years' time is going to have to work on that little thing.
Yeah, they'd be tiny little techs, wouldn't they? They'd be really tiny little people.
I didn't see any screws on the underside, were there?
It comes with a branded set of forceps.
No, that was on the bill.
Out of there, so.
No, seriously, is it user serviceable at some point?
Oh no, it'll probably be glued in.
Yeah, it's serviceable as a modern laptop. You need to get out your heat gun to take it apart.
And I also just stand in the defence of the OP1 though. It's one of those things. Again, what it does very, very well, and nothing.
I love it.
Quite does it the same way. Yeah. It's one of those that, and I totally get it. Some people will absolutely take to it, and some people just won't. Yeah. But if it's your thing and you do take to it, it does things in the most creative, easy, fun. Do you remember Fun with gear?
Yeah.
Fun way, and it's a great little bit of kit. So the idea of having that with all the improvements and stereo engine and all that kind of thing is.
And sometimes the OPZ does better too. So.
Say again, sorry.
The OPZ stuff is actually better. I know people don't like it, but it's actually more functional.
I
especially you have modular and other stuff to hook up.
Yeah, I had a short time with the OPZ, and it didn't work for me, which proves the point. Some people love the OPZ and don't like the OP1. I love the OP1, don't like the OPZ. So
they're both great.
Yeah. Yeah, no. The thing is, anything that makes you look at things in a slightly different way. No one's going to argue the fact with all the TE stuff, it's too expensive. No one's going to argue that. I don't think there is an argument to be had against that. Well, it is too expensive.
I'm hoping my brother's going to perma-loan me his OP1 because he's got one and doesn't use it.
Yeah, it's a great little bit.
They're brilliant, Jim. Really are.
They're honestly really, really good. Yeah. So, and also the fact, I just love the fact it's just unashamedly digital. It's just out there. I mean, I've said this before. There are sounds that I can get on that I can't get on any other bits of gear. And when people turn around and go, yeah, but you can get an iPad, but come and do this for the same money as that, and you can know all of it. It's a different experience. That's all.
The new Field has those cool tape modes too, so you want those weird grungy modes. You have that.
Exactly, but
it's the one thing I take if I'm going away. That's what I take with me.
Yeah, I saw you using it on the train. So
actually, on the train I was using a circuit. Actually, this time I didn't take it because I took the circuit. But normally
you lied. You just
I would normally take the OP1. In fact, when I go to Edinburgh, the OP1's going with me. He always does.
Yeah.
No,
I can.
And it's a bit flaky. The software's a bit, I have to keep resetting mine every so often. But I love it. It's great.
In other news, Roland SH3A didn't care for it. Was working on one today. I did not care for it at all.
Do tell more.
Is that the one with the keyboards to the side and then all the module bits? Never heard one.
It's the one with after the filter issue.
But it's got its divide down off the oscillator to give you your footages.
That like the SX7 man had later.
Yeah, but I didn't really sort of like.
But Vangelis used it. You must like it. You can hear
No.
you can hear it a lot on Heaven and Hell and Albedo.
It must be fucking well
like-
disguised.
No, that's like in Pulsar, you can definitely hear it in the background, very organized.
Yeah.
Lord Rob.
Oh, is it that
No, but I
German
really
type voice
wasn't-
thing? Is it that?
Wasn't feeling it. I really wasn't. It's sort of like, oh, don't know what all the fuss is about.
It costs money. It says Roland on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, in which case, shut up, Ken.
Mind you, I've already had an email back from the guy. See, this is this thing about getting stuff out of dusty cupboards and stuff like that that they haven't touched for 30 years. He says to me, he says, I plugged it in and I connected up the CV and the gate and everything that you put on the back for me. He says, but it's not in tune. I mean, what do you mean it's not in tune? It is in tune. It's tuned. It's tuned, man. He goes, no. He says, when I press a C, I get an F. So when I push the C on the remote keyboard, I get an F on the SH3. I mean, mate, it's Hertz per octave. Yeah, that's why. It's Hertz per octave, my friend. So you'll need to do it by what we got there. That's Hertz per octave.
Really?
Yeah.
Was the SH3 Hertz per octave, not volts per octave?
Well, it is via the plug-in MIDI kit. So I'm assuming that it is Hertz per octave.
Oh wow!
Yeah, Mike. If you look at the service manual, it doesn't tell you how to what to set the the calibration for the tuning via voltage like it does in most of the other manuals. You have to use a frequency counter to calibrate its initial pitch and scale. And I said to him, no, well, what you got there that's Hertz per octave? We haven't got anything that's Hertz per octave. You're going to have to learn how to play in bloody F then, aren't you? Sorry. I said, are you doing it via the computer and all that? He said, yeah. I said, well, use the transpose in the insert. And then when you press a C, it will actually physically play an F on the SH3.
That wouldn't work in my head. I couldn't.
Yeah. It's click, 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 done. There you go.
But that's because you play more than one note at a time.
Well, he wanted to put fucking MIDI in it. It's not my fault.
It's more a case of I just sit there going, yeah, but it's not right.
No, but you just have an assistant hide it in your template, so you never know.
Oh, what? Me have an assistant? That'll never work either.
How good are you at training puppies?
I think you should volunteer, Robert.
Me trusting.
Yeah, Robert.
Oh God, can you imagine that?
Come on.
You know what? There'd be a sitcom in that.
This is an interview. Robert, this is the interview, mate. This is it.
How many minutes would I last?
Minutes.
Honestly,
So why do you want the job, Robert?
We call it the honest couple.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's a sitcom in the making, definitely.
Can you imagine that? That would just
Actually, I would love to be there when you two actually meet in person.
me, and he keeps.
You'll both be unfailingly nice and polite to each other.
Oh, that's.
But when we met, we didn't know we were both wankers, so it was fine.
Oh, come on! You must have known I was a total wanker. Come on.
No, it was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was. Do you know what I think the best part about it was? It would be untransmissible. Transmissible. Yeah, you'll be able to
Untransmissible, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, because it'd just be.
You were right the first time. The canned laughter machine's broken. No, it's all right. It's never worked.
Excellent. Well, you're more than welcome.
Oh.
By the way, is Andy's chauffeur, Andy and mine's chauffeur, still around?
Neil.
He was in
Is
earlier.
Neil in the chat? Well,
Is
basically,
Neil still there? He was in earlier. I don't know if he's still about.
if he's about, I want to thank him for the idea of these air tags. I've now got them on 3 sets of my mum and dad's keys, which is like going to be essential, I think, going forward. Very handy.
We'll get one for the mother-in-law.
Oh yeah, he's in the chat.
Oh, is there? It's just
Cool.
They get one for me.
Well, thanks for your advice, Neil. Yeah, it's really helpful.
they were really quite. Even I was quite interested. I thought, oh, that's interesting. So what did they do?
So is this so you can track your parents or just their keys?
Just their keys.
Okay.
You know, I've not got onto the parents thing yet. Yeah, I'll have to implant them somewhere. But
I was just thinking that perhaps at some stage in the future we need to ensure that anyone over the age of 70 actually has an AirTag or something implanted in them, because trying to keep track of them can be a complete nightmare at times.
Do you really want to know where they are half the time, though?
Yes, when I've got to inherit, I need to know exactly where they are. And cash that check.
And it helps for when you're arranging the car to go and accidentally knock them over to accelerate the payment.
They stuck a doctor.
Pay someone to do it? I'm Italian.
Quite trust him by tie over. You trust him by tie over with Porsche, and then he'll do it for you.
Please,
hang on a minute. I had my name used in vain. What did you just say, Robert?
No, trust invite you over with Porsche, and it will be a road accident. Two birds in one stone.
So far,
Inheritance.
So far, I've been called a thief. Now I've just been called a shit driver.
Hey, the evening is young.
It's a good start.
I mean, you're the person going on above your TVR accident, so...
Yeah, I had one accident once ever. That's all.
A big one.
You bought a TVR?
Yeah, that was the accident.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, have you got your new electric car yet?
Yes.
And what do you think?
It's lovely. It's really lovely.
You did the Kessel Run in your 11 parsecs.
I'd love to be able to pick fault with it, but I literally cannot pick fault with it at all. It's
was it 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or something?
No, it's not. It's not even the really fast one because it's my sensible car. So it's 4 seconds.
Yeah,
but but no, because it is my it is my sensible car, so I didn't go for the silly one. So it's but it's lovely. It's really nice. It is. I'd love to. It's electric, so I fucking meant to hate it, and it's a Porsche, which I fucking hate. So I meant to hate everything about it. But I want
to quiz you on MX-5s actually.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah, what do you have? Because I love MX-5s.
So I've got the latest. Actually, no, not the latest model. It's 2018 before they did the revision with the 2 litre. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. Honestly, no, I've had so many MX-5s. They are the most fun to drive. They are fucking brilliant little cars.
So they're not have such good fun. If you ever want to learn how to drift, or
if you want to lose the back end on any car,
wank. Just wank.
Yeah. MX-5 with a limited slip diff. Yeah, absolutely.
Wank with a wheel in each corner.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I've had a Mark 1, a Mark 2, and Mark whatever this is for.
Yeah. The Mark. I'd go into Mark 2. Well, basically, yeah.
About as much use as Riptides.
No longer have access to that, but it was a great car, superb car.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well done.
Yeah,
I don't care that they call it a hairdresser's car.
Yeah.
They're nice cars. They're just too small.
It's just the most fun you can have.
Can I point out, genuinely, joking aside, I hadn't been in an MX-5 for ages, and when I literally I hadn't been in one for years, and when I suddenly just went, oh, do you know what? I'm going to go and get an MX-5. So I went to the garage, and I hadn't sat in one for 10 years, and I got in, and the first thing I thought was, fucking hell, you've put on weight, you fat bastard. Squeeze into these seats. I'd lived in these cars for years, and I hadn't been in one for about 2 years, and I literally just went, oh, okay, yeah, I need to lose a bit of weight to sit in this thing. So, yeah.
MX-5.
Yeah.
Like a nicer version of the Miata?
Yeah.
They call them hairdressers' cars because apparently you get into trouble if you call them child molester car.
No, you wouldn't see Prince Andrew in one then.
Oh no, he wear a disguise.
Do you know they are actually they're one of the best handling little cars. End of story.
Yeah,
they're just brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. And I have it because it's nice to just it's the only manual car that I've got, so it's lovely to have just a manual thing to literally throw around the corners.
And rear-wheel drive.
So rear-wheel drive, take off the traction control, and it's just automatic drift mode. brilliant. They're fantastic, and especially when it's snow, when it's sleeting and snow. I have been known just to get out in that, just to have literally just a bomb around, because it's just absolutely brilliant. Yeah, love it. Love it. Well done, Jim. Love you all the more.
Wish.
Awesome.
Right, see, now, then there's Mustang.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, then there's R8s.
Yeah. Well.
We're going to play this game?
No.
None of them are motorbikes. I've lost my dice.
Are you into bikes? You're not into bikes.
Me, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, God, don't let Fiona know.
Apparently,
That's
Madam Two Swords in Blackpool have stuck their Boris Johnson out on the street.
Outside the job centre. Outside the job centre plus, yeah.
Oh, evil.
That is brilliant.
That is superb, isn't it?
Oh, God, that is amazing.
Went to eat and still doesn't know how to tuck his fucking shirt in.
Oh, he does. That's the thing. That was the thing with him. The whole... Before he goes on TV.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Shirt, all
Yeah.
that.
Because
I'm one of you.
That's what makes it worse. That's what makes it worse. There's nothing genuine about that cunt. So, anyway, look, I'm gonna love and leave because I do actually have to go and do a bit of work, and I will come back later if you're still
There's
around.
an oboe with your name on it.
There's it's not. Well, no, it's just American football, so it's a lot.
I was going to go actually, Ty.
It's say again.
I was going to go actually.
I was playing
Oh, you
today,
don't have to go now.
I'll go. Then you can all go. Thank fuck. I don't have to leave now. No, I will. I'm just going to do a bit of work, and then I will. If you're still around later, I will show my face.
Well, I wasn't counting on dying, so yeah, probably.
Right.
So no more shaking
Say
robots.
that.
Anything is possible.
I was going to say,
You might
don't
fall
say
asleep again, but you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
That was
one
nice.
Keep doing the obituaries in here as well. It's just like making
Just
sure
keep
we're all
updating
still
it.
here. Yeah.
Still here.
Present.
Excellent. Okay,
Well,
I am
have fun,
going.
Ty.
Have a great one.
See you later,
I'll see
Ty,
in a
mate.
bit.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Look after yourself, baby.
See you soon.
Take care, darling.
Ty always lightens the mood.
I love taking the piss out of his
You
eyes,
asked
so-
Robert if he lightened the mood.
Oh,
Just ask
time to go
Robert,
now.
did he lighten the mood? Or
Yeah.
did he feel like you've just been punched right in the face?
It's a tough love.
Oh,
kind of thing,
ooh. We've had a fight down at the Spong Arms again. Oh,
Yeah, it was.
well, it was one of the most fun ones we've tried so far.
But he apologised afterwards. It was fine.
No, it was all good. It was all
That's
good.
wrong. He doesn't mean his apologies, does he?
Yes, he does.
Well, put it this way: he didn't break a bottle. You know, we hadn't got to that stage.
Yeah, that was Ty's politician moment, the apology. So
Yeah.
But we definitely have to clip his comments about Beringer. We've got to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. On repeat.
Spam the Beringer page
Yeah.
on Facebook with
It's
it.
going in there on Saturday. It will be in. I don't give a shit how, but it's going in.
Excellent.
Actually, yeah, Andy, you could sample it and use it in one of your jams.
I've
That's
just
why
said
you
that.
just said that.
I've just said that. I've just said
Oh,
that.
sorry,
Sorry. Yes.
my
I will do
brain
that.
obviously just farted.
So that's what peditawi means. Just if you're interested. I came, I saw, I farted. So I don't ask me. I just thought I would put that in. I came. Right. What was I talking about?
I've no idea.
Brain fart.
Hardware jam.
I'm supposed to be the one with the memory problems.
Grace has pinged me, says she's around on Saturday, so we will probably do a jam on Saturday. So somehow, somewhere, somewhen, we will squeeze in that little clip. It will mean me having to go back through all trading through all this and finding that, but yeah, it will happen.
It's about an hour and a half in.
There you go.
Thanks, Ian. Have you got a preciser number than that?
Not really, but
it's while Ty was on. There you go.
Yeah, we got.
While time, that'll help. Thanks, Ken.
Just keep scrolling until you see his face pop up.
When his face isn't there, go back a bit.
Go back a bit, yeah.
We're now at 2 hours and 3 minutes, so an hour and a half is probably about it.
Oh, man. Oh, dear me. Oh. Life. Right. I wouldn't buy one.
Right, I'm going to nip off now anyway.
All right, dear.
Bye,
might be
James.
awesome that this is back on. Great to see everyone.
Yeah, we're glad you're back. Actually,
Well, this week. Yeah, this week anyway.
And it was awesome
Really
seeing
good to see
people
you.
in 3 dimensions as well. You know. But
Yeah, it
now,
was.
Now back
It was
to
good.
like 2D Jim. Yeah.
What would have loved to have been there, but yeah.
Yeah, apparently that's how people used to interact back in
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
medieval times,
Certainly. Cool.
or pre-internet, as we call it.
No, if we're talking about
Have a good
what
evening, Jim.
what was the best thing about?
Okay.
Yeah, see
Later,
you, Jim.
Jim.
Take care.
See you later, buddy.
And in fact, I'm gonna dip out for about an hour or so, but I will be back.
Indeed, sir.
All right,
Good
so
man.
see you in about an hour.
We'll,
All right.
we'll
Take
see
it
you in a
easy.
bit.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Ta-ra, Ian.
Cheers.
I was just about to say one of the best things for me about the Gear Fest thing going down to London wasn't actually the gear. It was actually meeting up all these different people and sitting and talking and chatting and just engaging. That was really delightful. Sure, talking to people on the stands, but even they were clearly glad to be back out and talking to people about this stuff. And it was lovely. It was a really very positive and enjoyable afternoon.
That's why I'm looking forward to Synthfest.
Absolutely, yeah. I hope it continues there.
I have to lodge a complaint that no one got shots of carpets.
There weren't any.
Yeah.
There was not a single carpet to be seen for love nor money.
Oh man.
It was all
Not even
lovely
a swatch?
parquet
Poor man's.
floors and smooth. It was all so unbelievably modern. There wasn't a carpet to be seen for love nor money. There really
Oh dear.
wasn't.
It's poor man's nan.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. There were none of these carpets where your feet stick to them because of 5 generations worth of spit and beer.
But also, it wasn't just a single space, was it? There were
No, it was lots
different
of different
all
rooms
over
and
the place.
outside areas and things, and so there was bits of there was some
Didn't spend the
hardware
money
and
of
carpet
like
through some of it.
putting a shit carpet into every venue, like you normally do in any exhibition.
No.
Where you buy like the cheapest, shittiest, thinnest carpet.
It's probably the same carpet. They just keep hiring it around.
No, like it's normally just bought and binned directly after because you normally expect it to be spilled with however many drinks.
I guess it depends on the kind of expo too.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah.
Oh well, you've never been to a trade show in Britain, then. I mean, the bars are very important.
It was the whole thing. It was actually pretty small in many ways, but it was enough that you could go, you could see, you could get around, move around, never feel overwhelmed by it, and it was really well done. I enjoyed it immensely.
Good.
The food was good too, actually. I'll say that. The bit that I had, anyway.
Was the New Rhodes piano there?
Yes. I'm saying a cautious yes. I didn't. I'm pretty sure it was. I'll take that back. I don't know for certain. I can't remember.
Well, it would make
certainly
sense to be there.
There was actually there was the KMR. Is it KMR? Some big. There was a shop that was displaying anyway, and they'd got loads of things
big
like
London shop.
the Viscount and all sorts of other stuff in there. It might have been, but I maybe it wasn't, Sassy. I think I might have just made that up. I mean, there was a beautiful thing from Viscount. It looks like a Rhodes with the nice front panel. It was about £5,500. It was so expensive, but the keyboard was beautiful. The keyboard was wooden, and the front panel, and it looked and felt amazing. I've seen it on the old interwebs, but I never sort of taken any notice. You see the physical thing in front of you, and you go, now I get it. I understand what this thing's about. And it was a beautiful, beautiful instrument. And they'd got there was a Hammond version kind of thing as well, with drawbars and stuff. 3,400 quid. I'm thinking, what are these keyboards that I know nothing about? How's that happened? But they were obviously, these are things that have been created for gigging musicians that need a Rhodes, that need a Hammond, that need a this and need the other, and they've been going back.
And they are giggable.
And they are. They're solid. They're beautiful things. They really are beautiful. core they cost. They really do. So the fact that the new Rhodes costs £7,000, isn't that mind-blowing when you're putting it up against the things that are there to fulfill that role already? They
It's
were
cool.
beautiful.
The Rhodes booth at NAMM had the top up, so you could see all the metallic
internals
structures
of it.
inside. It was really interesting.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that busy until the day Stevie Wonder showed up. Then it was a mob.
Yeah.
Well, quite, yeah. Yeah, Ken, I've seen Woody Piano Shack's stuff. Yeah, I've seen that and know that. He's done some good bits on all of those things. He's a piano guy, isn't he? Piano. Oh, I think the beer's getting into my system now. Sorry, I'm just talking drivel.
Well, that's where it should be.
Yep.
I'd love to dismantle a Rhodes. Actually, it's just one of those instruments that I understand how they work, but I would just really like to get my hands on one.
Would you be able to understand how to put it back together, though?
Yes.
Well, that's the problem for later.
They're really
After
simple.
you've taken it apart.
They probably are really simple, actually.
They
You
are.
probably
They
could,
are.
yeah.
They are very, very simple. Yeah.
Well,
And
I mean,
people
it's
probably
just
used to do it on a
70 times
day-to-day
the same.
basis.
But I mean, ultimately, it's 70 times the same mechanism.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And the way the case goes together is very, very similar to the four-voice, Weber 4-voice. In fact, you could literally mistake the cases for each other, except the fronts are it's much taller on the four-voice than it is on the Rhodes. But do it to a 200A. There's a challenge.
what, like getting all the solder on and then filing it off? And then if a reed if it snaps off, you need to take the whole bar off and put them all back in.
Yeah, but you got this thing with when they start going a bit, when they start to crack, so the note goes a bit dull, and it loses its sustain. And you've got to rip that out and get another one in and put the solder on and file it down and keep hitting the key and checking the stretch tuner. File a bit more off, file a bit more off. Don't get any filings on the pickup plate, otherwise when you press the note, you go like that. It's, oh man, such a pain in the arse, they really are. But so far to date, I've managed to electrocute myself on over half of them. Because as you look, because the amp, the power amp sits on the front, and when you lean over and you're trying to adjust a reed, and it's oh, you mother of pearl. Yeah, so always electrocuting myself with them. So.
Why do they put the power amp up the front?
Well,
that's where the
speakers
knobs are.
at the front.
Yeah. So they got all your mains and everything all marries up onto a plate just behind that. You know where the silver front panel will go, and you've got the two knobs, the volume and the tone, and then behind that is the power amp, the transformer, the main, and where all the mains meets up and everything.
Which way does it fold on the 200A? Is it forwards or backwards? To get the panel off. Do you fold it forwards onto the keys, or do you lie it?
Oh no, there's two bolts on the front underneath. You undo that, and it just hinges off, and then you walk away with it. Yeah, it just hinges straight off. Yeah, but you have to remember to take the two plastic knobs off first. That's literally what holds the front panel on. It's just having the knobs there. It stops it from going up and down. So, and they're bloody heavy, even though they're relatively small things. They are quite heavy for what they are. So, I always used to hate putting the legs on them. So, just sitting there screwing the fucking leg in. Exactly like that. It's when they don't sound like that. Where it goes ding plank, ding plank, plank, ding plank, ding ding plank, plank.
That is a vintage sound nowadays.
Yeah. But it was for a while when we were ordering in the reeds from Vintage Vibe, and there was a batch of them that they had, quite a huge batch of them, and they were brittle. And you'd be playing it, and you go ding, and they'd be flying up in the air all over the workshop. Oh dear. Okay, it's the bad batch.
Is that just from rough playing or from put on the road?
No, there was a fault in the pressings. So they hadn't been tempered correctly or something, or there was too much. They were dipped too long in the carbon powder or whatever.
So if they sit in one place for years, they shouldn't need any maintenance, right?
Yeah. Now the old original ones, I mean, you could play them forever. It'd take a long, long time before one of them would crack or snap off. And there's another thing. This has happened to a couple of guys I know on stage. When sometimes the reed snaps, especially when you're actually playing the note at the time that it breaks away, and it flips up, it hits the top of the case, and then it falls down onto the electromagnet microphone pickup. And then all you hear at 2,000 watts around the arena is... and you have to keep smacking it and hope it drops down.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's good fun.
That's what you always wanted to hear at your Supertramp concert.
Yeah.
Speaking of weird metal stuff, did you see that guy who replaced the piano strings in his piano with different things and used hammers, actual hammer heads to hit the strings?
Yes. All right.
He made a sample pack with it. It was really cool, actually.
Wow.
There's a contact library you can get for it, Kent. It's pretty fun.
Oh, that sounds like a good one, actually.
He puts a disturbing amount of effort into doing that.
He fools the guys coming in and stuff. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. It's a bit of a fool's errand, I suppose, but there you go.
In many ways.
Actually, there's a bit of a... Oh, no, there's a Mark 1 on here. I thought there was a 200A on the Hydra. Or something similar to a 200A, anyway. Yeah. It's not, it's a Fender.
I like the video the guy did from Piano Book where they said, what does a piano really sound like when you drop it? And they actually did it.
And it sounded like shit.
Not like much, yeah. It's all those cartoon noises and stuff are all like just fantasies. It just crumbles and it's under so much stress it just blows apart.
Yeah.
You'd think it would sound like the end of Sgt. Pepper's.
Exactly, that's what everyone thinks, but it's nothing like that.
Yeah, pretty much like...
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't sound like you put a stone on the sustain pedal and have the big 2x1 to just hit all the keys at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I think that's how they normally did their sound effects. Stone on the pedal and just, large pattern of wood.
All arms. Yeah, give it some.
Yeah, just hear a big crush noise is what you hear. So.
Actually, I'm trying to think if I got a 200A anymore. Oh, of course I have. See, this is the thing about my memory. I'm going, do I have a 200A? Yes, of course I have a 200A in contact. Twat. Oh, God,
yeah,
my memory.
My
memory.
Keys.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my memory. Oh, yoy. It's been really, actually, a little unsettling, I have to admit, when you get a customer come to the door. You go, hello, Kent. Yeah, I've come to pick up my bloody blah. And you go,
what?
Who are you? You come to pick up... Do we have one here? It's very unsettling.
Just ask Fiona, she'll know.
Yeah, well, I've been relying on her so much over the last few weeks. It's been ridiculous.
On a slightly similar note, Grace is just wishing you all the best, Kent. She's just said in the chat.
Oh, thank you,
seem very much back to rude health. So pleased to see the Spong Arms doors.
Well, definitely rude anyway.
And the legendary landlord up and about. So.
Aye.
Yeah,
polish the counter and everything. So yeah, no, it like I say, it's been a little disconcerting. Well, actually, if I'm going to be truthful about it, it's been fucking terrifying at times. Because you feel very vulnerable if you can't remember anything.
Yeah.
Not a great feeling, trust me. I don't wish that on anybody. But it's been coming back, so that, although there's still swathes of it that's missing. I mean, if you ask me what did I do between February and April,
restored some synths, right?
Probably, but I'd be guessing. I wouldn't remember any particular thing, which is a little bit sort of like disconcerting.
Also, we need to check into the Spong Arms and see what's going on.
Yeah. The other thing is, I kept calling the wrong dog, the dogs the wrong names as well. I mean, repeatedly. I was sitting next to Charlie. I'm going, all right, Nelly, and this dog's looking at me going, that's not my name. What the fuck are you talking about? And Fiona has to say, that. She goes, that's Nelly? Oh, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I know it is. Hello, Nelly. Hello, Nelly. As far as I was concerned, that was Charlie. Oi. So,
So all
but
the
that's
dogs-
happening less and less and less. So
All
a
the
lot
dogs
of
have post-it notes stuck on them now.
yeah, exactly. So a lot of my
Good evening, Grace.
hey, Grace. A lot of my absence has been probably best I don't interact with people because I'll look like a complete twat.
How would we tell?
Or repeating myself. Or repeating myself. Or repeating myself. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, no, yeah. That's... So, and there was one occasion where I went into the front room to ask Fiona if she wanted a cup of tea, and I'd gone, and I had to stop and think what her name was. So I go, do you want a cup of tea? She went, yeah. What took you so long to answer? Oh, no, nothing. Back into the kitchen going, fucking hell, I couldn't remember her name. Shit. But it wasn't so bad where I had to sneak into her purse and have a look at her credit card, see what her name was. But it felt like it could have been. If it had continued.
Weird.
Yeah.
How weird. Yeah.
And yeah, you feel so vulnerable. So vulnerable. Do you know what? I'm going to sit in the corner here and be very, very quiet.
Yeah.
And wait for this to pass. Please pass. So, and I must admit, I've been playing it down a lot with Fiona because she's been very worried, obviously. And I keep going, no, that's all right. No, I know, I was joking.
She won't have missed it. You'll not have avoid.
No,
you'll
she-
not have managed to avoid that. She'll have spotted everything, but just.
Oh no, she's
Be
been
glad about
documenting. She's been documenting it. I've since found out that every time I have one of these sort of like that and go all weird, she makes a little record of when it was, the time it happened and stuff like that. So when the doctor came around, it was like, she goes, so what happened? Oh, I just had a bit of a moment and everything like that. It's all right now and everything like that. And she goes, no, look, this is what happened on that day. Look, this happened that day. And the next month, see, it happened here and this happened here. And his memory was pretty shit and blah, 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 like that. And I'm going, you sneaky moo. I didn't see you do that. So God bless her for doing it, but there you go. But
Anyway,
yeah.
how's Grace? You're up in Scotland or something at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, Bonnie Scotland today. Can you hear me all right? I've
Oh,
no idea.
where
Yeah.
are you?
Yes.
I'm on the laptop, so I've no idea if it's working.
yeah.
Had the rarest of afternoons off. We travelled in yesterday evening from Switzerland, having done Montreux Jazz the night before. And then tomorrow we're headlining Transmit, which is the replacement for Tea in the Park,
Yeah.
as was.
So are you in Glasgow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I went for a very, very, very nice curry earlier on, as you have to do when you're in Glasgow. You've got to eat curry. So, yeah. Yes. I'm delighted to see you in very rude health, obviously. What else would be the right words?
No, rude is an excellent description.
Actually,
as a-
earlier. He gave a new definition to
Well,
rude.
isn't that how it's spelled? Isn't that how rude
Brilliant.
spelled? T and a Y? That's,
yeah.
that's
That's it abbreviated.
Thank you.
yeah, I've got to see Richard Hilton tomorrow. Who was that? Ken? Yeah. We've been talking, and we're going to make a point of meeting up tomorrow, so that'll be nice.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I'm
Actually,
off to
on
see
that-
him on the
I'm actually
27th.
I'm more excited about seeing Chic play tomorrow than anything else about the whole fucking day.
Yeah, I'll be coming down to near you, Kent, on the 27th to go and see Rich.
Yeah.
Sandown.
Now you're making me really pissed off.
I'm
Sassy, thank
seeing
you
him
for
in
your-
Doncaster. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sassy, for your text. That is the one weekend forever that I am actually booked and busy because they're playing on the 16th, which is the day my brother's having his 50th birthday party in Harpenden in Hertfordshire. And everything's booked and has been in the calendar for so bloody long. I'm going to be down in Harpenden. I just couldn't get around it, so I appreciate the fact that you thought to mention it to me. And I would love to have been able to go because part of me thinks, when is she playing in Doncaster? I should look at that, and then I never look. And then now, it's on the one weekend I can't make it. yeah, thanks for pinging me that text. I did appreciate it.
No worries. I mean, it would be great seeing Sheik, but actually, just meeting Rich again. He is such a genuinely lovely man. You'll really get on with him, Grace.
Oh no, I'm really looking forward to it. That's going to be the highlight of my weekend, actually. Just meeting Richard and.
He got me the 2 passes on condition I send him a shirt. So we've had one specially made.
Does it say El Presidente on it?
Actually, looks like Richard's travelling at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's in the Netherlands today. He was in Brussels this morning, Netherlands today, Glasgow tomorrow, then back to the Netherlands.
Does Rich know he's got a stalker?
I spoke to him earlier today. So
do you hide an air tracker thingy?
I've got one of the Apple Air thingies on him. Yeah.
AirTags. That's it.
AirTag. Yeah. No, we had a truckload of gear went to Switzerland from London a couple of days ago, and one of my friends had an AirTag in his toolbox. And so we were watching the progress of the truck in new ways that we never used to be able to do pre-pandemic. And he stopped for a bit of a lie down in France somewhere, spying on the truck drivers. And they didn't have this before, so it's a whole new dimension of fun. Tag your equipment and follow the truck.
Apparently, had to make their own. When I worked there, we tagged everything with Google tags. So
yeah.
Well, I mean, the technology is cheap and available, and it works. You know,
it's a good idea.
Induction loops in warehouses is becoming quite common to actually try and track things properly.
Oh, yeah.
But so between rooms, you put an induction loop around every door, and then when something gets moved from one room to another, once you have tagged it properly, that is, then you can track it properly. If you haven't tagged it properly and things are in the software anywhere, then you get some very interesting spirits data and a database that you can just throw away and start again.
As Robbie will probably know, that there are some less than scrupulous companies that actually monitor their employees that way as well.
Oh yeah, asset tracking.
Timing how long they're spending in the toilet or having a quick fag somewhere.
So the resolution of these things is quite intense.
Oh, the resolution of our system is down to 1 meter.
Wow.
So we can pinpoint an asset down to 1 meter in an entire office block or warehouse or wherever. It's dead clever stuff. And yes, if used in particular ways, obviously we don't support that kind of thing, but it can, all a customer has to do is write their own APIs to interface with our system, and they can gather whatever data they want to gather. That's entirely up to them to do that. We sell this as a location services and asset tracking and condition monitoring service, and we can track. I mean, the use cases that we have is for emergencies, so when everybody's out of the building, because you can track their passage, and if and if they're not out of the building, you can find out where they are to go and rescue them. So it improves life expectancy in that way. You can monitor the usage of a room. So yes, the company can attach an individual to a tag or a tagged code, but most companies do it all anonymously because they have to, because it's a lot of the laws, especially in Europe, protect against that. But you can see exactly how many people are using different rooms at different times in different parts of the building, and you can switch your heating off. You can switch your lighting off. You can shut rooms down and say, well, nobody ever uses those rooms, so we just kind of
you can tie them into the building management system. So
exactly,
seamless.
And then you also tie it into your access control system as well.
Yeah.
So you can geofence, and you can say, your tag will work in this part of the building, but not in that part of the building. And if you breach the geofence, then somebody is alerted to you doing that immediately, or
it just reminded me of my Oppo, the front of house engineer on this tour. His dog has got a tag around its collar, and he's got an app on his phone that when his dog goes a certain distance away from the house, he lives up in the Highlands in Scotland, So when a dog gets beyond the perimeter, which is a virtual perimeter that he's set on the app, he gets an alert, and he gets a view because it's got a little camera in it, so he gets doggy view when dog's gone off territory. He rings his wife up and goes, "Dog gone for a walk," just to go and find it.
But this tech is so cool because you can also tag physical assets, non-live assets, so you can keep a track of where components. If people are moving things around, you can identify. So we're already established in things. I mean, in fact, that's how our company got established, because it was Howard Hughes, who whose company, Hughes Helicopters at the time, needed a system to track all of the components that went into building Bell helicopters and Hughes helicopters and stuff. So we used RFID, and that's kind of how we started along those lines. But the other thing, these are cracking. These little, they're like little mini Toblerones, and you attach them to, for example, the motor on a conveyor belt in Terminal 5's baggage handling system. Yeah. So you put it on there, and you start it up, and it machine learns. So it understands the optimum vibrations, the optimum heat, the optimum everything about this thing. And as soon as it deviates from that, an engineer will get a warning, and they can then go and attend that before it burns out and the whole thing shuts down. They can fix it, So T-Fire's baggage system all operates with these condition monitoring on every single motor and every single thing that could possibly fail, and it monitors vibration and heat and light. In certain cases, they have light sensors on them, and it keeps cold chain as well as another use. You pack up a pallet full of food, whatever's supposed to be kept at a certain temperature, not exposed to light or anything like that. You put one of these things on one of these tags on it, and it goes into the lorry, and it can be tracked on its distance, and then when it gets to its destination, the data can be sent just like that to the receiver, saying 2 hours into the journey, the refrigerator broke down for an unacceptable amount of time, bin it. So straight away.
It's huge, isn't it, in cold chain distribution?
Yeah. So I went to
before
Sweden.
I'm going to disappear now. Sorry, folks.
We bored you to death.
It's because I'm here.
No, because actually, Neil Wharton was talking about these things. I was really quite fascinated by them, and it really is quite interesting, if slightly scary too. But no, it's gone 10, and I need to jump into bed and hide myself from the light. So I will.
Okay. Cheers, Andy.
Now Grace is around. I'll say hi, Grace. Bye, Grace.
Are we on for Saturday? In Scotland.
Yeah, I know. It's still reasonably light outside here. Are we on for Saturday? Was that what we said? Yeah. Oh, if you're okay, so that'd be cool. Yeah, that's quite exciting. Ooh. Right, I'm going to climb into my little bed and get some Zeds. So I'll see you all soon, folks.
See you, Andy. Great chatting.
Glad to see you back, Kent. I'm glad you're well. So take care, everyone.
Thanks, Dan. Take care, mate.
I would say it's cool those tags got better, because I felt sorry for the guy at Apple who was the inventory guy walking around the hallways, because resolution was like 15, 20 feet.
Oh, wow.
And it could be in someone's office or someone else's office. I'd have like several $5,000 cameras in my office for photo testing, and he knew it wasn't mine, because I was very good about getting back to him, as well as making sure the tag was in there. Sometimes people would take the tag out of the box and not put it back in there, so the poor guy's wandering hallways for days, looking for shit. Yeah. And they're all locked offices, being a lockdown area for Apple lockdown, so you can't just go into random offices.
One of the cool uses, and it sounds like an obvious one, so when it's used for occupancy management and emergency stuff, the resolution of things is such that you can put a sensor in an elevator and one on the door on the building side of the thing, so they're only a few feet apart, or maybe not even that, and it will tell you which direction people are moving. And so in the event of an emergency, you can see if somebody went back, because which direction they were going through. So you can actually, if you hook these things up in certain ways, you can plot
somebody's whereabouts based on where they went, which of course is a good security thing as well, because you can see where people snuck off to.
Yeah.
Might be useful in 10 Downing Street.
Well, I mean, we have.
They just use the cameras.
Stick one in Boris's pants.
Actually, it's funny because it was like a busman's holiday. My son rolled his eyes, but when I was in Tile Yard on Saturday, we were in TYX, which is the little studio complex that they have sort of like underground, and I'm wandering round, and I said, "Oh look, they use our stuff." So that's our Signo reader, which is the latest greatest thing that we have, and the whole complex was all of all our readers. But if you go into any airport, any military establishment, I mean, I forget which military. I think we used to do the Russians. Used to do the Russian Navy. All of their security was HID. Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, James Cairns died.
Hey, 2 hours.
We mentioned it earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
You weren't here, so
he was the king of Playboy Mansion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, didn't know that. Just literally just seen it.
Yeah. I was just saying,
Seems like
Ken's back on air. Somebody dies. That's how it
It's
works.
6 weeks since Fletch died, isn't it?
Actually, I thought he died sometime in the 70s at a toll booth.
Yeah. What a scene.
I could be wrong.
Time to watch Thief again.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. I just set up Spearsy. So go on, show your face, you tart.
I must say, whilst I'm not a fan of software synths, as you know, I think I will get that Oberheim SEM.
You should get the OBE as well.
OBE is amazing, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Why isn't it a subset of OBE as a plugin? Why is it separate? That's the only thing I don't quite understand. But
it's an affordable way in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also.
Yes, but why don't you get it when you have OBE? Because I wouldn't see the commercial point of having a different thing when with OBE you can do the same thing of setting it to just one SEM.
I think there's something about using something in a more focused way. If you know what I mean, because you got the one SEM, you concentrate on that, and you set up your patch on that. Because you can still port that patch into OBE if you want.
Yes, but you could just enlarge one SEM in OBE and.
Yeah, but if you're going skeuomorphic, that's not proper. They look different.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. There's bound to be.
You don't have to buy it.
There's going to be a reason that
Gateway drug.
If
That's Dave's words exactly. Yeah.
See, if Dave comes on, you can ask him actually. Because if anybody's going to know, he is.
It does sound very good.
Because it sounds like that. That's why you buy it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Thief, that's very similar to that one, Pat.
I didn't even think about it. It was just like, oh yeah.
Still going.
Yeah. Still going.
Still going.
And it
There you
just
go.
sounds very analog, bizarrely. Or maybe not bizarrely. I mean, they do bloody good software, but
Yeah. Well, let's say that Hugo is quite a programmer.
Yeah, so somebody asked in the Process Network group, is this proprietary code or is it just a vanilla VSTI? Yeah. Oh, if you only knew.
No, it's just vanilla code. It's just simple C and C++. Anybody can do that.
Yeah.
With a few years.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the Cherry Audio 8 voice as well, and it's nice, but it's no OBE.
No.
Oh God, I hate NDAs. I was gonna. Oh, shit. Fuck, basically.
It's been terrible if you forgot about any NDAs.
Yeah, well, actually, funny enough, I was talking to Dave yesterday on the phone, and I said about that. I said, "Do I have any NDAs with you?" He went, "Yeah, Right. Oh, good. Can you point out what they are again? What? Just point them out.
What I do now is I just assume that I'm NDA'd on everything.
Everything, yeah.
And then you can't go wrong.
Yeah. That's it. You know that? No, never mind.
Yeah.
I
almost did that
you
today.
never know what your employees are NDA'd on. So when you're in the hallway talking to people, you can't talk about anything.
Yeah, well, you can't even have tit in books. So
yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem. It has to be a word in front of it. It has to be a compound word.
What was the other thing they were going on about one day? That's one of those videos of, unusual things that are banned in the US. What was it? The long darts.
Oh yeah, I had those as a kid, but I could see why they were banned because they're easy to kill somebody.
Yeah,
that was half the fun.
Well, I know. I almost got hit by him once. I got out of the way.
Yeah, so. Casualty was full of people going, "I've got this long dart in my leg."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
As soon as some kid wings it, you run away.
Yeah, but it has that adverse effect, doesn't it? Because it was banned, kids wanted them for much longer. Of
course.
Because here the kids going, nah, I don't want long darts, thanks. I've had them. It was
Hey, look, we have guns. We have more dangerous stuff to play with. So
Yeah, that's what's
so
AK-47,
bizarre. Go for it.
Yeah, you can't buy a Kinder Egg, but you can get an AR.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Kinder Eggs as well. It's like, wow.
They're very dangerous, but plastic could kill you in 1,000 years.
Yeah, eventually. Oh, that's weird. I'm surprised it did that. Okay. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, if you go through those ads of like 50s and 60s stuff, it's hilarious. The dangerous toys they had and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I always liked the whole advertising thing. They had Fiona bought these audiobooks. Well, they weren't. It was radio shows basically. I think it's from the late 30s. It was the Orson Welles Theatre thing where they take a book and they condense it down into a half-hour story.
Yeah.
And so did this one. It was a guy. This guy was a chemist, and the announcer at the beginning said, now we continue part 2 of our story. Blah 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 blah. About this guy called Aerosmith. And it was all this sort of thing. He goes, but remember that chemists recommend that children have at least a quart of milk a day. So we recommend Campbell's cream of mushroom soup.
Yeah.
And then when he says the flavours, so he's going like, there's mushroom, there's tomato, pomegranate, I don't know, cement, tarmac, whatever. Right, he has to say Campbell's in front of every single one. So he's going, so try Campbell's mushroom, or Campbell's tomato, or Campbell's leek, or Campbell's pea, and all this. And it's like, wow, advertising.
Well, shit, at one point, cigarettes were considered healthy, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Even
your doctor recommends Winston.
Yeah.
There's a
both sides of the Atlantic,
Flintstones cartoon commercial in black and white. Fred and Barney smoking. I forgot. They're not Chesterfields, but something like that. And like talking about the dames. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, it's funny how things move on and can change, and some things always stay the same.
Like now, you have to put the header. If you even watch like Netflix now, they have to put in the warning: smoking, alcohol use. Drug use. They call it all out separately.
Or if you're watching old Looney Tunes, caution: this cartoon may contain sentiments only expressed and acceptable back in the 1930s.
Yeah.
I mean, they have no problem showing children having sex, but they'll put a warning on a cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
What children having sex?
I've never seen any children having sex, but
I've noticed they started.
Guns are fine, but I've
having sex with guns. Yeah. Children having sex with guns.
Have you noticed they started censoring YouTube clips?
Have they?
What, like age restrictions or?
No. So, like for instance, like you watching a YouTube clip of something or other. So like some monthly or weekly thing a guy does where he talks about this car and then that car, for instance, if it was a car one, and they censor out certain words, but it's clearly been censored by people who don't speak English, because some of the words they're censoring out aren't actually rude words, but they think it might be, so they put little asterisks in and then go boop over the top of the audio. Like for one reason, They did one. This guy was reviewing some. What was it? It was a Ford Galaxy or something. And apparently the word trunk, it must be very rude somewhere because they bleeped out the word trunk.
Well, there are some very funny videos where they intentionally bleep things to make you think it's dirty.
Yeah. But these were like genuine, and especially the ones that turn up on Facebook now. And you click on these video clips, and quite a lot of them now are censored.
We got a strike, didn't we, on Facebook last week?
Did you?
Yeah, on the live stream, they said we've muted part of your show. I think it was copyright thing, but so it says click here, for more information. So you click there, and it just tells you why they do this thing, not why they've done it to you. There's just the general thing. They don't tell you whereabouts in your 2.5 hour show we've muted the audio so that you can go in and say, oh, well, I dispute that or whatever. It just says,
because you don't know. 2.5 hours, right?
Well, yeah, quite.
Well, that's a claim, though, not a strike. Because strike, they take your video down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they
they
don't tell
the
hard way.
No, exactly.
I can't think of anything that happened on that show that would warrant that.
No, exactly. And I think what it probably is, I'm not going to bother looking because we don't get any revenue from Facebook anyway, and very few viewerships through.
We get revenue.
We do. So I've not bothered, but we have had it happen. So the YouTube version of that show, last week's show, not a problem, absolutely fine. But Facebook for some reason. But what we did have once before was we played the trailer for a new product, and somebody claimed it. It didn't say it was the manufacturer; it was something on behalf of someone else. So whether the company had used some library music or something. So I just raised a dispute and said we simply played the trailer of a product that's being promoted. A few days later, it got lifted. We didn't have to worry about it.
Well, you saw the famous Woody Piano Shack video where the Roland demo was claimed by an Indian guy who stole the music and sang over it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And if it weren't for the BBC interview he did and the influence he had there, it would have stayed on there. They finally took it down.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Wow. Well, there you go.
Well, YouTube don't give a crap because, nearly all of this show would be gone.
But you're not monetized, and you fly under the radar.
You're not doing filter sweeps, that's why. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I start doing 303.
Oh, we should all do it. When we've got a full house, we should all do a filter sweep.
Yeah.
I got a hit within seconds of putting my filter sweep up.
Really?
I got the Kid Rock Bow to Bow, which is the most embarrassing one ever.
I think it took me like 5 attempts to get a filter sweep hit.
Yeah, Wagyu's saying it was probably the Korg PA5X. He said, I told you some rapper would have made songs from the default styles.
In fact, we didn't cover that. So honestly, I don't know what it is, and I cannot be bothered to go and find out. Because if it happens on YouTube, it tells you, it shows you exactly from start to finish which this is the offending piece, and then you then have your choice of actions. You can either mute it, or they've got a beta thing of where it supposedly just removes the offending audio.
Well, they're pretty draconian too, because if you fight it and you lose, you could be in big trouble.
Exactly. Yeah. The onus is on you to. Yeah. But and you have to sign it with your name and everything.
I do find it perverse that, bearing in mind the fair use doctrine, that if, for example, Kent is playing a 30-second piece of music, that could theoretically be struck down on a copyright basis, and yet it's perfectly acceptable in any other realm of life, apart from YouTube.
It's random too, because I used a Pink Floyd Learning to Fly clip once on a bat video I shot from when I worked at the zoo, and YouTube muted it for the longest time, and then eventually it just went away and went back to playing normally again. So they come and go sometimes. It's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, we got that strike when we had Mick McNeil on the show, and we didn't even play the audio. I specifically made sure we didn't play the audio because I knew that would generate a strike. But we just played this video clip from, I forget which video it was. It's when they're on the cliff edge with an emulator too. As you do. You get your band, you go up a mountain, stand on the cliff edge, and play. Play a CP70 in an emulator.
And I wanted to show that clip because we were just talking to Mick, and I said, that's clearly not CGI because it was 1980 something. What was that like? And we had this thing running in the background, and we got a copyright strike from Universal because they're not only scanning audio, they're scanning video.
Good God.
And so we got this thing from Universal.
Makes sense. But you scan for video.
Yeah,
and particularly if you also make a film publisher, then
yeah, absolutely. So
there's a lot of very big computers doing a lot of fucking useless work.
Well, I disputed the claim, and I said, look, we were talking to a member of the band. We were using this to demonstrate a conversation piece, and then a human will go back and look at it, and a day later, lifted, gone, absolutely fine, no problem.
The most embarrassing thing is, Google has this great reputation of all this technology and all these really brilliant people working there. However, they have the shittiest algorithm for their YouTube stuff that basically Shazam would blow away in a second.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they don't bother to fix it because they don't care.
No, but the problem is that it needs... there are many covers which it doesn't get.
But Shazam is pretty good, though.
And many which but Shazam basically tags nearly anything that is close enough. Whereas obviously YouTube intentionally shouldn't do that. Things that are slightly different because they are not the actual thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is a very hard thing, and I have had things claimed that I make where it's just like, it thinks it's the original. That's nice to know when it thinks that my job was good enough.
Yeah, that's a compliment, sure. Yeah.
I don't think it sounds at all like the original, but it's interesting that you claim it.
It's like when Fiona said, she goes, well, you could monetize your show. And I'm going, what? This show? This show? Monetize this show? She went, yeah. I mean, that's the equivalent of me standing outside the front here with a big bag of dog shit going, dog shit for sale, dog shit, who wants to buy my lovely bag of dog shit? I said, no, darling.
It's spray painted gold, and it's worth some dough.
I mean, it's kind of like the going to sleep with Carl Pilkington clips they have on there. And Wagyu likes a lot too. You just put this on and just hang out, and you could fall asleep to it and have a good laugh. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
but it's if you monetize do adverts every half an hour during the live stream.
But I do this. I do it out of habit now. Even when I'm not thinking, if I don't say it out loud. I say it in my head. I go to watch a video, and then there's an advert first, and when it finishes, and I click, move on sort of thing, I go, there's another product I'm never going to buy.
Yep.
Kind of thing. If you're going to throw it in my face, you can go fuck yourself. If I want something, I'll go look for it. I don't need it shoved up my nose. Thank you.
I'm still interested in the Osmos, even if
I got news about the Osmos.
What, is it coming next year?
No NDA there?
Yeah. I got an email.
Kind of an NDA.
Yeah, I got that email. They say no news is good news. Wrong. Yep. So that's the Osmos review for the day.
we should make that a feature on the show. And now the latest in the world of Osmos.
Ooh.
It's like the old tumbleweed moments on Big Bat Show.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Mind you, I think we'll be doing that about the Rolly 2 as well.
Yeah.
Somehow. I think November's going to be a lot more barren than Rolly think it's going to be.
Did they say which November?
They did. They definitely said this November, which means it's definitely not this November.
So if you go to Rolling Now to buy it, it now says December.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, good. When I bought it,
does it say the year on it?
Well, I tried to get them to give me an extension on the rain check or whatever for the price break, because I bought literally every goddamn thing they have except for the Grand.
Yeah.
And I had a tough time that week buying it, and so but they have the worst communication of that company.
Oh, so it hasn't improved then?
No, whether it's support or whether it's just asking sales something, And that way they really suck.
Limited stock available. Batch 6 ships December 2022. So apparently.
Yeah, well, it's already gone back a month already. That doesn't bode well.
It's always been a different batch.
Unless you just keep renumbering the batches.
No, that's true. Maybe enough people bought the first batch, because maybe the first batch was like 10. Don't know, do you? You know, so like there's 10 of them. But,
testing the waters.
November.
Yeah. To be fair, that would be an interesting number. How many can they actually sell? Because when they were so hyped at the start, it seemed a bit strange that this company out of nowhere tries to be in a market that Hagen has been in for, nearly 20 years by that point, and has managed to sell about as much as they could.
Mm. Yeah, but it
seems a very weird market.
You get to see a lot of people's studios, especially on Facebook. People like you put photos up of the studio or the new setup. Very rarely do you see a Rolly in the setup. Hydras, bloody hell, they're everywhere except Robbie's.
Apart from Robbie's studio.
Yeah. But like I said, Rob, if you come down, you can have my 49. Told you.
Yeah, I might have to pop in on the way.
Mm.
Well, you were in London the weekend, and you didn't do the stop over the other side of M25.
I'm afraid not. No, too far west. For that day anyway. I only drove down to Newbury Park and then it was the tube. And I still didn't get the COVID. Hey.
Yeah, mind you, the traffic around here at the moment is atrocious.
Hey, speaking of synth, Robert, did you set up your Andromeda yet?
Been sitting against the wardrobe.
You should plug it in. Do something on the stream.
See if it works.
No, it worked the last time I used it. I would
yeah,
like
but that's the last time you used it. That's the problem with Andromedas, isn't it?
I would like to have the space. Well, no, they've reached the age that pretty much all the bad ones are broken, and all the other ones are just developing the normal issues, like the pods becoming a bit dirty. And
yeah,
so,
I've got one in now with exactly that problem.
Where the parameters are jumping.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, I mean, that is like one of the most boring and easy things.
Well, almost everything I had with encoders does that eventually, unfortunately. So.
Yeah. What I was a bit disillusioned about.
Is that a WD-40 fix, that one?
No, they're still pots. So I bought 100 new pots for this one I've got in at the moment. And the guy who owns it said, he goes, it's a lot in it. It's a bit bad and all this. I said, mate, it could have been worse. You could have just turned it on and it just remains saying Elysis Andromeda on the screen forever.
Yeah.
And that is a doorstop on a warm day after that.
No, that's spare parts for another one. If you have voice cards back in a different one, then you have spares.
Yeah. Because the one I've got, because I own an Andromeda, and my one doesn't boot up. And if it did, the parameters would jump about as well, because it's a bit of a donkey. But I was a bit worried about when I went to get the replacement pots. All the big places are going, yes, we got these pots in stock. We have 5.
Yeah.
Ooh. When you're getting more.
Wow.
Yeah. Keep shopping around. Found a place that had about 700 or 800 of them, and they were £9 each.
Jesus
plus
Christ.
that for a 28p pot. Yeah.
Yikes.
It's getting tough out there, kids. Look after yourselves.
Yes. I have 2
who makes these
SU700s
pots?
that have bad encoders in them. It's a pain in the ass.
They're Alps. They are Alps pots. Just 5k linear Alp pots.
Standard
nothing
Taiwanese
exotic.
Alps.
Yeah. There's nothing special about these pots. Well, it's because
apart from the
nothing.
size.
Yeah, but that entire range are that size. I mean, the 10k pot's coming out of my arse, but it's a 10k pot and it reads 5, so it would really mess up, You
could probably get away with it.
Do you know what? They're fiddly enough as it is at 5k. At 10k, it's going to get sort of like you just breathe on it and it jump 30 points. So, I mean, the 100k ones, oh, what a love. You got on, off, that's about all you'd have. But that size, that's a standard size. But the shaft length is critical. Most of them are 22 mil, and on Andromedas they are 15 and stuff. It's little things like that. So there's all that to take into consideration. But trying to charge £9 plus VAT for a 28p
That's
part
taking the piss.
needs shooting.
As long as the diameter's fine, you could always trim the shafts, right? So.
Well, yeah, you can, but it's like trimming 72 shafts. It's like, fucking hell. Oh, man. Line them up. You know, get the saw.
Circumcision. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, at every point you pay somebody else to do it.
Yeah, or I just put oversized knobs on it and go, oh, yeah, it's an update. It's an update, mate. Don't worry about it. Why has it got 45 knobs on it? Yeah. So...
Well, to be fair, if it's like 3 mil higher, at that point, I wouldn't give a fuck. If we're all standing.
Yeah, but this one we know he's going to, as soon as it's done, it's going up for sale, and it's got to be beautiful. And
is it trying to sell to Thai?
The irony is, if they put the little cheap, original, you know, those old pots, the old cheap original type little metal ones in, I could put switch cleaner in them. The bastard job be done in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it's off. And besides, it wouldn't have done the jumping. Yeah, but it wouldn't have done the jumping in the first place, because those things can start jumping very early on. You know, so I've done, you know, complete pot refurbs on Andromedas on machines that were only about 2 years old. You know, never mind 20.
PCB mounted pots, or are they wired?
Yeah, they're mounted on the PCB. Yeah.
Right.
Well, how else would you do it rationally?
Well, have you seen these surface mount pots? Oh, they need burning. Oh, man.
It was. I mean, if anything, what at least was good at is making something really cheap.
Yeah.
So they had that down. That was all designed to be made as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
With
well, the irony, like I say, the irony is if they'd used the really cheap pots in it, they'd be serviceable.
Would they have been surface mount at that point?
No.
Really
No, the Andromedas don't have surface mount ones. I mean, but they've had to work on things that have had these surface mount pots on it. It's like, God.
I've only had to deal with like surface mount burns, which were really like more to the point that they felt nice for like a few turns, and then after using the thing for a bit, you're just like, why have they already worn out? Are these not designed to be turned?
Yeah.
Is that the point?
Yeah.
Is it like your trimmer that is only rated to 100 turns? Why is this thing suddenly moving from one extreme to the other?
And what's with those Buchla 200E pots that are wobbly as hell?
Yeah, well, I don't know
what's going on with that.
Going on
That's
there.
a very expensive unit.
Yeah.
Well, it's only like 2,000 a module,
but what?
Can't expect more.
What Dickless wonder come up with the idea of let's have pots that you can't service, unserviceable pots? I mean, really?
But it depends on some like for big Bournes ones, you can definitely you take the rivets apart and then put them in the ultrasonic bath.
But you wouldn't want to do that on 72 or 100 pots, would you?
No, but then again, those things are sealed for the reason that they don't go wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But they do.
That's not the problem.
Or like
it makes you wonder.
The stupid custom Japanese ones I have in that console behind me. There's one knob that has an issue. Out of all of them, out of I think 180. 40-year-old knobs. There's only one that has a single. None of the others, no scratching or anything. All sealed knobs that were really expensive in the day. Granted, and were custom made, so they're impossible to get. But if you do your sealed knobs properly, then nothing should go wrong with them. But clearly, at least with Andromeda, just had problems.
Well, I've opened one of these knobs up before because there was a point where it only had one knob gone on it, one pot gone on it, and I thought, yeah, we'll split it up. It'd be a bit of a laugh. If it doesn't work, I'll buy one. And I opened it up, and what's actually causing it to jump around is the carbon track has just come away and it's stuck on the end of the pickup of the head on the wiper. Yeah. So if they put decent carbon down on the base of the pot to start with, and you go, so they made it cheap and they sealed it, And then Mustang only go, yeah, these are going to fuck up within 10 minutes. Right, put them up for
Scribble some
sale.
graphite on there. Is it?
Yeah, so basically, like, you go like that and put it back together again, and it was fine, you know. So, I mean, every single Andromeda pot I've taken out, I've kept, because I go, you never know, one day you might need them. You know,
I can't believe I've gone this long without making a knob joke gag.
We'll be making loads of knob jokes and gags, don't worry about it.
I'm going to go. I've got early starts, but it's so nice to see you up and about.
Oh, great.
Cheers, Grace.
Take care.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Bye.
You know, another really funny one is I got one a friend gave me a long time ago, a kind of a beat up Waldorf 4-pole filter box, which are very expensive, and they're really wobbly. They're really wobbly.
Well, I've got 4 units with those shit knobs behind me. I can tell you.
It's the same style. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. One of them is like about 5 mil movement up and down at the end. It's like, yeah, I like. So the shaft is probably not attached to anything anymore, and the shaft itself bends like crazy as well. It's just like, wow, great.
You can see the appeal of the DX layout now, can't you, Rob? No fucking knobs at all.
Yeah, or just
apart
put
from the one
decent.
that's using it. Yeah.
Yeah, just put decent ones in. You know, you never get a crackly.
Is really rock solid.
You never get a crackly pot on an 80.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, they're exposed and horizontal.
How about really nice, smooth knobs?
Do you know what I hate is when you get a Moog pot get crackly.
They're disgusting ones, but particularly the plastic ones. Or the rotary switches. But
no, I mean the old vintage ones. It's like, oh my god, here we go. Because you got to take them apart and clean them all up. Because there isn't another pot you can use really. You know, it's not going to have the same quality. But once that track's got dusty in there and it's sealed again, but at least it's metal tags and you just clean it all up and put it all back together again. But my god, I actually got a bit lazy in the end. I used to just drill a hole in the metal and then put the squirt in. So the next time it does it, you just put squirt in it.
Put a bit of hot glue on the end to seal it again.
Yeah, just on top and then on the top and sorted. Move on, next one. But when you do the 960 sequencer, oh fucking hell! God, I've broken so many drills.
Well, the worst Moog pots were on the Rogue, the sliders. Holy shit!
Oh man,
mine's it works, but it's really frictiony.
So, those are the same sliders as on all of the Moog stuff, right? Same as Polymoog and.
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, the same depth. Yeah.
Liberation, or Purpose 3 and all that shit.
Yeah, and they're really weird values as well. Some of them, but that because of that height, they're the only type of sliders you can put in there. Unless you can, well, we've had to do this before now, but actually remove the sticker, drill holes, put countersunk bolts in, and put a normal slider on it, and then bolt it into place, and then put the sticker back on again. Because we could not get one of those bloody sliders.
But isn't that how you mount switches in a mini Moog as well?
Yeah.
You take the panel off and change the standoffs if you need to replace the switches with the modern ones that Dixie gives you.
But the good thing is those panels are only taped on a mini Moog. They're not glued on or anything. It's just a couple two bits of double-sided tape.
How did they do the original anodized ones without sitting on top?
Oh, the anodized one's the same. It's just tape, and it's all the knobs, all the pots, nuts hold it in place. Literally. So you undo all the pots.
There's your chance.
Yeah. The nuts hold it in there, Rob. Yeah.
No, I'm not biting.
No, you're not having it.
No, I'm not biting your nuts.
I've had one here with a horrible gash in it.
Oh, God.
Come on.
No.
Ouch.
Have you ever worked on an MG1 with that horrible black foam issue?
Oh. Yes.
What a terrible design. What were they thinking?
Make it cheap?
Well, they weren't thinking that synths would last that long.
The Rogues did it as well, didn't they? So
mine must have had it taken out because I never had the problem. I have yet to open it up yet, but it's clean as a whistle from what I can tell.
Yeah. I think it was made at the same factory as the red glue for the JD800.
Bad chemist, yeah.
Oh, mate, that stuff. I did. I did a JD, and I always do a test piece, and thank Christ I did, because normally you can do it with the acetone, right? And there's a batch. I don't know how many there are, but there's a whole batch of JD800s that if you clean the glue off with the acetone, the key melts.
That's an interesting choice of solvent for the injection motor.
Yeah, and I mean really melts. You know, it's like sulfuric acid, just like that. Is just right. So I don't do that process anymore. Anyway, I always use. Fiona will tell you. She's the chemist.
Petrol.
No, it's something like. Well, basically, it's soap powder with vinegar. So you got the sodium bloody blah. Yeah, and all that sort of shit. You just take the keys off, right? This is a tip for everybody with their JD800 out there. Don't send them to me. Get yourself a bucket. Get yourself some washing soda and some vinegar. Actually, no, skip the vinegar. Make the water hot instead. Then you don't need the vinegar. So boiling hot water.
Sodium hydroxide then.
Yeah. Throw your washing powder in. Throw the keys in. Leave them overnight. The next day, for some reason, the red glue has gone clear. And it's not sticky anymore. It's like...
that fishy smell, though, right? Doesn't it get fishy?
I think it does.
Yeah, that's what I haven't cleaned mine yet. Mine has the red glue problem. So
it go like hot glue so you can peel it off?
It goes like hot glue, yes. It feels like that, but it's more like...
more like sex toys?
One of those semi...
Oh, Robbie, what did
you know?
Robbie, fishy nuts.
You know when a bogey's neither hard nor soft? It goes like that, right? And you can just scrape it all off. It's not sticky, and then obviously all the weight's going to drop off, but that's good. So then you just rinse them all out. Don't put it in cold water until you've cleaned the keys. For Christ's sake, if you put them in cold water, that white soft stuff that will fall off turns into a glue again. So then you have to do the process all over again. So you clean that all off. Once it's all nice and clean, rinse them off in cold water. Some Gorilla Glue, put all the weights back in, put it back onto the key frame, put it back in the synth. Done.
40 years time, somebody's moaning about Gorilla Glued keys.
I was going to say, what happens to Gorilla Glue in 10 years?
Well, it gets a bit hairy. Well, I mean, you can if you want, you can super glue it, but you'd have to use a lot of super glue because there's little risers on the weights because it doesn't actually sit completely onto the key. Only the risers touch the key.
Yeah, because the mini brew had flat weights.
That's for the bottom of the key of epoxy at that point. Must be the same weight, right?
Yeah,
close enough.
Or just wrap an elastic band around it, that'll hold it.
Did you ever see the mini brute lose the weights? When I got mine shipped, it had weights falling off of it already. It was brand new.
What? Oh,
I think early batches use shit glue or something, so I had to re-glue them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's lots of little things like that, with foam or glue or something breaking down after so many years and causing shit problems for me.
I mean, I have to say, one of these weights is cut at a very interesting angle, or has been punched in where clearly somebody lived in an old building where 90 degrees are an accident.
But it's people, I think, expect too much, especially from vintage synths. If they haven't been serviced, expecting the capacitors that they fitted in those days to last 30 or 40 years.
Well, when the data feed tells you 10.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, a lot of capacitors do. A lot of capacitors do last an incredibly long time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes, but some also that were popular in certain worlds really don't.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But what I have noticed, at least working with keyboards, is that machines that are between 20 and 10 years old their caps are going, and the things that are 50 years old, not so much.
But it's that also because spec-wise, more modern stuff was designed right, and what is the minimum spec we can get away with, whereas back in the day, you just use, out of the two parts you could choose, you choose the cheaper one.
Yeah. Yeah, you see that every day now. I mean, you know, I order some parts in, and you look at the quality of some of them, and you just go, I don't really know whether I want to put that in it. You know? So, I mean, this is why, you know, if you've got a Moog modular and you want to put a new part in it, you tend to go, no, I'll clean the old part, because it's going to last longer than any piece of shit that I order and put in there.
Yeah.
And plus it keeps, you know, Moog modular owners tend to be incredibly anal about the parts that go in. More than any other machine. More than any other machine.
So are you saying owners or users?
Well, owners, because most of them will be collectors.
Yeah.
You know, and the originality of the parts is also included in its prominence. So, which is fine by me, which means I can just do the job rather than order parts and then have this thing open all over the place for a week or 2 weeks waiting for parts to turn up. Much prefer to repair the part and put it back in. Oh, obviously the bill's cheaper.
To be fair, since synth, I would be a bit confused wanting an original Moog anyway, because I mean, the quality that Gerd builds them in is so much better than any of the original Moogs were ever built in. I
don't know. I mean, a lot of the original Moog modulars were pretty beautifully built. They were nicely built. They were beautifully built, actually. You know,
the ones I've seen were just like let's say mid-70s at the end. They were like put when it was Norlin, basically.
No.
I mean, when it was Norlin, they were put together in an interesting.
No, I totally agree with you on that.
Also, then the early ones, really early ones I've seen, even half prototypes. They also then look like half prototypes.
Yeah, but I mean, once it got to Norlin, one of the first things Norlin did when making the Moog modulars, because they brought out the 11. And I think they brought out the 15
55,
as well. Yeah.
35.
Well, when they did them, they go, no, we're not going to use solid wood anymore. We're going to use, like almost, what do you call it? Plywood. Veneered plywood. They didn't. They stopped using. You know, they'd stopped the whole solid wood thing.
So when beautiful walnut.
Yeah. So if you get a 7255, you get a really, really beautiful piece of machinery. It's really beautifully built. But if you get a 78 modular, it's like, oh, dear me. But there again, all the Moogs of that time, as you get towards the end of the 70s, they were finding cheaper and cheaper ways to make them without actually bringing the price down, because they just needed to make a bigger profit margin. Yeah. And, you know, and you ended up with things like the Rogue and the fucking Liberation. Oh, basically. Why does that have to weigh that much? Seriously, who did they think was going to be carrying these things?
George Duke, he had no problem with it.
Well, he must have had a rod up his spine or something, because these things, because they are heavy.
Well, no, but who thought of like, well, let's take a solid guitar body and just make it 3 times the volume. That would be nice and light around your neck.
Yeah, but even then, it's still more than that. It's so heavy.
You have all that wood, but when you add the keyboard, and when you add the overly heavy control panel at the top, which for some reason that metal assembly alone seems to weigh like half a thing.
Well, I worked it out. We weighed them, and we had a Liberation here, Mark 1 Liberation here, and it was I think it was either 2 or 3. I think it was 2, maybe 2.5. But it was 2.5 pounds lighter than a Mini. Only 2.5 pounds lighter than a Mini. And I tell you what, try wearing a mini around your neck. Jeez, on bread.
I mean, people normally chop them in half, I thought, to do that. Or the ones I've seen, at least.
Yeah, can't do that with a liberation. So like, oh, this is no good. This doesn't... What do I do with this bit? Do I just wave it in the air?
Yeah, Mini was always a funny name, even though it's much smaller than Modular. It's heavy as hell. So
yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm going to duck out.
All right, darling.
Okie dokie.
I will see you again soon. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Matt.
It's been
Nice chatting.
lovely. Good to see you back, buddy.
Yeah. Cheers, my man. Cheers.
All right,
and I'm glad your keyboard's bloody working.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were talking about me coming up. I might have to come up to deliver that bastard halfway.
What's up with that?
Nothing. Just drop it off because it's sort of halfway between mine and Rob's, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, do that.
It's not the reason. Just turn up.
Yeah, I'll come up and see you. It'd be nice. Right, listen, keep safe, everyone.
I'll start the Mustang for you. It's £1, by the way.
Yeah, that'll piss the boy off. Right, see you later.
All right, mate. Take care, man.
Oh,
dear.
Yeah, we live in...
What's so terrible about a Mini Merc? I mean, a 3P is a portable modular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you've got a van. Or very big casters.
No,
or a go-kart.
Come on, you could fit it into the back bench of a Beetle with pain.
Yeah.
But I mean, in theory, you could.
Yeah. But I've to this day have never been able to bring a Moog System 15 from the hall down to the workshop without leaning and walking funny.
Well, you just need to have another one or a 2P.
Yeah, and balance
one
it
either
out.
side.
Yeah, that's it. Or liberation.
Or like with the blue and grey minis, where the keyboard was had added weight, so it would be the same weight as a 2600.
I tell you what, see with
those original I mean, what a terrible keyboard with like the three sliders at the bottom.
Yeah. I know. The thing, what makes carrying a ARP 2600 awkward was how deep they made the case, and it didn't need to be that deep at all. If they made it thinner,
with the lid on,
because it always rubs up against your leg, and you're always at sort of like this angle as you walk along with it. And if it was thinner, it'd be a piece of piss, because they're not that heavy at all.
Just not in shape.
The grey mini, that's definitely heavier.
The grey mini, no, it's a piece of piss. That's all right. Yeah, because it's nice and thin as well, but it's also very light. I must admit.
I do love the handle going the full length of a nice wood on the early ones.
Yeah, but I mean,
gotta love a nice piece of wood.
Yeah, well, you know, it's. I tell you what. What was the synth I saw? Somebody put wood on it, and it just looked wrong.
Well, Jupiter 8, that looks disgusting.
Yes, I've seen a picture of a Jupiter 8 with wooden end cheeks. It was like, what?
How can you make...
Juno 106 with wooden end cheeks on it? It just looked so wrong. So wrong. And it was that like bleached sort of like yellowy white wood as well, and it was like, oh no.
Yeah, they're trying to give wood end cheeks for the S2600s, and it doesn't look right either. It's good with the metal.
Yeah, some things should just be metal.
As they were designed.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It's like the wooden end cheeks on an Odyssey. No.
I mean, I get it on the arms, the synthwood ones, where on the Mark IIIs, it then also goes below the keypad, so that you actually don't need to go to the dentist every day with your synth.
Yeah. I've seen, mate, I've had a white face Odyssey here with wooden end cheeks. It's sort of the plastic case comes up, and then they've attached the wood to the plastic.
It's a U-shaped plastic case. It's kind of weird with wood on it.
Yeah, and it was like, oh yeah, it's got wood on it. It sounds much better now. What the fuck are you doing?
Why would you ruin the lovely Mark I?
It's like a toupee on your synth, yeah.
It's in the Mark I DX7 with wood cheeks.
Oh, man.
Really? Oh, God, no.
Why?
That's wrong.
Because you know the end cheeks on the DX7 are about
I don't know, inch, half, 2 inches
Yeah.
wide.
Yeah.
That in, and the one I saw was in like a light, like a teak.
Yeah. It was the same with this 106. It just looks so wrong.
The reason why they might have done it is, I mean, one of my DXs has got one of the end cheeks was cracked, so it's got a sort of 1 inch hole in it. So it could have just been that they had a bashed end cheek and just decided to replace it because it was cheaper than buying a replacement part.
Yeah,
I see.
But wouldn't you then just take a bit of 18mm and saw it for right shape rather than going and actually getting wood that's big enough?
The thing is, if you got a skilled panel beater to hand, you get body filler, you repair the hole, and you spray it matte black.
I'm just not bothered by it, you know.
Or you go to Synthor and order a spare one for them.
Yeah,
you have a few.
Pay £500 shipping.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, when you're in the basket and everything like that, and they ask for the credit card and go, by the way, do you have a mortgage?
Yeah. Or just take care of your DX7. Or, I mean, if you're going to put a wood end cheek,
DX7.
Well, yeah, if you're going to put a wood end cheek on a DX7, at least do it in like that dark wood, like the DX1, the Brazilian
follow
rose.
the styling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, use the same.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, that's a controversial idea.
Yeah. Get some 1x4s just glued on the side. So.
It's like the DX5, the end cheeks that I've put on that, because it has wood end cheeks, but they're plastic coated, the same colour as the rest of the synth.
Yeah.
Which then wears down and exposes the cheap chipboard that they used. So I just got Robert Cytec to make me a set of dark wood ones, the same sort of shade as, obviously not Brazilian rosewood, but it was Opipi or something like that. I don't know, some African hardwood.
What's the Krumar that has the painted wood end cheeks?
Don't know.
I'm sure there's one. Is it Krumar?
That the Performer?
Could be. No. Mind you, I was working on
What has Krumar got done beyond string synths?
there was a synth they did.
Oh, speaking of Krumar, I gotta find this video somebody sent me. It's made with stop motion and creepy puppets. I gotta send it to you guys. It's really funny.
So this is what happens with the DX5 end cheek.
Yeah.
And what you
Can
probably
just spray
can't.
that with Plasticoat or something?
You could, but unfortunately, like the corners have worn.
That's where the body filler comes in, you see.
Well, exactly. Or Robert Cytec, and you get him to do a set of. I've got like 3 or 4 pairs of spares as well, in case I change my mind. I couldn't make my mind up which colour to have, so I bought like 3.
This is where a laser cutter would come in really handy.
Yeah, because a lot of these, you get these people who were doing, get involved in manufacturing parts and stuff like that, but they never seem to stay very long.
Synthwood lasted like 15 years, 20 years, nearly.
Yeah, but it seems to be, the path of the course. I mean, because
No, but somebody starting it in their 40s and retiring in their 60s, right?
Well, it's like Ross Lamont after a while. He said, "Oh no, I've had enough of this," And old Adrian, Anglian art fella. My memory. Adrian.
Adrian! Sorry, I had to do
Was
that.
it Synth Store? Was it Synth Store?
Oh, yeah, that rings a bell.
Adrian. Yeah, it got too much for him as well. Even Kuda now in Poland, or Romania, wherever it is, and he's like, it's taken a long time to get panels back and stuff like that. You sort of burn out quick doing that particular kind of job. It's like I was hoping I was going to get another CC Plus computer for the Chroma I got here. I got 2 Chromas. The first one, fine, done in 6 hours. The second one, oi.
What? Done in 6 years?
Yeah. I go, I'll get a CC Plus computer for it, and that will get rid of 50% of all the problems with this. So I go to the site, I go, oh no, don't make them anymore. Oi. You'd think you'd make enough for all the chromas that are out there. Come on, dudes. Yeah.
See, that's the DX. It's just.
I like the wood without the synth, or I would like the synth without wood.
Exactly. Now it looks like it's done by one of those organ manufacturers that are trying to make a synth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of
Makes
that.
it look tacky.
Yeah, there's something not credible about it anymore.
No, but if it would have been 5 years earlier in the life of Yamaha, like it's CS20 or CS40, that would be fine.
Yeah.
But with that design language would be massively oversized wood end cheeks.
But it has the massive advantage of that's how everybody first saw them. In it, so
yeah.
When everybody's used to seeing DX7s with their plastic end cheeks, black plastic end cheeks, and then suddenly it's like wood. It's like, whoa, that doesn't look right at all. You know, it's what you're used to, innit, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean, there's somebody who probably thinks that's brilliant, you know, so...
A Jupiter 8 with wooden end cheeks, that still hurts me.
Yeah, well...
See, these ones were quite nice. Because they're lighter than the ones that I've got. Mine are quite, much darker.
Yeah.
But even that still looks, on the DX5, actually looks quite nice.
Yeah, but there again, the DX5 had woodeny looking stuff, didn't it? Originally,
no.
Like one. Oh no, they were black like the 7.
They're the same paint as this.
Oh, okay.
They just plastic coated them, and
I missed the 5 completely. I either get 7s or 1s.
All right, check the private chat.
Hardly ever get the 5s.
Crewmar video. It's pretty wild. it's only like a minute long. It's really crazy.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, oh god, I don't know. There's that. Is it the bit 1? It's fiberglass end cheeks.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's what I think of trouble.
Fiberglass. That's why they're so weird.
Yeah, it's very, very strange all round.
What's
it's a very weird keyboard, to be honest.
What's the Oscar casing made out of? Is that just moulded plastic?
Injection rubber. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's injection rubber.
Yeah. Because
it's so weird.
The consortium was an injection moulder, double glazing manufacturer. And then, what's his face?
Chris Huggett.
Because I love telling people, when they bring their Oscar in, I go, yeah. I said, you know that front panel is actually a windowsill. What? Yeah. That's why it's built like that, mate. Oh, it kind of makes sense. I said, yeah, but the injection moulder, I think he was on a bit of a... He wanted to make a few quid, because he went mad with the fucking rubber all over it, didn't
he? Hey, Rob, you should watch that video when you get a chance. I think it's made by Italians, so...
What I'm more confused about...
What do you mean?
You'll see what I want when you watch.
Well, it's Crewmar, then, yeah, it has to be. I've seen that before.
What I'm really confused with Oscars is how many you see that had the rubber replaced with like wood dividers.
Oh, that's the touch digital controller.
No, but I mean actual Oscars where people make like for some reason get rid of and put like some black painted wood on, and I've seen 3.
Really? I've never seen any
in real life in the same place. Or just like how? What? Why?
Why?
Yeah. And two of them had acrylic or plexiglass or whatever end cheeks. It was just like, why? And also, how can it be that so many weirdos of these are in the same place at the same time? It's just like...
Yeah, but did the end cheek have the three slots so you could put the plug in it?
No.
Oh, dear me. So you've got nowhere to put the plug now?
No, it was just like... felt like 3x2, but acrylic. That sort of, yeah. Probably 3x2 size.
I must admit,
that must have been expensive.
Very, very early on in the actual initial designing of the touch digital controller, I was asked about could I use injection rubber on it. I went, well, I can ask around. And I did ask around. I just didn't ask around very hard. Because I was going, I don't want to put injection rubber on it.
It would have been so cool for it being identical.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but double glazing is very expensive in the 2000s as opposed to how it was in the 60s. Yeah. Yeah. So, mind you, because one of the things that this, when we were all at the table discussing it, I said it's got to be very robust so it can tour.
Well, the rubber's very robust.
Well, yeah, true enough. And I think one of the reasons behind that particular aspect of it coming up is because it was already written in the stars, shall we say, that it was going to be used for the World of Worlds tour, because they were going to be using Imposca to replace the Oscar parts that was in the tour, sort of thing. And they were already using what was it? I can't remember now. It was something they were using. I think it was Oddity. They was using it to do the Odyssey replacements in the show as well. So it was being very G-force driven. And I got, yeah, rubber. No, what could I use instead of rubber? Let me think. How about mixture of oak, because oak's cheap, isn't it? And mahogany, because mahogany's really cheap, you know. And
why was there no walnut?
And it weighs 500 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. and you know, the 2 mil steel cases. We were going to go aluminium. Hold my head up. We had 50 aluminium cases made, but by then we were going, I don't think we're making these anymore. And I had 50 aluminium cases I had to get rid of. That all went in skip. Oh, £7,500 worth of brand new powder coated cases. Stoink. I did offer them around, but people go, well, what am I going to do with this thing with all the holes in it? So, and all
a MIDI controller.
You can still see. You've been in the garden, haven't you, Robbie? You've been in the back garden. Mm-hmm. You know that metal that's running down the fence, down the garden, stop the dogs from biting the fence? They are Imposca controller bases. All the way down the garden. Right? I managed to keep 10. 10 went all the way down the garden, right? And the other 40 I had to throw away.
Oh.
And boxes and boxes and boxes of aluminium knobs. Those Profit 5 type knobs.
Brushed aluminium.
Yeah, shouldn't in the pit. Fucking 2,500 of them.
Jesus.
But I did hold 4 boxes back because Ty went, keep 4 boxes for me. For my controller. Oh, okay. So, yeah. What a fucking disaster that was. So I must admit, when we started talking about doing another project, I just went, I tell you what we could do. I'll bring 20 grand to the table and we'll just fucking set fire to it instead and cut out all the middlemen. How about we do that instead?
Hi, Ganu.
Hello. Hi, guys.
All right, mate.
Yeah, good. Yep.
Because when we had that meeting right at the end, we go, right, so how much have we made with these? Because we sold 50. We made 50. We sold 50. So there was some tool buying, admittedly. And there was a lot of... Where we went really wrong was buying enough... making a second batch of stuff that was going to take a long time to make, like the cases and stuff like that. And we bought them early. I go, right, so financial situation. A year's work. A year planning before that. How much did we make? He went, £11,000. I went, oh, that's pretty good. He goes, yeah, but there's a minus in front of it.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's never speak of this again.
And here we are, talking about it.
Yeah. But now, because it doesn't matter.
You learnt a great deal from it.
Oh, shit, loads. I learned how to use 3D printers, how to use a CNC machine. I'm a wizard on a CNC machine, mate. Fucking hell. Oh. Which makes me want to start manufacturing again. I keep going, no, don't. No. You'll make something nobody fucking wants.
Well, you said you're going to make sex toys, right? Wasn't that the...
Well, yeah, because there's demand for them. There's demand for them, but I'm still trying to figure out how to make mahogany comfortable. That's the problem.
Oh, some people have done them out of onyx, haven't they?
I mean, the Egyptians made them out of clay and stuff, so
You'll know too much about sex toys.
It's in the Rosicrucian Museum. They actually have them on display.
Not being used, obviously. There's no demonstration.
Well, I mean,
so you're not going.
No, we're not doing experimental archaeology in a museum.
Yeah.
You need to find a local reenactment camp.
They are
I wonder what.
If I want experimental archaeology, I'll go and see the missus.
What I want to know is when they dug it up, what they knew it was for. Because it's for stopping a bottle. Yeah, hang on a minute. Oh no, I know what this is.
It's universal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't need a Rosetta Stone for that.
Yeah. Technically, we're all the same size.
Original Synth is saying, did I hear the word Krumar? An old friend has a Krumar composer in parts in his attic. Would it be worth hunting him down for it?
I just hunt him down because he owns them.
What was the one that Bob Moog designed? The crew was it the Spirit or the Stratus?
I think it might have been the Stratus.
You worked with on Spirit.
Was it Spirit?
Yeah.
Why did I think Stratus then?
Which one is Stratus then? Is Stratus the one with a grey front panel?
Yeah.
I almost got a Spirit once, but then I thought better because it was more money than I wanted to spend. But
I thought 300 euros. That's too much.
They weren't massively. I remember the Stratus. I've worked on a couple of Stratus, and they weren't exactly inspiring.
Well, a Stratus is just a multi-keyboard.
Yeah, I think it was. Was it Divide Down?
Must have been.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
But, well, like the Spirit actually seemed like an interesting thing. I regret not getting. Meh.
I tell you something that should be just shot on site, and that's Prophet VS fucking power supplies.
What? Can't be worth it. Oracle Polymer power supply.
Nothing should be designed to actually run that hot.
Except for modern laptops.
True enough. But normally, when they get to the temperature of a Prophet VS, they stop working. The Prophet VS carries on. Yeah, let's pump the power in.
Is it just under heat sinked or not ventilated properly?
Oh, the heat
in the modern design, the heat sink is the entire case.
Yeah, the big metal heat sink that they're attached to must be nearly 3 inches deep. Massive fucking piece of alley. And it still runs white hot. It's ridiculous.
So they trying to. I mean, is it just a badly designed power supply? I mean, they must be chucking out loads of energy to produce that heat.
There's something in those voice cards or something like that on the voice board or something like that that just requires an awful lot of amperage. Yeah, and it loves it. And the more you give it, the more it seems to take. So, and when they go wrong. I thought they couldn't get hotter, but apparently they can. You know?
Well, where else are you going to make your waffles?
Actually, I wanted to ask, in the CS80 emulator software, those little fans going all the time, are they all constantly going at variable speed?
Well, no fans in the CS80.
Is that the Arturia one?
Yeah.
Is that the old Arturia one?
Maybe it's the old one, yeah.
It's the old one, yeah. I'm not quite sure why they did that.
So it's
maybe because they do get warm.
Put fans in the CS80, go out of tune. It will. We've tried. We've experimented. And besides, there isn't enough room between the grill and the top of the rack for a fan to go in anyway. It's like,
the wires
no.
Work, yeah.
Unless that fan's like 2 millimeter deep, it's not going in there. I think it was just a little trinket thing. I think you sort of like, look, something to look at in the GUI.
Like it wasn't busy enough.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to, where was it? I think it was. Oh, we used to do this thing when Richard was to come down. He'd be testing the CS80 to take back to put up on the website, and he'd be going through it. And he had this process that he did to test them, whereas I play them, and because if you play actual track, actual songs on it, you will find any nuances that go, oh, that's not right, under that certain situation, but on that particular voice and all that sort of thing. But he has this routine, but he's more interested about functionality, which is fair dues, because that's what he came over to do, so it's fine. But what I used to do is I'd have a heat gun, and I'd have it on anyway, and I'm using something, and then while he's playing it, I'm behind the 80, and that's just fire it up at the voice cards on one bank, like this. And he'd be going, oh no, he says, no, the tuning's wrong in this. Oh my God, it's everywhere. Oh dear, and all the filters are different. Yeah. Oh, are they? Oh, I'll have a look at it in a minute, like that. And he goes, oh no, it's all right, it's gone back. never picked up on it. Well, he will when he watches this now. He goes, you fucking bastard!
There you go, there's a fan. So
yeah.
I can't make it any bigger, unfortunately, because this was the old days of...
That's the old Mark 1, isn't it?
This is V2.
Oh, that's V2? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was on V1 as well.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I remember on V1 they had them, because I remember buying V1. And I spent maybe half an hour swearing at somebody about how shit it was. And how it doesn't sound like a CS80 at all. Which they have remedied.
I was happy just to have another plug-in, so I...
Yeah, I know. It was nice to see, somebody's had has bothered. It's just that it didn't get to the finish line. But the latest one, was it 4 now?
Yeah, 4.
I can't remember. It was version 4, isn't it? It's very good. It is very good. There is room for improvement.
So when will we have the G4 CS80?
You never know. Yeah, you see, that doesn't sound like a CS80 to me.
Need more reverb.
Yeah, at least another 4 or 5 seconds on it, at least. Yeah. But no, see, but on version 4 they still haven't got the ring mod right. There's a few other things they haven't quite got. But
or does their CS80 in the office have an issue with their ring mod?
Do you know what? I think every CS80 has an issue with its ring mod. Because the other thing, I was talking to somebody via email who is related to this software in some way. I can't remember what. And we spoke about the ring mod. And I said, how long had the CS80 been on when you were modelling modelling it? And he goes, oh, we'd turn it on and then we'd start modelling. I go, you do realise that it actually, all the envelope times change as it gets warmer? I went, what? Yeah. When the UA 726 gets warmer, there's different frequency responses start appearing as it gets warmer. I went, oh, we didn't know that. Oh, that's him. Oh, I'll make a note.
How about the Rachel thing? Have you compared that at all?
The 726.
Yeah, 726.
It's supposed to, like, you're supposed to take a half hour for it to be a temperature to be stable.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, babe.
Hello.
Hey, good to see everybody.
Good.
All right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, very, very spaceman.
You sound very 1930s.
Little quiet as well.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Can you say Campbell's cream of mushroom soup? Be awesome Wells all over again.
No, it's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
All right, maybe this is better. I don't know. Is that better? Who cares?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I know it. I changed the whole computer thing, and it's fine.
Is that a different room as well?
No, it's a new computer on the other side of the room. So.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So I finally got the iMac working, and of course you got to install StreamYard, and then you got to install this. And, we want Firefox, and then then I had a really nice this Elgato. It clears here too. Got this sucker, but I don't think it has a microphone. So then I couldn't get it to work, and then I went to the it just. I spent like $500. I should have spent it on Euro.
Well, as my mum used to say, she goes, "Is it 6 months already?" Because every time she come into the studio, it moved. Everything had moved around again. She go, "Is it 6 months already?"
Yeah. I know. I was talking to this guys last night on Brewport Collective, and I was telling the one guy, "It's like you've had your setup for a year." I was like, "Man, that is impressive." Like, wow. No, seriously, a year? Like, how did you do it? How do you have such discipline? All right. Anyways.
And poor little Puddy's going, "You moved everything. My favourite spot it's not there anymore. What's going on?"
She's there now. I know.
There she is.
It's all this. Yeah, so I got all these cool cameras. I had like 2 views and everything, and then I'm back with just the one on the computer. I'll figure it out. Hey, Cleo. She's been very disappointed lately. She's like, "Why aren't you hanging out downstairs at night? What is happening?" Howling at me. Look, Cleo, I don't run the world, okay? I'm just doing studio.
Yeah, it was like weird because when we did the show last Friday, Rob, that was the first time I'd been in here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, since the last show I'd done.
Wow.
And it was like, wow, what a nice room. This is cool. I like this.
Yeah, man. Whose room is this? This is awesome.
Yeah. No, honest, no word of a lie. After the first morning after I had whatever this was, I opened the curtains in the front room. I went, "Oh, yeah, I've got a Mustang, haven't I?"
I can time.
Boom! Wife, and you have all those beautiful pets. It's like, "No, I've got a Mustang."
Yeah, wow.
One thing, there's something beautiful. It's blue and.
Yeah. Hello, dear.
Hello, darling.
How did it go?
I'm very dark.
It's still going, but just.
Did you get your oboes sorted out?
There's no oboes here at all.
Really? It's not like you. What's going on?
Bass flute, at least?
No. It's
viola?
No. No viola.
Piano?
No piano.
A shaker and an udu.
No shaker, no udu.
Simple this.
A koto and a sense of grievance?
I
consent.
At one stage, can you believe that, honestly, the editor turned around and went, "Do you know, I think what might be getting in the way is all the high frequencies, so can we not have any hi-hats? This is all kind of really beat-driven stuff. And dare I say it, there's loads of hip-hop stuff.
Mm.
And can we have no high-end at all?" And they're going, "Yeah, it kind of loses something, like fucking everything."
Yes, let me just go to my contact and get my low hats library.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, no, you just put a low pass on the album, right? At that point.
Put what on? Sorry.
Put a low pass on the master and say, "Oh, it's that better."
If only I had an assistant to do that for me. I don't know how to do with low pass filters. I need an assistant.
How's it done?
This interview's going really well, isn't it?
Hey, if you want a track with no top end, give it to me.
Yeah.
I won't be able to hear it. I'm huh?
It'll be in minor.
But yeah, it's a strange one. But they're liking what I'm doing, so it's fine.
That's all we can ask for.
But
really,
you're
isn't it?
really not enthused by it.
No. Well, no. I tell you what it is. It's that classic age-old thing, and I knew it would happen. I think this is the job that I told you about. That having done loads of big orchestral epic stuff over 6 months, I was looking forward to doing something which was a lot more different and dirty and all this kind of thing. And I just threw in that there's a few scenes that are quite emotional, so I threw in the token kind of string quintet track with some, kind of muted piano and all this kind of thing, as a kind of, well, if we're going to go down the conventional route for the odd scene, here's a track for the. Of course, all they're doing is turning around and going, "Well, we love this track. This track's brilliant. Oh, can we have more of this?" And then they're going, "Oh,
oh no!"
Hey. Honestly, and they've
poisoned the well.
They have chucked this track on all over the episode I'm doing. They've chucked it all over the place, and it works. It works really well. But all it is I'm just there going, "Oh God!" So I've got to do what I always do. I've got to just go back to just doing it. Whereas I was actually looking forward to not doing any of that.
Yeah.
So, but there we go. It's making a rod to your own back. I shouldn't really complain, should I? So.
It is slightly easier to do, though, isn't it?
Oh, come on. Is it really? Well, yes. Yeah,
come on. Yeah, we're talking to an aficionado here.
No. No, it's easy for me to do, but it's whether I want to do it. That's the problem.
Agreed.
I've had months of doing it. Why the fuck am I hearing a fucking oboe?
Because I've been having Campbell's beans.
I didn't want an oboe.
Can we rather have an English one, please?
Is that an emu oboe?
No, it's a BBC SO oboe.
Is it?
Played badly, of course.
Well, no, which is...
That's why we didn't recognise it.
Which is ironically one of the few samples I really don't like in SO.
Oh, thank God you said that.
No, it is. It's true. It's one of the...
Thank God you said that. I thought I was being a Philistine.
No, when I did...
I didn't like it.
No, it's not the best sound on...
No.
But in saying that...
The woodwinds in there seem a bit... But then never like the bassoon in there.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I know it's you. I know that it's you that said it, Robert. So therefore, traditionally, I should now argue the point here. But I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. The winds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like the symphonic winds, but then again, very generally, the very soft sound of Air Lyndhurst is something I like. So.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with that. Again, God, that's twice in a row I've actually agreed with Robert. Fucking hell.
Fuck. Beringer.
Yeah. Say something.
Modular.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. There is a blue moon.
I think you need to start talking about salaries, you two.
Living arrangements. Also.
I think we already know. That's never going to work out.
No. Never say never, Robert.
Never. You can't afford to, Robert?
No, I think I would be the worst assistant for any working composer. I would just make their life a misery and make them lose jobs. So I'm definitely the wrong choice.
You're hired.
I
see what you're doing.
Yeah, to be fair.
No, I know myself well enough that I would not be able to work
No, you'd be the counterpoint that Ty needs.
No, I'm going to do is I'm going to relive a story that I once had with my mom a few years ago, which was when my dad had died, and my mom was talking about moving in. Okay.
Yeah.
And the exact conversation I had with my mom went like this: Mom, if you moved in within a week, either I would kill you or you would kill me. You are never moving into this house. And that was a conversation I had with my mom. Yeah. And I'm going to have a similar conversation with Robert.
Why? I've already said I'm not fucking doing it.
So you turned down the job, but he did offer it to you.
No, joking aside, because the idea of having an assistant is just. I know it's a problem. I'm such a control freak that it would trusting somebody else to do what I do and spend so much time meticulously doing. Trusting someone else to do that, I would have an issue with it. I would really struggle with it.
Oh, most musicians like that though.
No. I know most composers I know, most TV composers I know They all have assistants, and they're all more than happy to do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm such a control freak, and it's a character flaw. It really is a character flaw. Yeah, I would really struggle. I'm very fortunate. I have lots of people who offer their services for nothing to do with composing. But anyway,
having someone point out that, you nicked that bit from Marla, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck off, cunt.
Yeah. Ding dong. Hello, Marla here.
Yeah. No, I just couldn't do it. It's because I get offered lots of people who want to help or assist essentially, and I always go, it's very kind of you, but and I'm sure people would gain huge amounts of experience in how not to do it, but yeah, I'd really struggle.
It's interesting. This isn't the first time that conversation's come up today, is it?
What?
We had a kind of similar conversation earlier, did we not?
Did we?
Okay. When offer services for money. Come on, it was a 30-minute phone call. You couldn't have forgotten it. I'm supposed to be the one that's forgetting shit.
We're all looking really blanky.
So I said about
something about hookers, or
no. Basically, what it was, I said to Ty, Ty.
Oh yes.
I'll pay you money. You teach me how to orchestrate properly.
Sorry,
you know what he says? Go and get a fucking book.
Yeah.
well,
words to that effect.
It was longer and more delicately put, but essentially it was. No, you fucking sort it out, which is fair.
It's not that.
It's fair. It's fair.
It's not. It's the fact that I would be the worst teacher in the world. I'd be fucking awful.
Yeah, you'd be going, not like that. What the fucking hell do you think you're doing?
Can I point out? Okay, there was a composer that she's a fantastic composer, and I kind of was a mentor for a bit. She won I was a judge many years ago on the BBC Young Composer Competition for TV, and I was a judge on that, and she won it, and she basically part of that, she got a BBC commission, and I kind of took her under my wing a bit, and we started. I thought it'd be good, so I did a co-write with her. The next project I was doing, I said, "Look, why don't we do a co-write together?" And she was very good, but what she wasn't very good with was the technical side of things. So she's very good as a composer. I could get by, but she wasn't. And I was such a control freak because I turned around and said everything that she sent, she had to send via me. So she'd send the tracks to me, and I would then finesse them and mess with them and make them. And I had her in tears. She sent me a track, and I mean, I'm not being funny. The panning was just like fucking all over the place. So of course, I very sensitively, bearing in mind we had to send off the tracks that day, I very sensitively called her at 8:30 in the morning, and very sensibly turned around and went, "What the fucking hell do you call this? You don't fucking understand what panning is." Yeah. And
so the response we expected.
So Ty, you like the teacher in Whiplash, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was just in tears. Going, "I'm sorry, but you can't do this. We can't send it like this." And but it turns out we're still best friends, and we've worked together several times since.
She fears not being your friend.
No. The thing is, she now proudly relates that story to anyone that will listen, because she's now doing films in America, and she's now doing brilliantly. But she now will relate that story to everyone, basically about what a complete bastard I am. And but I'm not being funny. The panning was just fucking atrocious. It was things like having fucking all the drums on one side, and having an oboe solo, for example, just all in one channel. It's just like,
I don't know what you mean. Works for the Beatles. Must still work
Sounds
nowadays.
sounds like a Beatles mix.
And here we go. It's 1964 all over again.
Like the track I've been working on the last couple of days, and Fiona says, "Oh, you should get Ty to listen to that." I go, "No, I'll just go into the kitchen and hit myself in the face with a fork."
I'm honest. You know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but that's the thing. If I send you something, I know what I'm going to get back.
No, I've always said I will always listen to anything anyone ever sends me to, but I will only ever always be honest. That's all.
Yeah.
Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, had the guitar on one side for a while. You know, people do stuff.
So basically, the Beatles would have been not the Beatles.
Listen to the mono stuff in mono. Listen to the later stereo stuff maybe in stereo.
They probably just
the
didn't
mono
know
mixes
how.
are great.
Yeah, but they probably didn't know how to use the Helios desk properly. That's all. They thought they were doing the panning, and it was just high frequencies.
The Beatles never sat in on any of their stereo mixes.
You're absolutely right. They didn't.
They just said.
Only when they stopped doing mono.
It'd be interesting to find out who it was.
That's actually like George did sit in for the Stereo White album.
Were you there
in the States?
Wow.
No, but you've
amazing.
You must know the famous story of he heard the White labels, was really pissed off, and then sat in on them remastering more the White album stereo version for the States again, which is why that is an extra collective bit, because of course it sounds quite different to the other versions. I mean, number 9 still sounds like number 9.
I like number 9. Don't start off on number 9.
Yeah, number 9.
But you haven't played your 7 for nearly an hour.
I know.
What's going on, mate? Oh, you didn't, did you?
Yeah.
Oh. Could have done with that nice big bass sound again. Wow.
Sam sounds brilliant, doesn't it?
Yeah. Indeed it does.
So fucking well should. You know, it's not like they haven't done it before.
That's lyrics from a song, isn't it?
What? So fucking well should.
Yeah. It's
I can't remember. Which one.
Oh.
Somebody just sent me a link to.
Who's
So I'm going to
died?
change the subject completely here.
Boris has died.
Well, two things. Rafa Nadal's just pulled out of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
So Nick Kyrgios is in the
Out of
final.
who?
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Out of who? Yeah.
Oh,
Which
Boris
is
again,
a
yeah.
shame, because I would have liked to have seen Kyrgios kick his ass. But Kyrgios is in the final, which is going to be interesting.
That's
But
good.
no, so I've got this thing about a certain car that if I had the money and if I didn't have the intelligence, I would go out and buy.
Not an RX-5. Not an RX-5.
No. It's a VW Phaeton.
A what? What?
A VW Phaeton.
Is that
It's the one with the W12 engine.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
It's basically it was VW's attempt at taking on the S
Mercedes
class and the
S-Class,
sevens and the 7 Series and stuff.
And
It
they
was a
sold
big.
about 5.
They said about 5. Yeah. No, actually, it was in production. It was in production for like 15 years, and they still sold about 5. But it was a bonkers thing. It was absolutely mental. It weighed like 2.5 tons. It came with like 3 engine choices, one of which was a W12, 6-litre W12, which was just 2 V6s bolted together. Inside was just like it was the height of everything. You know that bit on the dashboard that runs around sort of from the door and underneath.
Yeah.
All solid walnut.
I think
And
I
then
know
when-
this motor. Yeah.
When you turn the ignition on, the vents open up to it's stunning.
Is this a boat
Lots
or
of,
a car?
lots of wankery in it. Yeah.
Yeah, literally, it had everything you want, and in the back it was like huge amounts of leg room and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
reclining
I've just
rears.
smart,
wanted
doesn't it?
one. I don't know why. It's just a bonkers car. And I've always wanted one. Well, today, to mark 20 years since it first came out, VW have actually just released the successor to it. Or they've released images of the successor that never came to be. So it's the second version of it, and it's even more bonkersly luxurious and big and built like a tank and probably weighs God knows what. And I've just been while you've been talking about rusty knobs and all this, I've just been polishing my knob over that.
We wondered why the camera was shaking.
Yeah.
So a car that comes with its own gravity well.
Oh man, it's a massive saloon, 4 seats, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, massive console all the way through the middle with
as opposed to.
Well, instead of having 3 seats at the back, it's got it's
yeah.
But what was
it's a Mustang.
But what was really interesting was like looking at it from the interior is how it informed the new VW design in the last few years.
That's like the S-Class. If you want to know what's going to happen in cars in the next 10 years, go and look at today's S-Class.
Because all the stuff that came on that is like on my Arteon, which is quite remarkable. It's a lovely thing, but they never made the second one.
I think if I was rich enough to buy my dream car, I think it'd be something like an Aston Martin DB4 or a Bristol 411 Zagato.
Oh my God!
I parked next to an Aston today at my son's school. And I'm thinking, who the fuck earns enough to own a bloody Aston at this school? Yeah.
But I prefer the DB4 to the DB5.
What's the difference? Because I only remember the DB5.
How old are you, Sess?
In my 50s.
You'll never get the exact age out of him because they're listening.
No, it's only the fact that both of those cars are cars that my dad would have said that he really wanted.
Well, I mean, it's a bit like the E-Type Jag. I think they are just beautiful cars.
Pre-72.
They were hand-built, and
Pre-72.
they're works of art.
I had the Corgi DB5.
Yeah, so did I.
Yes, but how many of you have a car that's featured in Street Machine magazine? Hey! Fucking picture of my car in that.
But no, it's
before you owned it.
And the point
I just
is,
admire things that were built properly, and they were built by hand by engineers, and the passion shows through in the design and the styling.
So robots don't have passion.
No, nor do the people who program them.
I had
not the ones I've been with.
I had a car.
And they have the right accessories. Yeah.
I had a car that was on the front cover of Autocar magazine. It was my car.
The car.
The car. It was my car.
Wow. That's
What was it?
Yeah.
It was the only one made. It's called the Fabio GTS 400. No, Fabio GTS 400. And it was white, and it was on the front cover with my number plate on it.
That's bragging rights right there.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Did I mention Street Machine magazine?
Frequently.
Yeah. He's like, oh, really?
About 10 years ago, they were selling a camera-used Ferrari Testarossa from Miami Vice, the white ones.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, on eBay for $1 million.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow.
Even had the old cell phone bracket in it and everything.
Do you know what? What's really funny is I used to really give a fuck about cars, and I know it sounds like I still, but honestly now, I really don't. I really don't care if that makes.
If anything, I'm worse now than I ever used to be because now I sort of have the money to get them.
I used to,
and that's made it worse.
If you turn around to me 10 years ago, cars and synths and hi-fi were the most important things, and yet now, synths. I'm not being funny. I'm not. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I don't really. I go. Does anyone else go through a stage where they just kind of think, oh fucking hell, they're just things. I can't. I have no time for them.
And you're on your own
when I couldn't afford them.
When are you getting rid of them? When are you getting rid of them?
Oh, well, the thing is, no. Kent knows what will probably happen here, but, because I've had this, and actually Robbie does as well.
I don't think you can be buried with that many cars. I think there's a law.
Yeah, no. But no, with cars, it's just like they used to be the ball, and now when I picked up this one, it was just like there was. I don't want to say zero excitement, but there literally was. I was just getting annoyed with the bloke because I was there waiting so long at the garage to get it, and I was just getting annoyed. My experience of picking up that car was just getting annoyed.
I mean, it does say Porsche on it, right? So.
Well, exactly. No, which is I'm not.
What did you expect?
I'm not hiding the fact that I'm not a Porsche fan, but.
Yeah, but I mean, if I say next week went out and got myself a Buick Riviera boat tail,
Ooh.
and then got a GTO, and then get the '67 Mustang Mark 1 as well. And then after that, it's sort of like, you know, then if I got a Corvette or Stingray or something like that, and just go, because, you know, I got over the initial excitement. I finally got a proper American car like I always wanted. And then you get some more cars, and then you get used to that experience, and it doesn't have the same impact anymore.
No, I'll tell you what it is for me. It's as you get older, what I really realise is, honestly, although I get loads of stuff, the stuff is not important. Stuff is, you know, you see on all these programs, all these fucking spiritual bollocks, you know, all this, what it's like to be wellness and life and all this kind of thing. It's all about people, and it's all about experiences, and it's not about things. And I spent years turning around and going, "You're talking shit." And honestly, it's just, you just kind of realise that things just really don't matter. They
don't
really
make you happy, do they?
No, they don't. And it's as long as you know, as long as I've got four wheels on a car, and the car, you know, I've said this all along. My little runaround, I've got a TT as my runaround, and if you got rid of all the other cars, I'd quite happily keep my TT as my runaround, and I'd be as happy as a fucking cow in shit. It's just, you know, I'd be absolutely fine with it if they all went tomorrow. And it's the same with synths. As long as I could keep one or two nice synths, if the rest of them all went tomorrow, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What would you keep then? Out of all
when
the
can we come
synths
around?
you've got?
Oh well, no, I'm not going to hide the fact that I've said this before, time and time again. The Schmidt for me is only the fact that it's absolutely fascinating, and it's every time you play it, you find something new on it, and it can be really digital, it can be really analog, it can be whatever. It's not a very warm synth. It's not a very warm synth at all, but you know, that's what chorus pedals are made for. You know, it's yeah, it would be that. But honestly,
you have a C15?
Do you know what? No, C15's good, but it wouldn't be a desert island. It's nice, it's really nice, and it serves a place. But I'm just saying, if it literally was just, I wouldn't. Do you know, it wouldn't even have to be that fancy. Just if I'd be more than happy just to have a few, just a couple, and the rest can go. I wouldn't. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, Kent and Robbie know that there's this ongoing joke that what I'm absolutely convinced is going to happen is that when this third studio is done and that's all ready and the playroom, I'm going to live with that for 12 months or whatever. And then one day I know for a fact I'm going to just come down and just suddenly go, what the fucking hell am I doing here? And because none of it will get used. And and I've said this to both of you, have I not? I just have a feeling one day I'm just going to do a Junkie XL and just get rid of the lot.
It's called a midlife crisis.
No, it's not. My midlife crisis happened when I was fucking in my 20s.
So did mine.
And you're still alive.
Yeah, believe me. So it's I just have a feeling one day I'm just going to go, what the fuck are you doing, and go back to just having a really minimal setup. And the reality is, I then know I'll start from scratch. I'll then just keep buying new stuff to kind of build it all up again. But it's just a kind of cycle. It's more a case of it's something you just kind of have to do. Do you know what I mean? I can do it. I can have my playroom. I can have my cake and eat it. I can have all the stuff I want, and then sit there and go, "You're a fucking dickhead," and finally realise that they're all just fucking knobs.
I remember going right through my 30s, a good 10 years, of not owning a single keyboard of any description.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Never played a key.
I couldn't do that.
I was with a girl who didn't like the fact that I had keyboards. And she said...
Whoa. Well,
yeah.
Can I just point out that as a concept? Why?
She didn't like the fact that I spent every waking penny I had.
Okay, I'll rephrase that.
On gear.
Why were you with a girl that couldn't see the?
Do you know what? having the benefit of being, 20 years on, I can safely say I have no fucking clue. Even now, it's like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, it's a fundamental.
So opposites attract, right?
Yeah, I mean, everything that I owned went. I mean, everything. Poly 6, Monopoly, 202, CR78, 2 Roland S330s. Prodigy, all of it gone. Everything was sold. Every stick.
Did you have the digitizing tablet for the Roland?
No, but I did have the 150.
I love the detail. I love the detail. Forget the concept.
Yeah.
Forget the overall. That you did all this.
It's important.
I tell you what. I let those S330s go for a song as well, and both of them had the £159 Roland ball mouse.
Oh,
159 quid for a fucking ball mouse because it had Roland printed on it. Fucking. When I found out that a normal mouse worked on it, I was like, oh no.
Did you ever see the game system called FM Towns from Japan? Or maybe it's Korean. It uses a similar mouse design to the Roland mouse. So if you get the FM Towns adapter on eBay and you use a standard PS2 mouse, you can do it.
Yeah.
It's $30.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I found out, that a normal mouse works in it.
I think one of the shows I gave you guys a link for it's on eBay. But.
Yeah.
Can I just share something that was quite funny today, that I actually realised that I found something that I'd forgotten I had, which was
it happens every day, doesn't it?
No, but
another CS80.
So in this bit here,
yeah.
So I've got a few Muga Fugas and in the FX. Can you see that or not? Can you tell me?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
So
making full screen.
Ooh, having the echo fix.
Yeah. So there's this little bit here, and there's an Eventide. Hang on a sec. There's an Eventide here, Lexicon here, and then some Muga Fugas like this. And while I was down here, I went, "Oh fuck, what's this?" There's a little drawer. I genuinely had forgotten. In this little drawer,
Tenorion.
There's a Tenorion.
Hey. Oh my god!
And some bucket operators, and that's been there since that went in, and I couldn't even recall seeing this little drawer.
Man.
Between that, so I found a Tenorion and my pocket operators. Well, 3 of them. Yeah, but anyway, that happened.
Well, Ty, you were there when we were doing out the garage.
Oh, good. Yeah.
How many? My God, what is that over there? Oh, I don't know. What is? Oh, it's a synthex.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a memory mode. Fucking hell, I didn't even know we had that.
Yeah, it's. Oh, hang on a minute.
It can happen.
Screen.
You got.
Sorry, yeah.
Wait there, Robert Snooper. Who the fuck has renamed me?
That was about 20 minutes ago.
Who has the ability to rename me?
Well, Ty or Robbie.
Couldn't Robbie, I think. I think it's Robbie.
Look at Robbie's face.
Yeah.
Robbie? Surely not.
No.
No.
Hey, okay, I'm gonna have to keep my eye out now. Now that I know you can rename me, that's really not
That's
on.
really disturbing.
That is really worrying.
See, the other, because that every Friday it's exactly the same thing. Like if I've called myself, fuck nuts or something like that for this, and then I go to join PSN and I'm going, oh, hang on a minute, get rid of that. I just make it Ken, just in case.
Oh, brilliant.
So, mind you, was it Hebden Bridge last week? Oh yeah, you forgot to change that, didn't you?
Hebden Bridge.
Oh, by the way, good shout out. By the way, I don't know if anyone's seen the Audio Imperia. The Audio Imperia. What's it called? Fade. It's FVDE, although it's meant to be said fade, but they've replaced it. FD. The Audio Imperia. FD.
Oh, meow.
What? Robbie, what you laughing at?
No, nothing. It's just
Robbie.
There you go, rename David.
MIDI.
Oh, brilliant.
I didn't know you could do this.
Is this the MIDI controller?
Cleo's
Yeah, the Audio Imperia MIDI controller.
Well, that was a
If
good one.
anyone sitting on the fence looking at them, very good. They are. So basically, it's this. This thing. Oh, I don't need.
No, I
wait.
can't see it.
Hang on a
Chuffing
minute.
thing.
Oh, fucking hell. I'll put the light on. I'll put the big light on. Hang on.
$379.
Yeah.
There you go.
And 40 pence.
That thing.
Yeah.
Well, 4 faders. Hang on, let's pull this out more. 4 faders, screen with. So you can do all the control from it. But they made it basically just so that they're quality faders, 100mm faders. And you can sign it to any MIDI, or you can sign 4 buttons to notes, 4 buttons to whatever. And I was having a complete moan about them because the units arrived and you basically have to go online and download their app to do the editing. Except the units arrived and then that's it. And except you couldn't actually go on to download the editor. So they arrived and for 2 days, 3 days, they just sat there with me, being able to do anything with them. So I wasn't a happy bunny, but now they've put it online. And the main thing is, it's just really good quality. Real wood, real
And it's
metal.
how much?
$379 US.
$379.
That's a reasonable price for what it is.
It's reasonable for what it is. It's good quality faders, good quality build. And,
I mean, I make these shitty things, which are complete solid metal and expensive faders, and let's say, considering it doesn't have a buttons or display, it's not a lot cheaper because, well, ultimately the metal work is what you pay for at that price.
Yeah. And it's so I got 2 of them, and 1 on either side of the keyboard, and they work brilliantly. They just work. They
Or
just
just
work.
get a Behringer BCF 2000.
Yeah,
No,
what
but-
the- yeah.
No, but that's too big. You don't need it. You
The
need
thing
3
is-
to 4 faders.
Yeah,
I was
that's the
joking.
thing. Yeah, it was the fact that it was here is that they literally do fit perfectly, 1 on either side of the keyboard, and it's just really good quality faders. I think that's the difference because they made a big thing saying you can go and get fader boxes, but it's one thing they don't have is quality. They don't use long throw quality faders, and
It's just a shame that you have to use an app to set them up. As
it's so easy. Well, the thing is, what? Yeah,
Just
right.
doing it.
Yeah, can I just point out? I was of the same frame of mind for 2 or 3 days with me just fucking cursing the fact that they was sat there. But once the app's up, it's just so easy. It literally is just so easy, and you literally set it up once, and that's it. If you want, because you can then save. It's got 4 banks, I should just say. So you've got 4 banks of presets built into the machine. Obviously, it's limitless via the app, but it's you get 4 built into each machine, and and they also all the lights colors fade, change color. So as you go through the banks,
sold.
You go through the banks. So that's bank A. What is it? I don't know. Bank B, Bank C, Bank D. Look, colours.
And it's got wooden end cheeks. Ooh.
Yeah. But now you could send from a feature request that both units would intercommunicate. So if you change to Bank B on the first one, the second one would also change over. So that they're always in tandem.
I can't believe this is almost 4 times in one evening that I've agreed with Robert, but I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
How is that better than the CMC ones?
They're nice, just different.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Okay.
If not, they're also the nice one that Hanses Tech makes. What is it? Choice Source Designs. They're quite nice, but they're 8 faders.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty around.
They're really nice faders.
Yeah. I mean, this is just all I'd say is, I mean, it's just more a case of if anyone sat on the fence, you know, kind of, they're really nice. Yeah. So the thing is, you can't, you're not going to see them anywhere, so you've got to wait for someone to actually buy one to confirm whether
What are you
also
using
means
it
I can finally get
specifically
out of
for?
a business.
For me, it's literally nothing other than when I'm doing, say for example, SO. When I'm doing that, is the fact that because on the SL88 you've got 3 joysticks, and kind of one is completely free moving, one is sprung in one direction, and one is sprung in all directions. And I've just set up controllers on all of those joysticks for all 3. But there's times when literally all you want is just them all. You just want faders. You just want 4 faders.
Yeah.
And I've got a Kurzweil expression mate that I've been using. But again, sometimes you don't want faders that you're running that way. You want faders that you're running like traditional faders.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of made sense to, just that. So I've been looking. I've got a Kenton Control Freak from. Do you remember those from back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got 16 fader Control Freak, and I've got other bits and bobs. I've got the CMCs with the faders on. They're all fine, but all I wanted was just some easy, small group of 4 faders, and there's no one else that does it.
PV made one for a while. That's like the Control Freak, but it's not as good as a Control Freak.
Which one's that?
PV made a Control Freak kind of.
Yeah, they
ripoff.
did. Yeah,
I have both of them, and the Control Freak's way better. So.
Wasn't that also the JL Cooper that many guys in the States use?
They use those, but the best of them was the Control Freak. The Control Freak had
Actually,
really.
Junkie XL uses the JL Cooper one.
Okay. Yeah. But but there's Anyway, for me, it just they all 4 faders, all assigned to different controllers when you're doing orchestral stuff. Is just it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
well, I would like to say who uses mine, but I think legally I really can't. So, suck joy, GDPR. Although who cares?
Hey Ty, quick question: would you ever get one of those Lumitone controllers, the new MPE controllers?
Lumitone.
Isomorphic, microtonal MPE controllers.
They are completely new to me.
They have those hexagonal keys. You can do the finger groupings.
Oh fuck off! No, no, absolutely not.
And there's your review.
Well, you're one of the few that can afford it. They're over $5,000. So
yeah.
Whoa, what?
Anything that involves me learning a new technique.
Yeah.
Now
I have the Axis 49, which is pretty fun. It's the same shape, but it's much cheaper. So.
Those days have gone. There's one. Who is this now? I have to. Has anyone seen this guy that's invented this kind of keyboard thing that is it's all black and white lines, and he's invented this thing where, and he writes his own. He calls them symphonies. I'm not going to laugh when I say it. He calls them these symphonies and these pieces of music that he writes, and he's designed this thing, and I think he's trying to get it into the outside world. But he's designed it all around this synth where you can trigger loops or from one big massive black and white. It's kind of based on some kind of hexagonal, the kind of Lin instrument, that kind of thing. I can't remember the name of the bloke, but if you look on like Matrix Synth, they keep seeing these links from even if you ignore the fact that the music is shit, as in shocking. It is shocking, and the fact that he calls these, has the nerve to call them symphonies or whatever, it's just embarrassing. But the way that the actual interface is dreadful. The way he triggers loops is out of time. The way that you don't, because he's making out you can control every octave. It's just bollocks. The whole thing is just bollocks. And I every single time that he puts one of these videos on, I literally sit there going, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't.
It's like a hipster kind of guy. Is it?
Oh yeah, no, it's kind of my age. I'd probably say in his 50s.
Old.
But it's just old. I'm not going to argue that. But I just didn't know if anyone else has seen it. Next time this guy is, I will draw attention to it because it's just fucking embarrassing. How
maybe
awful the whole project is.
Maybe he can create a new Lumi and spend a couple million on flowers and miscellaneous.
Well, do you know? I'm sorry to say that for me personally, I just don't have the time or inclination to learn something from scratch unless the benefits are going to be huge. And everything I've seen from every other alternative controller, there's some benefit. It's like the Lin instruments. There are some benefits to Lin instrument or whatever it's called.
Lin instrument, yeah.
Yeah, the Lin instrument. And
the main thing with Lumitone was microtonal stuff and MPE, but I don't think you do any microtonal.
Yeah, I mean, I love microtonal stuff, but just there are other ways of doing microtonal stuff. That's one of the times where things like iPad's fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's one of the time when get an iPad Pro and it's fantastic for that kind of thing.
You ever try one of those HPi things that look like Lego bricks?
No.
It's these vertical keys that are multicolored and they look like little Lego bricks.
Okay, you're selling it to me.
Well, I mean, they were really weird custom microtonal keyboards. So all hardware.
Next one was going to be out of stickle bricks.
The thing is,
texture.
The thing is with microtonal is the fact that I'm not being funny. So I studied when I was at uni. I studied ethnic musicology, and the problem is with it is that when I came out of it, I first started doing. I got kind of known for doing. This is before I got known for doing orchestral stuff. I kind of got known for doing African stuff and more kind of ethnic stuff. And because I studied, kind of scales and all this kind of shit, I kind of was really following the trip for, we're going to keep it really authentic. And it's all going to be proper, going to be proper, authentic ethnic scales. And so there's going to be lots of quarter tones. And it's going to be, yeah. And then everything I delivered, they basically turned around and went, it just sounds a bit out of tune. And I'm there going, this is authentic. Yeah. Can we have it sounding in tune? So that all went out the window. So all the African stuff that ended up actually being broadcast, the micro tuning is so minimal because they just want that's the fucker.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Look up the. But I put one in private chat. It's the old HPi tonal plexus.
Okay. If you come across what is that? What is that guy, Robbie? Who is it?
His name is Jacob Duringer. I'm
well, if you ever want to laugh, go and listen to some of that.
Did that say play 15 things at once?
Yeah, but it literally, honestly, the music is dreadful.
Does it get his feet on
How do you
there?
play
Or?
15
Yeah,
things at
I'm
once?
sorry. How? Where's the extra hand coming from?
Hang on. Let me show you. Hang on.
He has a very dexterous penis.
only
And we're back to the knobs.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
So there's some slap pads at the bottom, is there?
It's just, honestly, it's like triggering loops. But when he's triggering the loops, it's the timing is just all over the place, and it's just. Here we go. Come on. God, if only I could do this on another synthesizer. This will be Symphony number 17. There's a trigger loop. Out of
And that's enough of that.
Fuck it. I thought I was a fucking bad composer, but no, man.
I'm not having you on. That sums up the.
But the thing is, he's been at it since like 1982.
Wait, is that one of those symphonies?
Yeah, that's one of his.
You're joking.
No, honestly, that's the standard. That's the quality of this. He calls them all
But doesn't symphony by definition require things coming together. I mean, those things are not coming together.
I was going to say, Out of Time coming together.
That sounded like Jar's sister,
Honestly,
who wasn't really into it.
I'm not having you on. Follow some of this because there's proof of the pudding. He's been doing this for years and years, and I mean, honestly, I kind of feel sorry for. Obviously, he's dedicated his life to this, and in his head, obviously,
he should have used that time to learn how to play.
Yeah, well, I just think, if you look how small the actual notes are, how small I can't call them notes, the buttons are.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Timing is going to be fucking difficult when you're literally crouched like that. But So every time. Yeah,
he can play 15 things at once, and there's a demo of him playing 3 notes at a time.
Well, that's the thing. You do sit there going, show me something you can't do. Because he's done all this all his life that you can't do on a normal synth.
Oh, dear. So C, F, C, G.
Yeah, so if ever you want to laugh, go and watch some of the... And I know I'm being harsh, and I'm sure he's a really nice guy, and I'm sure he's dedicated his entire life to it. But fuck it, if you're going to have a public persona and you're going to make out that you've done this, at least fucking have some ability.
I tell you what, if I put a track up like that on my SoundCloud, I would deserve all the shit I got.
Look, I know I'm harsh, and I know I'm harsh.
Yeah, I'm harsh as well.
But I don't.
But forget the compositional aspect of it all.
Oh yes, okay.
You'd expect. Well, yeah,
it's hard to do, but go on.
I know. But you'd expect for somebody who's coming up with this completely new and unique controller to be able to do something you cannot do with a traditional. That's what he says. He keeps saying it in his thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, you can bang that out on pretty much anything you bloody
want. Cleo could play that.
Cleo could sing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Oh.
Whoa. I was trying to... Do we need Cleo here? Cleo, come here.
Yeah, Cleo. Just get Cleo to sing.
Come on, Cleo. Give us a composition, sweetheart.
No, she left.
It's like Johnny puts on mouse organ.
No wonder
she's flounced off. I just flounced off going, I'm not playing that.
She's like, I don't need this, okay?
Seriously? It wasn't even in minor. My God. What do you think I am?
It's gone. She's gone.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Cool Prophecy with the accordion keyboard?
Yeah.
That's
what's that done by Michael Guys?
No.
I don't know who it was, but
I have not seen that.
No.
Yeah, they replaced the keys with an accordion stuff because it was huge in the Middle East and sort of like Indian subcontinent. They loved the Prophecy over there because it was able to do those kind of instruments, those wind instruments.
Yeah.
And so they had it fitted with because they, it's a more traditional sort of keyboard method. Yeah,
makes total sense. That does.
Yeah.
That other thing,
though, I'm not. Ramsey for his show. He put that up on his show. It was on eBay.
I mean, if it makes sense for your brain, that keyboard layout, then it makes a lot more sense to have that on there than a standard piano keyboard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, progress with the Kraftwerk vocoder.
Hey.
Oh, has it blown up again?
No. I plugged the microphone into it. Said Autobahn. Using a Jupiter, using a Jupiter 8 as a carrier, and what I got was.
Well, this is game.
So it's getting better.
Yeah,
it was.
Okay, yeah, almost there. Never mind.
I'm reading. I don't know. Do you know Tyrone Roberts' bitch?
No idea.
No idea either.
What happened, Bridge?
No,
was that Andrew?
Oh,
it's showing up as device not connected. No, it's
keeps... no, just keep.
Guys, I'm just trying to get the cam on.
Ah.
Oh, there's an Hepton Bridge.
It sounded like Hepton Bridge.
It did. No, Mark Jenkins. Is it Mark Jenkins' book about Kraftwerk, about the discography?
Oh yes, the 50-year thing.
Yeah. It's just it's just quite interesting how he perceives things slightly from a tech point of view, especially things slightly different. But it's quite interesting. If you've got any vague interest in craft work, I actually think there might be a picture of the vocoder in there actually.
Well, I mean, you clearly see it on the original Ralph and Florian back cover.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you clearly make it out below a stack of other things next to the Synth-A.
Mm-hmm. You must have read
it's a shame it didn't actually do anything else other than just that Autobahn.
No, like on Ralph and Florian, it was used quite a lot. There's like a Synth-A bass line going through it, like standard vocoder bass line, and there's the Ananas Symphony, them saying that, and then they said Autobahn through it, and then they used an EMS 2000 vocoder, I think, most of the time after that.
Mm.
I think that was radioactivity, was EMS.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think there was another one in between the two, though. I'm trying. Oh, Daniel did say, fucking hell.
So they didn't use a Boda vocoder?
Well, apparently Florian owned about any vocoder that you could possibly own in hardware or software.
I think there's a heavy use of it. I think it was a Siemens one at some point. Yeah, that's another knob joke for you, Rob. It was a Siemens one in there somewhere at some point.
Isn't that the one? But wasn't that built by Siemens, or was that just Siemens engineers?
Yeah, I believe it's a Siemens engineer actually built that original one. Yeah, but not through Siemens in any particular sort of like trademark kind of way, from what I understand. Actually, but we'll get Daniel on the show and we'll ask him because he had a very, very, very long conversations with Florian about it. Being a bit of a fanboy is an opportunity that he didn't want to miss.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and then I'm going to have a conversation with Daniel about the vocoder. Mate.
Knock it on the head.
Oh, bloody hell.
Did the schematics help?
Oh, too fucking long. I'm at the point now where for 10p, I would pull all the boards out of it, feed it up with straw, and tell him to buy a fucking hamster. Honestly, it was like.
And has he not gone with that?
Strangely, no. Something to do with £12,500 or something.
Yeah.
I didn't think hamsters were that expensive, but there you go. Mind, it could be worse because I said a goldfish, couldn't I? It didn't last long, did it?
So how much your repair were going to be? 8.5?
Do you know what? If I could do it, strictly on an hourly basis, I'd be a multi-millionaire now. So I have to do holistic pricing. Yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know, what's it worth to you, mate?
Oh, did I tell you I finally got to plug my headphones in? If anyone wants a really nice pair of headphones.
What, you giving them away?
We can't afford them.
No.
Even a half off.
Yeah, I'll have them off you, Ty. I really want a nice pair of headphones. Go on.
Holy cow.
They are literally the most ridiculously looking headphones.
Wow.
I'll show you what they look like when they're on.
Their headphones.
Yeah, let's go back to the 1970s.
Oh my God.
Fucking hell.
I'm sure I've seen that on Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Looks great.
Cyberman.
Now talk like Mickey Mouse.
What's even more hilarious, they've got there's something on them that kind of crinkles. So when you're basically placing them, it sounds like you've got a crisp packet rubbing against your ear. And they basically go, this is perfectly normal. You basically have to get it in position. And while you're getting in position, it sounds like you're rubbing crisp packets on your ears. But once they're in position, that sound will disappear.
No packets.
No shit.
Can I just say, the impedance isn't great, so they don't go. You have to have a good amplifier for them. Compared to, because I've used focals from my normal focal Studio Pros and my normal ones, and they go really loud, really easily. These don't go loud that easily, but Christ, when you drive them, they sound absolutely fantastic.
Are they planar magnetic, or are they?
Oh, do you know what? I honestly don't know.
I think they're air motion transformers, so they are planar magnetic, but they are, rather than straight ribbons, they are air motion. So the magnetic field is applied vertically, so it's like a concertina going together rather than a planar ribbon moving.
I tried those $1,500 headphones.
Who makes them? What are they called?
HEDD. Headphones.
Oh.
Yeah. Because
headphones.
I know. I went and looked at the head monitors. They made some big, but they were so tall they wouldn't fit in the studio. That's how.
There's another knob gag there. Robbie missed again.
Sorry, yeah. I was just trying to think. Headphones, and that was, and then head monitors. Well, surely head monitors are headphones
with Siemens product,
yeah. A head job.
Yeah. Although they look fucking ridiculous, I can highly recommend them. They're absolutely sound fantastic.
Well, I hanker to
go
back.
They're not cheap though, are they? I mean,
and why are you getting rid of them?
50 quid.
No.
Can we not go back to the 80s when we used to have those Sennheisers, the round yellow ones for 49 quid from Boots? They were fucking brilliant. They were.
You know what? What's amazing is I
still got a pair.
I remember buying my first. I think they were Panasonic in-ears, and I remember they were 26 quid, and I just remember that how could I possibly justify or afford £26 on a pair of headphones? And honestly, it was just like, I really honestly thought I was rich and I'd won the lottery.
Yeah.
That I could afford some £26 headphones.
I had to save up for those Sennheisers from Boots.
That's like the Sony MDRs.
And Magnetic Fields was the first thing I listened to through them, and they sounded fucking awesome.
Evening, Andrew.
Hello.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello.
Captain Brig.
Can't hear you. Oh, there he
Got
is.
the camera, not got the mic.
Talking quiet. I think. Talking quiet.
Hang on.
There you go.
Hey,
you're right. You're right.
You're just a bit far away from
It's actually much louder when you speak.
Yeah, what happens is, what tends to happen is, the closer you get to a microphone, the louder it gets. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that.
Yeah, top tip from a professional.
Boris,
you're falling asleep.
Correct.
Oh, man.
It all went wrong after the pipe organ.
Oh, thank you, you delicious people. I haven't had a laugh for so long. It's been great.
Oh, you want to laugh? Okay, well.
Go for it. Show us your knob.
Oh my god.
Yeah, can I just it's at this point and they're going.
Yeah, find that fucking. Yeah. Was it find that you fucking algorithm?
Put the headphones on the other head.
Yeah, the little teeny tiny ones. Oh, God.
Mr. Hilton's in the chat.
Yeah.
Hey.
Rich, can he come in? Is there?
Yeah, we've got space.
Yeah.
Rich, come in, darling.
I've sent him a link.
Good. Come in, my darling. Come in.
I can bugger off otherwise anyway.
No.
I should probably go.
Room for a little one.
Another knob joke.
Here we go.
You said that, not me.
Hey, Andrew, I always wanted to ask you, what ROMs do you have in the command station?
What ROMs?
Yeah.
I've got all the command stations and I've got all the ROMs apart from Planet Earth.
I've got Planet Earth.
I have that one.
Have you?
Yeah.
You're my new best friend.
The hard one to get is the Protean drums. That one's impossible to get.
What have I got? I've got Planet Earth. What have I got? Because I've got a 2500 and I've got spares for all that. And have you got the Rob Paper one?
Yeah, the Rob
Garden and
Sound Garden.
Wordplunk. Yay! There he is.
Evening, Richard.
Yay!
Hi guys. Where are you? Where have you played?
Dude!
Where have you just played, Rich?
I can't. Are you asking me a question, Ty?
I am. Where are you? No, where have you just played?
I'm at an airport hotel in Amsterdam. We played tonight in a place called Baarn, Baarn, in the Netherlands, at a festival there, at some kind of royal palace that's been there for a long time. Quite a nice venue. We drove, I don't know, 3 hours from Brussels to get there, and then we drove here because tomorrow we have to fly to Scotland and play there. So I'm at an airport hotel right now for a period of about total of 8 hours before I leave, though we don't check out. We're still keeping this room because we're going to need it when we get back. Then we leave and we go to Scotland and play tomorrow and get a second hotel room, and then we come back the following day at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, this is definitely the busy leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
More to the point, how many mistakes did you make tonight?
I'd say below average, but a few.
He didn't tip the cabbie.
Oh, I thought you meant musical mistakes.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
you're really in an airport hotel in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's the glamorous life. What can I say?
I ended up in the Viking Hotel there many years ago.
I don't know the Viking Hotel. Should I?
You really don't want to.
Okay.
Is it one with blue light or red light at the front?
It was the rainbow light.
Okay.
We didn't know. It seemed like I was working for some. I can't remember who I was working for. And we booked in, and we got there. We thought, well, there's a lot of very nice, very, very toned young gentlemen here. Yeah. Seemed like what was that?
And they're going, who's the slags?
They were looking,
is that your gilder on the floor? Do you want to pick it up?
Are you playing with Duran? Are you at Hyde Park on Sunday?
Yes.
Oh, does anyone want tickets to go and see Duran Duran? Because I've got tickets to go and see Pearl Jam on Saturday and Duran Duran on Sunday, and I can't go, and it's just going to get to the stage where I'm just going to give these tickets to anyone that wants to go and see Duran Duran at Hyde Park.
Competition time.
I'd love to take them. I'm seeing ABBA on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
That'll be a no then.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I mean, if we really didn't find anybody, I'm up for it.
Robert, if you want them, have them. No, I'm serious. If you want them, no, it's fine. If you want them, have them. Have you got a ticket? Have you got a Ticketmaster account?
Well,
just
probably not.
I think if it's Ticketmaster, I think I can just. Hang on, let me have a look. I think you can just transfer them over.
It's video eBay.
Rob, just quickly set up a Ticketmaster account.
Yeah. Well, I first need to check one of the many email addresses whether I might have one.
I just got my Pet Shop Boys tickets through.
When are you going to see them?
Next year.
1982.
June the 17th next year. Yeah, I had to get in quick for those. They're only doing one night at the Wembley Arena.
I'm seeing Tears for Fears on Friday.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
They are great live. They are.
Well, maybe it's not Ticketmaster. Hang on a second, I will find out.
Yeah, he gets a Ticketmaster account and you find it's not Ticketmaster.
Yeah, sorry, hang on. Yeah, before you do this, just let me check this. Yeah, carry on. Don't mind me.
Don't normally.
Oh, Rich, I ordered your T-shirt today.
Thank you, Robbie.
I will bring that with me.
Good.
It's not Ticketmaster. It's AXS.
Well, it's foreign language, but what, eh?
Oh, so I might have an account with them actually.
Okay.
Sorry, I just...
Go on. Rainbow light.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's going to be a very one-sided date because I'm not going to be there. Just thought I'd point that out.
Oh,
well, then it can't
perfect
go wrong.
for me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can I just point out? I'm
can't
not
say
stupid.
anything.
I won't
Can't
be
say anything
offering
wrong.
if I was going to be there.
Yeah, you can't say anything wrong then.
Hang on a second. It's, although the chance that there are 2 tickets, so Robert, you would have to find. No, I'll explain what a friend is.
I mean, I do have a flatmate, so.
There you go. Sorted.
Yeah, it's
is his name Eric?
AXS and Ticketmaster or Fest Ticket.
Hang on. Let me. The problem I've really got at the moment is the fact that I've got to sign into my account. I have no idea what my account password is.
Oh, I know.
Well, that's
Brilliant.
That's why you just reset it every time and generate a random one.
There we go.
I must have set 100 passwords on PayPal this year.
Okay, email sent.
Oh, somebody's just gone. Who went?
Who's off?
David.
Oh.
Was that who that was? Was that Spurcheck?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The cat pushed the button, so.
Yeah, the cat walked on the keyboard.
Let's see.
Fuck, I can't remember it. What a surprise.
That was a good start.
Yeah, got there, but not quite. No cigar.
Well, you've got an intro.
Well, yeah, no, I was saying earlier where the memory's still a bit foggy. I tried some. Was it yesterday? Tried to play some Vivaldi, and first bit, yeah, okay. Second bit, couldn't find it. I could not find it, and I couldn't remember how it went properly, and I couldn't remember even roughly where I was supposed to be playing it. And I used to play that thing without even thinking about it.
Well, if it's any comfort, I don't think Vivaldi remembers your shit either.
Seriously. Yeah. Do you know what? He wouldn't even accept my Facebook fucking friend request. He's a bastard. He really is. Total. Yeah.
Here we go. So I've got the tickets. Hang on a minute. West entrance. Oh fucking hell! You're in the gold circle.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. There you go.
Not the golden shower circle.
The gold circle at Hyde Park, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's pretty good because that's going to be, a couple of 100,000 of our closest friends. So getting close is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, you arrive in style with the dedicated entrance for Gold Circle customers.
Yeah.
You'll be the first to explore American Express presents BST Hyde Park with entry to the event up to 1 hour before the main entrance opens.
Anyone would think you're reading this, us.
I know. Watch great oak stage performances from the exclusive Gold Circle standing viewing area, which allows you to leave and return from the Gold Circle area into the general admission as you wish. So you'll be able to mix with the proletariat as well. It's pretty
You're
good.
a wealth of information, Seth, isn't it?
Prison.
Okay, so
Gen Pop.
Before I send it, so
basically Google with boots on.
You need to send me. I think you need to send me your email address, Robert.
It's definitely a date, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, that's getting serious. Wow.
Yeah.
I feel privileged to witness this.
Now that we work together.
I'm going to give you.
That's
hang on,
funny.
let me give you this. Hang on. Are you in the private chat?
Yeah.
Okay. So drop me.
All of that I can remember.
Oh, yeah.
It's the next bit.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Well, you email my email. You email my email. I put in my email. You send me an email. And then.
It's so complicated.
No, it's fine. Well, it's called email, for fuck's sake. You send me an email. All I've said is send me a fucking email. Which bit of that can't you get your head around?
It's like eavesdropping on a...
You can feel the love, can't you?
Looks like they lived together for years.
I mean, really, when you really sit and think about
Can I
it,
just say? Can I just point out this evening's taken on a direction I really didn't expect.
Yeah.
Send me an email, and I'll send this. You want to go to Pearl Jam as well?
When is that?
The night before Saturday.
I'm working, so
Okay.
sadly.
Anyone else want to go to Pearl Jam? No.
Is that what gay slang? What was it?
That's right. That's all right. That's right.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right. I'll
So, what is it you're busy doing there, Unwin? That you can't go to any of these things?
It's
Procrastinating.
it's called having. It's called having. Yeah. There we go. That's exactly what I'm doing. No, it's called dates kind of going wrong, and daughter is doing a performance of Matilda.
Oh, my son did that this year.
Yeah, so she's kind of acting in that, and I have to say, as much as I'd love to see the Drans down in London, it's far more important that I go to Cirencester to see Boo.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Right, Cirencester.
Yeah.
I didn't realise you were so close. I'm in Stroud.
Ah, well, I will be. Whilst I'm waiting for her to do rehearsals, I will be going to see my really good friends in Tetbury. So yeah, so I'm only from Stroud. I'm like 50 minutes away. Yeah. So
we must have a glass of or a cup or something at some point.
Yeah.
You live in that part of the country with weird town names, don't you?
What Cirencester?
Cock in the mouth.
And knob on the arse. And
yeah.
Dicky Tip
So
Willow.
yes.
Yeah.
So as much as I would genuinely love to be going to see Duran at the weekend, and obviously the wonder known as Mr. Richard Hilton, who's got this bloke called Nile Rodgers playing with him.
Hanger on.
Never heard of him. No. I know Rich, but Niall who?
Niall Rodgers, I think his name is.
Oh, okay.
He's quite good.
Is he good? Oh, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just a
It's a half
guitarist.
decent guitar.
Just
Just the guitarist.
You can
He's
strum
only
a
there
chord
for
or
right
two.
hand.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to, but yeah,
Or
unfortunately,
the easy bits then.
I can't
Yeah.
make it, and I can't be bothered to try and do the whole selling and all this kind of thing of these tickets. But I really genuinely didn't realise that I'd booked Gold Circle. So Robert, you do absolutely owe me big time.
That's a
good hour's
blowy
worth.
right there.
Yeah, that's an hour.
So his
A whole
title
hour.
now should be Ty's
Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah, no, it's a year's salary.
That's a swallow,
That's what
not
it is.
spit.
I'll send you those. I'll send you the details and whatever, and I'll get those transferred over to you. Yeah.
Another Cotswold town,
Thank you,
right?
very kind.
Well, not spit.
And for balance, other sex acts are available.
It's lovely to see you guys to get together. It really is.
Yeah, well, I got catching up to do, man. Catching up to do.
Excellent.
Can we do a private room in here?
Where do we send the flowers?
No.
Drinks £5, both feet on the ground.
Can I just say, I'm just feeling sorry for Rich. They've been like this all evening, Rich. I've just sat on the outskirts.
It's been a long time since we've got together for a chat, so you know.
It's all just gone to their heads.
And I have to say, I've missed it. But,
Yeah, we pushed the barriers back a bit here, though. Made the floor space a bit bigger.
Falling asleep, and I've got a lobby call in like 7 hours.
Oh, do you know what? You should go to
Better
bed.
get on then.
Yeah, I do.
Do you know? And actually, joking aside, I'm going to go because I know it's 20-1, but I really do need to finish this track. So
Is it 20-1?
it is, and I do need to go and finish this track. So I'm going to bugger off and leave you all to it.
I got an OBX to do in the morning.
I've never buggered off before, but I'm going to try it now.
Yeah, you should.
Just don't do it in public.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's just for me and Robert.
Every day's a new experience.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I am going to love and leave. Rich, it's absolutely amazing seeing you again. And
Great seeing you guys.
Sorry I can't see you on Sunday.
Hope
Everyone
to see
else,
you.
Great seeing you. Love you, Robert. Love you.
Cheers, Ty.
Love you.
Yeah,
Bye, Robert.
cheers,
Love
Ty.
you.
Enjoy your daughter's thing tomorrow at the Matilda. Enjoy it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I will do my best. Thank you. See you soon.
Enjoy the bit of 10 minutes.
Later.
Take care, Fruitbat.
Bye.
Hi, kids. I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
All right, man.
Glad we got to spend these precious few minutes together. And I look forward to the next time.
Yeah, good to see you, Rich.
All right, buds.
See you soon.
Cheers, Rich.
Look after yourself, mate.
Yeah.
Take care.
They
well,
weren't
good.
good, interesting. Weren't they awful? So glad we got rid of them, honestly.
Andrew, you'll find this interesting. I just found clones of the Beat Garden and Techno Synth Construction Yard for cheap. They're selling clones of them now.
Are they? Are they selling
The
clones?
real one's like $800 now.
Bloody hell.
Bloody.
Yeah.
I was playing around with Virtuoso the other day for the first time in a long time, and I'd forgotten just how freaking brilliant that is. It's a stunning piece of kit.
It's nice.
Stunning
That one you can't
stuff.
put the ROMs in though, right? That's a fixed one.
No. That's got two. That's got two
That one
32
has the
gigs,
ROMs.
64 gigs, but there's 2 slots spare. So I think I've got the Perfect Piano and something, a ZR Perfect Piano and something.
Oh, okay, yeah, that one's nice too. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, how are you, Rob? I haven't seen you for an age.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been around. Oh, sorry, I'm feeling old today. Yeah, no, I'm around. You know.
You got him on the back foot there.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, it's all like, what?
I haven't consciously not been around. I haven't been here because this hasn't been here.
Yeah, that's true.
So tomorrow you've got Christine Anderson in.
Christine Anderson, yes, the lovely, gorgeous.
How did you come across her? I mean, she's wonderful.
Literally or figuratively?
No, I'm making up my own ones now.
That way,
Oh.
that direction.
Stop it.
She is the current beau of Mr. Mark Doty. And
really?
Mark said to me, "Hey, you should get my new girlfriend on the show. She's amazing, and she's done loads of stuff with Analog Solutions gear. Although there is a story behind why she's not doing so much of it now, but we'll save that for the show." But no, she's like a super kind of cool, excitable, fun, and it's just great to have some female representation on. And so looking forward to that one. And the week after, we've got a cracker, a proper cracker. You do not want to miss. You do not want to miss next week's show, because we've not only got a technical wizard, we've got one of the finest jazz keyboard players in the world, and a certain film and TV composer who lives in Hawaii. And the star of the show is an incredibly rare instrument.
Ooh. Incredibly rare instrument.
So Reinhold Manny, Reinhold's VP1.
An incredibly rare instrument. So is that a Prophet 5 Rev 2 that works?
No, it's
that's not rare. But that's like impossible.
It is.
No, we'll.
No, I know of one.
I'll give you a sneak peek. Yes,
The
it's the Yamaha VP1. Is the instrument, of which are only around, we reckon, between 9 and 15 were ever made. They never went into commercial production.
Have you ever played one?
No, I've never seen one in the flesh.
I didn't get on with it.
Really?
Yeah.
There's 9 of them. That's not. Mate,
I found
rare.
it brittle. I found it really brittle, and I couldn't quite work out what it was for.
Well, you're not supposed to drop it.
Yeah, it was very interesting, but it didn't quite. Yeah, it was one of those ones I was expecting it to be a huge thing, and it didn't quite do it for me.
So,
really?
so basically, Reinhold Heil bought one, and it wasn't working properly. So, Manny Fernandez, who did a whole bunch of patch programming for it over the years, or before it came out, said, "Look, I'll take it on. I've got some contacts still at Yamaha in Japan, at Hamamatsu, and I'll see if I can get the bits." So, long story short, he basically speaks to his contacts in Yamaha, and they go a searching. And would you Adam and Eve it, at the bottom of a cupboard in a drawer in a dark corner of the warehouse, they find a box, and in this box are the last ever spare parts for a Yamaha VP1.
Wow.
Serial number 16 in pieces.
I have no idea, but yeah,
new old stock basically.
Yeah. Basically, it's just a box full of. I say full of. There was, I think, they had 4 voice cards, because this thing had 16 voice cards. One for each voice, and each of those voice cards had 2 32-bit processors on them. So they're all custom. Once they've gone, they've gone. And I think they also needed an end cheek, and they just so happened to have the right end cheek, or the left one. I can't. But they just had the one, and it was the one they needed. So they did a deal and acquired some of those parts, and Yamaha kept the rest, because they've got a VP1 in Innovation Road. Yeah. And so it's all been fixed, and it's been customized. I won't spoil it. They've done a kind of custom paint job on it, and so Reinhold owns it. It's currently with Manny in LA, but Scott Kinsey is an incredibly talented jazz player who over the years has worked with Yamaha and programming sounds and doing demos and all this kind of thing. Yeah. So I think Scott's going to be on the show, as well as supplying us with a performance video that he's going to do especially for us on the VP1, which is going to be really special. And then Manny's going to kind of tell us all about how it works, because the one that Reinhold's got has got it's a fairly rare one. It's because it's got the Mac interface, so you're able to connect it to an old PowerPC Mac and edit.
I mean, Reinhold did the great thing in the 90s in, I think, Keys magazine in Germany about it, which on the CD of that, he did a demo, which you can find on YouTube, which is quite interesting. And he describes his thoughts, but the interview in that magazine with him about it is quite nice. But also that... this one music store in Germany had it, and he liked it, and he had the cash to just buy it at the time.
Yeah. Well, one came up. Sass has just put a link in the.
It's me, actually.
Someone's put. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's me. Sorry.
There's a guy called Thor Zollinger who lives in America, and a couple of years ago, somebody found a VP1 in the basement of a university in Japan. And it had just been put there, and it's got the custom stand and the VP1 and a box full of manuals and floppy disks with operating systems and various patches on. And he popped up on the Yamaha musicians forum and said, I work at I work or I study at this university, and they've got one of these. Can anybody tell me what it is? And we were like, yes, it's the VP1. And he said, well, the university wants to get rid. And we were like, maybe they don't know what it's worth. They knew what it's worth. And I think I went out by the time they got to $15,000, I was like, no.
Moving on.
Move on. So I know it went for 15 or maybe just a bit more.
Well, the first link that I posted in the main chat
is that the Javelin Art one?
Javelin Art.
Yeah, that's Thor's website.
Yeah, that has a lot of detail and talking about the inharmonics.
Yeah.
Enharmonic.
No, inharmonicity.
Inharmonicity. Yep.
Yeah.
which is determined by the tensile strength of metal or normally of metal strings. So,
It's very deep, and it uses a form of modelling because they abandoned it mainly because it was just very complex and
Was it after the
incredibly
VL1?
expensive. So the VL1 uses I could never remember. So the VP one uses forced modelling.
Forced excitation, or
forced excitation. Whereas the VL begins with S. I could never remember it.
It's S/VA self-oscillating.
I think.
Where
I
energy
think it's self. I think isn't it self? Yeah, self-oscillating.
Yeah, self-oscillating.
Yeah, self-oscillating. Yeah,
where energy is continuously injected into the model with the breath or bow of the musician.
So that's the modelling you'll get on the VLs and also the things like the prophecies and stuff like that. It's that.
The VP1 uses F/VA free oscillating model.
Yeah, that's the forced oscillation.
I remember when I played with it, I only played with it for about 40 minutes or so. I was at the Montreux Jazz Festival with a band, just supporting a band and doing all the techie stuff. And the Yellow Jackets were there, and they had it along with a whole bunch of other. What was the then big Yamaha sequencer, the QX1 or I can't remember now. The really big
in the 90s.
Late 80s, early 90s, yeah.
Was it the QY700?
So I say QY700 is probably the one.
That's the one, QY700. And they had KX88s, wing controllers, TXs everywhere, and they had this thing. And Chick Corea wandered over to play with it. And he just made it sound spectacular. I thought, that's good. So I sat down and went, oh. I just tried, because you can generally speaking get a hold of almost anything. Because like Rob, I'm fine with the X's as well. With FM synthesis, pretty much anything. And I just couldn't work out. There didn't seem to be any logic to it. I couldn't find any way of constructing something which made any sense to me, and it all seemed very, very brittle. Which was the sound the Yellow Jackets were. They had that particular sound at the time. But I wasn't. I just didn't get on with it. And I think it came. I think the one they had. I think they cost about 10,000 when they came out.
Well, they were never commercially sold.
Were they not?
They were never commercially sold. They got to a point. Literally, it was almost like Prince's Black Album that they were in the factory, starting to be built, and then they, for whatever reason, they yanked it.
So I wonder how. I thought it was first. I thought they were
the ones that were out there were basically all prototypes, but they did sell them. So what they did eventually, I think, is once they ceased the project, they just sold what they'd got off to whoever wanted them.
Cut their losses.
Yeah, and trying to recoup some of the money, because you say this was all custom chips, and so each voice was one card per voice, 2 32-bit processors, and this is 90. Well, I think it kind of came out 94.
16 computer processing boards in each.
I can only imagine the heat, really.
Wow, that and everything, and the way it built its some of its tones up. You had these 4 elements, which you could then combine. So you had different things doing different models. So you might have a breathy thing and then a plucky thing, and then you could kind of merge them together with these elements.
So like the Roland structured synthesis.
I'm not too familiar with that, so I couldn't say. But it's very very unique.
It's like the WSA1, but the WSA1 is much simpler.
Yeah.
Doesn't the WSA1 use samples as well as modelling?
It's a mix of things, yeah. So
The WSA1 is more like a Rompler with a resonator behind it.
Yeah.
Was the BP1... It was one of these. This is very hazy mind. Something to do with granite. Like a granite finish.
No, they had that wood.
That gold.
Gold
and
or white.
Very fancy wood. That one that looks like a boat.
Yeah, because it's some Yamaha. I can't remember who brought it round now. And it was literally like the part of the front panel was like stone.
Well, this thing looked like something from the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah.
It really did.
So that's
The
VP
no, it didn't
one.
look like that. No, it didn't look like that.
Because the VP one had the 76 keys, whereas the VL was a bit smaller than that. I think the VL one was that 61 or 49? I know the VL7 was 49. But yeah, it was a big fucker.
Yeah, but Yamaha liked to do these behemoths, didn't they?
They do,
So that they could take that technology and then cut it down and create a whole range of products based on the new tech.
But they completely abandoned this form of modelling, and they just went with what everybody else. Obviously,
well, the Nord Lead came out. All the rumplers were filtered, were popular. I mean, they just had to follow the market realistically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I imagine they probably needed to, and then went on to learn an awful lot about creating their own custom DSP, because it was just about that time that custom DSPs were becoming a thing, and a lot of people made a lot of mistakes at the time. But everyone that stayed with it learned a lot from it, learned a huge amount.
But that's probably the reason why the AM1X is so revered, because they learned a lot with all the expensive hardware they developed.
Well, it's often said that the reason that Yamaha kind of they did kind of come second best when it came to modelling keyboards. Korg got it right, because not only did they offer acoustic modelling, but they also offered analog modelling, and that was the trend in the early mid-90s. Was everybody wanted the analog stuff because that was the big thing, and it was also it was the beginning of all of that shit getting really stupidly expensive. So if you could model it, you could do it cheaper. And then the Prophecy comes along, which is a monophonic keyboard, but it's offering superb analog modelling as well as physical modelling, whereas the VLs and the VP was very, very much about physical acoustic modelling rather than analog modelling. And then, of course, it took them until 97 before the AM1X came along, which was, a very good and capable machine, still sought after these days. But they kind of missed the boat a little bit, whereas Korg kind of stole the march. But the other thing with modelling, and this is just my opinion, is that the time was where samplers were getting far better and bigger capacities, and you could do so much more for so much less without having all of that custom DSP. You just had more memory, more disk space, 16-bit. You were fine, and you could do you could sample analog instruments, you could sample orchestras. You didn't need a modelling thing to come up with real sounds, so to speak. So I think modelling just it's nice to see it's kind of coming back, but again it's held up by the fact that there was licensing involved for the technology. It was a whole Stanford thing again, like FM. Nobody could produce linear algorithmic FM like Yamaha did, because they got the patents. Until much later, Korg got around it by using VPM, and Casio got around it by using phase distortion, whatever it was, which is probably a more accurate term for it. But Stanford then licensed the whole modelling thing to Yamaha, and nobody else could really do it, so everyone kind of worked around it.
But it's being done in a different way now, and of course with the kind of power that's available on desktops now,
exactly,
laptops. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways of doing it. I remember EMU were doing. EMU had their, I think it was the 10K1 chip, and then the 10K 1.5 and the 10K2, which became the basis for for creative sound cards. But the DSP that was on that was just mad. And I remember when the I think it was the Sound Blaster. Just trying to remember which version it was. It wasn't the AW32. It was the Audigy. I think it was the Sound Blaster Audigy. When it came out, it cost a couple of $100, and it was able to render out. It was processing. I think the big Pro Tools system at the time was able to process 800 megaflops of info, of data, and this tiny little sound card was processing 1.5 gigs. and EMU owned all of these patents for things like really stupid things like playing audio, slowing audio down but keeping it at the same pitch, so all the formant-based stuff. Yeah. So they owned all of those patents and had done for years, and they were doing things. It suddenly opened up a world of synthesis, and I remember having conversations with Microsoft because, again, Creative Labs and EMU owned the Vienna sound fonts thing, which was a great system, but it was never really developed terribly well. And then DLS, which was Microsoft's version of it, became a superset of that. And it was a really interesting time. And then, of course, Giga Giga Thingy came out with their sample libraries, and that was
an Audio Platinum EX with the breakout box. Yeah, that was my first real big, powerful, because I'd had the all 32s, and I think I had an all 64, and then I got the Platinum, and it never played nicely with Cubase at the time, which was, I was moving into Cubase SX, I think, SX1. And every time I started it up, it would come up with sample rate error or sample this.
That was the 44. That was the 44.1 versus 48K thing.
Yeah, and I spent more time just trying to crack on with that.
I think it was probably more SX than the card, though.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, SX was.
But that's when I ditched Cubase, because they were updating like annually, which is not a bad thing, but they were charging you £100 a time to do it, and I couldn't afford that back then.
No, so, I knew a good Wearez site.
Yeah,
and that's what everyone was doing, wasn't it?
I ordered around that time. I ordered from eBay, which I thought at the time was a legitimate purchase of a string library for my S6000, and I was naive at the time. I saw the website, I saw the thing on eBay, and thought it was a legitimate thing. The fact that it was $9.99 didn't say that maybe it wasn't a legitimate thing. But
no, it did. It did.
No, honestly, I hand on heart, I honestly bought that thinking I was buying something legitimate. And when it turns up in a Maxell DVD case, DVD-RW case, and there's this disc inside with, Maxell DVD-RW, whatever. So I put it in the drive, and I'm thinking, well, that's odd. But there were the string libraries that I ordered. And then there was this other folder called, and I can never remember the name. It was something like, along the lines of try before you buy. And I just thought, oh, it's a legitimate kind of like folder of demos. But no, it was the full version of the current releases of Live, Reason, Cubase, and a couple of others. And so I installed them, and you got this little like Wearez pop-up, which I then became familiar with, saying try before you buy. This is a demo, blah blah blah. Make sure you go out and buy the real thing. Sorry,
with the chiptune music.
Yes, absolutely. But it was because of that I got to try Reason and Live and a couple of other things, and I ended up thinking, no, Reason's the one that works for me, and so I went and bought it. And I've still got that disc somewhere in the box. But
well, one thing I've noticed with Cubase now, I did a maintenance update on it yesterday, and it did something very interesting, because they've changed the way you register the software as well now.
Right. Yeah, don't I freaking know it?
Yeah. And what they do is they'll actually, once you do that registry communication with the downloader, and it literally does put files on your computer that when you fire up the Cubase, it looks to these files to see if they're present, and does all that. It works out the registration, hence you don't have to have the dongle anymore, right? And even if you do have the dongle and you put it in, it goes, no, fuck the dongle. So I'm doing a maintenance update, and small update is not a biggie at all, and it just fixed. He said, "Oh, fix a few things and blah 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 this and nothing," but it wiped my Cubase completely off the drive, and said you have to restart the computer. You come back, there's no Cubase. The shortcut for it on the screen's gone, and then it installs Cubase again, and then it says, "Oh, open this web browser and you click on Firefox or whatever, and then this other window opens up, which is the Cubase server, and it checks your registration again.
Yeah.
So that's how they're getting round cracking. So every time you update, it wipes these files and everything else to do with Cubase. So if it is hooky, you got no Cubase either, and then that does all the registration again. I'm going, yeah, okay.
The
So
problem
that's
with
what
that is I've got all the additional material was installed on another drive because I didn't want everything on the C drive, so I had it on another NVMe drive, and it all disappeared.
Broke the link, yeah.
Yeah, broke the link completely.
Yeah.
And I'm just going because I'm now having to update. I'm having to go back to 10.5.
Yeah.
Then upgrade to 11, then upgrade to 12, and then it's just, and I'm just sitting there going, flipping it,
Yeah, because the other thing I noticed, do you remember we used to be able to go to the Cubase website and say you got a new computer, for instance, new drives and everything. Go, well, I'll put me Cubase 11 back on or something like that. You go to the Cubase, go to Steinberg's website, you do your account thing, you go in, and there's your Cubase 11, and you download the ISO of it and install. Well, you go to a website now and you go to your account, you go, yes, you own Cubase 12. Yeah, where do I get it from? Oh, no, you can't download it.
Well, it kind of does make it available, but it doesn't. You can't have multiple versions.
Yeah, but what you do is you try before you buy kind of download of it. Yeah, and then as long as you've got that registration there, then it goes and sorts it all out and re-registers it because of not having the dongle anymore.
Well, I'm about to cross-grade up to Nuendo 12, and I've also got Wavelab, the latest version of Wavelab installed. So I've got this on two e-licenser hubs, keys, and I've continually, if I move to another, I used to be able to leave it on two systems and just not, as long as I wasn't using both, it was fine. Yeah. Now I've physically got to take these things everywhere, and it's just, stop. Please, make my life easy.
Yeah.
I just hated using dongles. I just stopped using software that uses dongles.
Well, they're great.
I kind of miss them now.
Oh, no.
Funnily enough, because
they work.
Yeah, unless you snap them off in the USB socket, and apparently they don't work so well. But they were, it's always guys used to shove it into one of those extensions, and you plug it in the extension, right behind all the gear, so it never gets touched. You can't even break it or anything. It's just laying there, and it's out of the way, and you forget about it.
And then treadle it.
Yeah. No, too far away. Stick it in a cupboard or something, Yeah. But this software thingy. So, but with this software update, I mean, I had to do it 3 or 4 times before this crucial window opened up that allowed you to do it did its thing, whatever it was, to go, oh yeah, no, he did buy this. Oh, okay, we'll put those files on then. But to wipe everything for this tiny 17 meg fucking, service update, I mean, really? Seriously, you had to do all that, you bastards?
I don't know.
I checked though, they did take all the registry entries out as well. They're fucking gone.
This is how I always like to keep my dongles, my Eli sensor, my iLock, and my USB stick that holds plug-in alliance and waves and other stuff in it. Because of course, more dongles is what you always wanted.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I could never understand people's reticence to use iLock.
No, well, no.
I just.
But I think iLock got a lot better when they went to iLock 2. They got a lot better than what they were before.
I must admit, I've never had any real problems with iLock. I'd only just recently updated to a fucking metal one. I was using that great big blue one until literally beginning of the year. It was a bit bent and everything, but it still worked. But the e-licenser, it was always the software problems with e-licenser.
Yeah, e-licenser sucks. I've still got mine simply so I can run. I actually managed to get from Steinberg because I tried to install SX1. I found my SX1 disk because I thought I've got a Windows VM. I'm going to stick that on there because I've just found a whole bunch of floppy disks with a whole bunch of stuff that I did
Yeah.
in the 90s. So I'll put that on there, and if you ask nicely, Steinberg will give you this generic serial number, because your original serial, there's the server doesn't exist anymore to verify, so they give you this kind of generic one, and it gets you through. So I've still got my license plugged in just for that purpose.
Yeah. Out of interest, if you open the drum editor, will it crash? So is it the hacked one, or an actual generic one?
Oh, it's a generic one from Steinberg.
No, but because the hacked one versions they gave out to schools for like no money.
Oh, I have no idea.
In Germany, eventually, they were basically, if you open the drum editor, it might crash because it is basically it uses the same workaround that the early hacks for SX found.
No idea.
It basically, these early school editions allowed you to install it on as many machines as you wanted.
I've still got my LPT dongles from back in the day, those big old fuckers that you put in the printer port.
Oh, those bloody hell, yeah.
Yeah.
And I got a free upgrade from Cubase VST to Cubase Score, because Academy of Sound, I think, as they were at the time, ordered the wrong dongle in, and when I pointed out that they'd given me a Cubase audio one instead of just the standard one, they're like, oh, well, you might as well have it then. So I got this free upgrade to Cubase Score.
Cubase VST was made out of cast iron and rock. It was so fucking stable. I still to this day can't understand how they got SX so wrong.
Yeah,
they literally shipped a virus. It was
was
really bad.
Nuendo was actually sort of working for a year beforehand.
Yeah, but I mean, SX it didn't work. It didn't like anything. It didn't run anything well.
Steinberg were all over the place around that time, because I bought Cubase for PC about 6 months before Cubase VST dropped. So I got the free, what do they call it, grace period upgrade.
Yeah.
And I was like a pig in proverbial. That was just like, I was in my zone. I loved that version of Cubase. And then they released Cubase 4, which was Mac only, I think. And then they released, a little while later, they released Cubase 5.
Yeah.
And that was the one that I got the free upgrade to Cubase Score.
Yeah.
There were 3 versions, weren't there? There was like the standard version, there was Score, and then audio, 32. Wasn't it called Cubase 32? Because it had 32 audio tracks, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then it was a little while after that they launched SL and SX. So I went for the SX upgrade because that was the like for like thing. And like you say, it was just such a pain in the arse.
Yeah. I mean, my mate was using SX with Vista. I was like, so wait, do you get anything done? I mean, seriously, does your computer, you push the on button on your computer and it just goes, oh, do you know what? Let's not bother. We know what's going to happen.
That's when I moved over. That's when I moved over to Cakewalk, and it was, I had to do a session, and SX was just dying on its arse.
I think SX must have wiped nearly 90% of their bloody customer base.
Yeah, must have done.
Yeah. Cakewalk was just immediately usable. I actually really liked the Cakewalk workflow. It worked really, really well.
I remember using that back in the day and quite liking it.
Yeah.
It still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a BandLab, isn't it?
What was the one?
BandLab, it's bought out and then it's just.
What was the one they did that was done like a dots on a grid? Do you remember that one? It must have been some really stupid early version of Cakewalk or something.
I would say wasn't there some sort of very, very early Fruity Loops thing like that?
Fruity Loops was a bit like that as well.
Yeah.
But I'm talking. Oh shit! I'm talking 88, 89.
Oh god!
Are you thinking of Performer? Digital Performer?
Might be. It was like a grid, and when you wanted the notes to happen was a
opcode vision.
I'm not quite sure.
Digital Performer had been like that.
I've got this vague memory of this very weird grid that you worked with.
But
it meant you could do tracks.
Yeah.
But you could do tracks
Fruity
without
Loops
actually
thing.
having a keyboard kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ,
Yeah.
the shit we used to go through.
Yeah, but it was the funny thing was you were constrained by all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It made you work really, really hard. And it made you get to know the systems you were working with, so that you could still carry on doing this stuff. So you became very adept.
Yeah.
Very, very adept at turning stuff around. Making it work.
One of the great things about iLock is if you're a mobile user, you just carry the dongle with the licenses and a stick full of all your tools and projects and take them anywhere.
Yeah. Because I remember I was like a dog with two dicks. I'd bought this EWS 64.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Remember that? It's about 400 and something quid. And you had the chrome front panel. I think this was before the Audigy. Or I don't know what, I don't really know. But it had the chrome front panel. It was all this wondrous stuff, and you had the slots for the RAM. You could have like quite a bit of RAM on the card, samples and stuff like that. And it came with this VSTI, for want of a better word. When I wouldn't have known what a VSTI was if it fell out of a fucking jar on my head. And it was this huge synth. It was massive, filled up the entire screen. There was knobs and shit everywhere. And I couldn't believe that I had this synthesizer on the computer.
Yeah.
That you could play with. I think I bought one of them. Do you remember the SL remote boards?
Yeah.
Squeaky plastic thing, yeah?
SL Remote 25.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I had a SL61 or something like that.
I have a remote 25. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. And and you had, of course, you had 5-pinned in MIDI sockets on the front. It was like, fucking hell, like this, it was like, it's a whole recording studio, like that. And I had Cubase 5 on it. And it was like, oh my God, this is incredible. I wonder if they'll take this any further. Wow.
Yeah.
And it was like watching the birth of something. It's like, this is incredible. It's like finding an android or something, It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's software making sounds. It was like, get over it.
I just fired up my VM to try and get Cubase SX working, and it was the last time I fired up it working. Now it's giving a whole bunch of errors.
Yeah, like why?
Yeah.
Why? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah.
But what's very funny with SE1, I've never had it crash or go wrong or not work, which I always found really funny. But I mean, for some reason, it seemed to not hate the systems I was using. It's like, clearly it never liked Intel. Clearly AMD was the way forward already 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, you see, back then AMD was it's not as good. You've got to get a proper Intel processor. Spend that extra money and all that sort of thing. They are faster and all that, all that sort of stuff. And
well, probably because AMD actually tried to follow the instructions that's more carefully than Intel and had a few exceptions. It probably was.
And there was that little sentence that always kept coming up. Oh yes, well Intel has a true floating point. Yeah, and there's all that. You've got to have a true floating point, otherwise it won't work properly, and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, we were building.
But it didn't take long for AMD to get recognised as like, fucking hell, this is pretty good, isn't it? It was only 69 quid.
Especially when about ADI, they were kicking butt with video cards for a while.
Yeah, the Intel version of this is like fucking like £230. Yeah, I know which one I'm having, mate.
Yeah,
that Ryzen.
Yeah, still nowadays. I mean,
I've still got an AMD 8-core, an old, really old, what's it, FX 93 something or whatever it is, 8-core, just 8 single cores that we bought in. I'm just trying to remember. We had the opportunity to go, of course, with the Intel chipset at the time, and I can't remember what it was. But we actually bought both. We bought both sets of hardware in, and we tested them. and the Intel made lots of claims, and everyone was buying Intel. But when we tested it in the real world, when you're actually doing video editing and have other things and multitasking going on and all that stuff, and or when we were doing multi-tracking, with Cakewalk, we were running 60, 70 tracks plus virtual instruments and effects. The 8-core AMD never missed a beat, and the Intel would crash a reasonable amount. And we're pretty, I've got to say we're pretty good technically at running these systems, building these systems, and getting them running really well. The Intels never worked well. They should have, but they never quite did.
Yeah.
AMD had a rough time during the Athlon period because they were basically overclocking those things, and if the heat fell off, they would burn up immediately.
Yeah.
So
if you overclock them,
they just overclocked by design because they were overdriving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a thing. It was a thing to overdrive.
4.
But it was a thing to overdrive, wasn't it? Because the 3D games were.
The same thing for a while.
Yeah, the 3D games are hitting, and it's like, you got to overclock the living shit out of the processor. You got a pair of Voodoo 12 megs 3D cards in there. Yeah, push the bastard. I mean, I don't know how many AMDs I killed. It was quite a few. I mean, I should be locked up for the amount I killed, actually.
I've still got a 4-core Athlon somewhere. That I think that's got. Just trying to remember if it's got. What was the one before Windows 7?
That was Vista.
Windows.
Vista.
Yeah,
Vista.
Yeah, Vista.
No, before Vista.
XP.
Millennium.
2000.
Millennium
XP.
2000.
No, it was XP.
2000.
XP was.
It was 95, 98.
XP.
Millennium.
Thank you very much. That was it. XP. I've still got a
XP.
machine that we use for admin from time to time, and we do some audio editing on a version 6 of Wavelab.
Yeah, well,
And
XP is actually a nice solid OS, actually.
It's rock solid.
It is,
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't expect it to do anything, majorly with.
No. But
I have an OpenLab Miko Timberland edition that's Windows XP.
I've got a laptop that's XP. It's great.
Yeah, I've got I bought an ex-British Telecom engineer's Dell something or other, and it's built like a tank, but it's got two removable drives, so I can have floppy and CD or floppy and DVD or DVD and CD, but also the drive slots double up as battery slots, so you can add in an extra battery to get you extra oomph in it. But some guy sold it to me with all the drives and all the cables. It's even got an LS120 floppy disk, that high capacity one.
Yeah.
40
right.
quid. 40
Wow.
quid.
Wow.
And I use that with all my emus.
Well, on my keyring, I've got my very first processor, which is the DX266.
Oh, yeah.
Cut all the pins
my
off it,
goodness.
drilled a hole in it, and put it on a keyring.
DX range.
And the reason I did that, it cost me 390 quid, that processor.
Yeah, I had an SX33, and I went into my local computer store thinking I knew what I was talking about, and I ordered a DX266 to go into my PC. And a week later it arrives, and I hand over my hard-earned cash, and I go home and oh, my computer's gonna fly. And I opened it up and I put it in. I turned it on. I was like, it's not much different at all. Because you know what the test was back then to see if your processor was working any faster was win a game of solitaire and see how quickly the cards came down the screen.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's how you would test how fast your processor was.
Frame counting, taking off in a Cessna. In flight simulator, and do the frame count. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
And let's get onto the Turtle Beach sound cards back then as well.
Oh, Turtle Beach.
Oh, Turtle Beach. I got 4 megs into it. I eventually got an upgrade to 4 megs.
Fucking hell, that's a blast from the past. You know what? I've completely forgotten about Turtle Beach.
Yeah.
Well,
it's probably wise.
Yeah, probably this as well in the long run. Yeah.
But it was a good thing at the time.
How many millions have we all wanked away on technology to get that much faster, and then do it again, and then do it again? Yeah, I've got another 3 frames in Flight Sim. Oh yeah, brilliant! How much did it cost? About 400 quid. Wow, yes.
But you're measuring different things every time you do it now.
Yeah.
Because everything's moving across so fast.
Yeah.
we've moved over to Unreal 5 on the video front, and it's a different way of doing things. So you have different requirements for it. So what you really need is you need at least PCIe 4. You need lots of RAM, 64 minimum, preferably 128 and up. You need multi-core processors, probably the AMD Threadripper, and you need 3090s.
Yeah.
You need 3090s, and this is for doing it in real time. So this is filming someone against green screen, removing the green screen, doing tracked cameras, and then the background being rendered, Unreal 5 being rendered in real time behind them. So it's live broadcast TV production kind of thing. Yeah. It works, but my God, it takes up every single.
But you are asking quite a lot of any computer system doing all that.
So you do that all in one machine rather than like doing the background on one machine and feeding that into.
This is all on one machine. These are like 7 to 10 grand. Is where you start with.
But there's something very comforting about the fact that, like for instance, when Unreal first come out. Unreal, the game Unreal came out, and it had this new kind of engine, and it was going to approach things in a new and different way. And your lovely fast computer that you were totally happy with, and you fire up Unreal and start playing this game, and it's like, oh my God, I've gone back to 1986 because there's actually proper reflection on the marble floors and stuff like that, and your card's going, nah, I don't draw that.
Subsurface scatter.
Yeah, they go. Might be. You could try it in software mode. Oh dear, 1 frame a minute. Oh.
And he goes. The impressive thing the last 2 years was the St. Peter's Basilica render of an Unreal 5 in VR, and you feel like you're there. I've never been there, but I kind of feel like I've been there.
Yeah,
it was insane.
But it was nice to have that whole thing start over again. Of like, suddenly your computer's fucking useless again. You're suddenly you're doing frame counts. Go right, what computer can I get? To get 35 frames a second out of this bastard at 1024, what card shall I get? Yeah, at 1024. Now they're talking here. Now you want it in
4K at
496. Yeah,
they're rendering 4K 60 frames and 10-bit, and it does it. It does.
But I think a lot of that that struggle that a lot of people did with computers and gaming ended up dying off, I think, roughly about PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, do you know what? Look, these are written to work with this hardware and everything runs beautifully. I don't have to bother about all this bullshit. And then, so forth. It's like with the PlayStation 5, put stuff on
that's
like,
playing rather than authoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, it's hard to find video cards for a while when Bitcoin mining took off. So.
Oh God, yeah.
Fuck, that has collapsed.
Yeah.
Used graphic cards are surprisingly cheap now.
Well, I mean, there's an awful lot of audio functionality coming now from those cards, from the RTX, certainly. There's a huge amount of audio acceleration coming down the path of this, which is going to be really interesting. So things like reverb. What's the impulse reverb?
Convolution reverbs.
Yeah. Convolution reverbs.
Impulse response.
Impulse response. Those working.
I mean, that's a lot. That's quite simple to do because it's an annoying mathematical process, but that you need to do a lot in parallel. So yeah, it's a perfect processing architecture to do that on.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense to use the multiple cores on a graphics card.
Yeah, I mean
instead of a CPU.
The only problem you have is you need to send it within your sample buffer from your normal framework out of the CPU into the graphics card and back, and again get out of your normal framework again.
That's also about having a decent accelerated audio card in that supports something like PCIe 4, because then that's one of the biggest blocks to this stuff is the PCI busing, and that's why Intel that's why a lot of people have moved over to AMD for this kind of stuff, just because as opposed to only having 16 or 20 or 24 PCIe buses, you've got like 80, 88 on Threadrippers more. It makes a huge difference. And I know that we've been experimenting with convolution reverbs to have one convolution reverbs and be able to do positional stuff.
Yeah.
So people wouldn't have
convolutions.
Sorry?
So you have multiple impulse responses.
Yeah, multiple yes. So one model.
Sonics or whatever.
Yes, you can actually have this position people, and it will remember. It will actually generate very, very realistic reverb responses. So it sounds like the space is great.
My first ever sequencer. Wow. It's called Electro Sound on the Commodore 64.
Wow.
So this was it. This was your screen, and you had to play the keyboard. I don't know, would it do? I'm not sure if I got everything. No.
Good God.
But yeah, that was, and I remember programming a. You getting that?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Nope.
Not
No
hearing
sound,
it,
just
but-
the
No.
graphics.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird. But yeah, I remember my ultimate achievement on that was doing a version of Stripped by Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
Which you can imagine how awful it was on a 3-track SID chip. But that's where.
What more than 2 voices could you need?
No, exactly. But you learned how to, to get rid of the notes or the beats that weren't quite necessary because something else was more important. It taught me that, at least.
Mm.
But
and to fatten up the sound.
Yeah.
Each of them were fattened up. Everyone used lots of pulse width mod or whatever. Yeah.
I can never remember the keystrokes on this.
What note is fucking pound sign?
So that was your sequencer. It was just a step sequencer, and you just went through.
Yeah, this is looking very familiar.
Yeah.
It's looking very familiar indeed. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, Page R is only a little bit fancier, right?
Yeah, quite. Yeah. Well, I got this and I thought, oh, yeah, this is as good as a Fairlight.
Yeah.
But to me, it was aged 14, 15, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I got this. I've still got the box and the tape and everything out the back.
Wow.
It must be easier than music composition language.
Oh, totally. I couldn't even begin to understand MCL.
I mean, I might have been too sad to read the manual at some point for it, because seems interesting.
Interesting, yeah. If you want to learn to play music by, writing in a word processor type thing.
Well, that's where, it's not playing music at that point; it's programming.
But it was designed by someone who couldn't play music. That was
but also for all the computer musicians of the time, it's like, oh, this is so much easier than writing something in Fortran or C
it's of its time, yeah.
Or ultimately assembly to hear your music. It's like, oh, it's so easy.
Yeah.
Take myself off to bed, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say it was the same. It was the same gig again when I decided to get into CGI and buy Lightwave, because Lightwave was not cheap.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not what I was earning anyway. It was very expensive, and a manual that I was learning.
Did you ever get into Paintbox?
No. Do you know what? I was consumed by Lightwave.
Yeah.
Absolutely consumed by it. I did get actually I think it might have been a cracked version of CorelDRAW to help with some of the texturing and stuff like that.
CorelDRAW.
Yeah, because CorelDRAW was pricey as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But no, I had the I think at that time it was Lightwave 5, and by the time I got to Lightwave 10, it was just so much new stuff to learn.
I was when it was still 2 modules, right?
Mm.
You had a create module and a studio module.
That's right. Yes, you had modeler and layout.
Yeah.
And learning modeler was fun, but I loved setting up scenes in layout and doing.
Do you know what's really interesting though is how transferable the skill set from understanding analog synths. If you start there, everything to do with music production, synthesis, mixing, compression, gating, all of that stuff, and then through to video and or 3D, any of that stuff. It all becomes anyone that's done analog, started out with analog synthesis gets it, gets it.
Yeah, it was weird because, all right, the process was really easy to get into because of that background. There was all the things you had to learn. The difference between doing. I'm trying to remember some of the terminologies now.
Procedural.
Yeah, procedural textures, and doing things with dissolve and blah 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 this and camera angles and because you could choose what kind of Panaflex camera or whatever you're going to use and everything, and where the lights will go and luminosities and stuff. And but when it got later on into the as Lightwave got more and more advanced, I think it got a bit of a kick up the arse by old James Cameron, didn't it? And then you have the particle smoke system and all this sort of stuff, and then the whole the way cloth moves. And
Houdini's always been the best particle system. That was amazing.
Yeah, well, this is this is it.
Sorry, what was that?
Houdini.
Houdini, yeah.
Houdini.
Yeah.
Houdini is a good particle. I mean, I'm spending a lot of time.
Crazy hard to learn this stuff, but it's
Boris is very good, but I'm looking at Houdini.
Real Flow is great for fluids. It's a Spanish company.
I'll tell you what I could never get the hang of was metanerbs.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? You see a doctor?
I was using...
yeah. There's a soothing balm for it, apparently. But yeah, if you got the metanerbs, just put the cream on.
Did you guys ever use Macromedia Director?
Yeah.
That rings a bell.
I love that. And scripting in lingo. I mean, it's completely dead. Dead software now, isn't it? But it was brilliant at the time.
Well, it led on to everything we've now got in Adobe, essentially, didn't it? It led on to Flash and everything.
It was like, I mean, it's the same with learning how to do IK bones, for instance, for animating, animals or people moving around. And then you bring out this bloody VR stuff, and you just have to do it yourself in front of the camera. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
The morph targets were the worst way to animate a face ever. It was just awful.
Yeah.
No, I just ended up building, spend 3 or 4 months building very, very complex spaceships and then just doing flybys.
There was a software way ahead of its time. It still has a small user community that I'm part of called Animation Master out of Washington State. And they had reusable actions, inverse kinematics, every buzzword you can think of, they had it in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
When the Maya didn't even exist yet. There was still Alias Power Animator, and these guys are still cranking out stuff, but they have a very small user base. But their stuff is so incredibly complex with blind patches. So you have these infinitely smooth models or organic shapes or whatever that would fit on a floppy drive because they weren't polygons.
Yeah,
it's very, very clever stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is now that we do a lot of 3D, a lot of stuff in Unreal and Blender and God knows what else. And we used to code an awful lot of stuff, build a lot of worlds from scratch. Now we just, do you know what? We buy in models or we get people to do stuff for us because it's quicker, easier. And then we essentially adapt it from there, a bit like sample libraries or whatever, patches. If you've got somewhere to start from, the whole process is kind of
a smart thing to do,
yeah. Yeah. What have we got here? Oh my goodness!
I actually made a reasonable amount of money from selling my models on the Newtek, Turbo Squid, and there was the Newtek site itself. I think it had a link to their little system. I did an enterprise where if you zoomed in, it had rivets in the paneling. I mean, it was so high detail.
The stuff you can get for free on Thingiverse now is insanely good.
Yeah, but that's it. You see, when these models were coming out and they were like just as detailed or sometimes even more detailed, and they go, but they're free, and it was like, well, that market's gone.
Yeah,
fucking hell, who's going to buy that model if you can have one?
I was working on
nothing.
I was working on medical models with a doctor friend years ago, just before Visible Human data set came out.
Yeah.
And we were going to try and sell some stuff, and we just took too long, and the market was done at that point. So.
Yeah.
Do you want to see something we worked on quickly? It's about a minute long.
Go for it.
Let me just see if I can open this up. Come here, little fucker. There we go. And let's stop that there. And then how do I make sure
Oh wow,
that's a good one.
I think that was a Boris Johnson moment.
Bless. Yeah, that's how you make sure.
Yeah, but I will now make myself disappear.
Didn't identify the fridge.
Is he back? Oh no, he's gone again.
Actually,
can he put up something?
I thought that was on purpose.
So
guest form?
if instead of hitting Leave Studio, I hit share
that. Yeah, the clue was in the name.
Audio. What does this allow me to share this? Let's just have a look. Let's just see. Share screen. Here we go. Share system audio. And here you go. Have a look at this.
Hang on.
All right, I can get that in. Ooh.
Thank you very much. And so on and so forth. You get the idea.
He's a bit out of himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We've had 5,000 people walking around that exactly as you see it there. You can walk around that, and it's that level of realism. We've got people walking around it on tablets and God knows what else. Anything with a 64-bit browser.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent
Cool.
stuff, man.
Unreal. God bless it.
Yeah, Unreal is sweet.
Yeah.
So somebody did a demo of an idea for Half-Life 3, and they had the headhunters, and they were under the snow, and all the snow moving accordingly and stuff like that. And then if a couple of legs did penetrate the snow, and it's like fucking perfect. It was like, Christ, Unreal 5 is just
Well, I've just bought I bought a little while back the Sennheiser ambisonic mic, and I bought it because I wanted to be able to track sound in, to actually have that injected in. So we've got positional sound already tied to whatever we're doing in video. But I'd forgotten how much I loved recording without, ambisonically recording drums and voices and guitars and things. It's just astonishing. I used to have a Soundfield Mark IV, and so I nicked it, and I've missed it ever since. And
what do you think of the Sennheiser? Because I thought it sounded really toppy compared to the Soundfields.
It does.
I'm used to the Mark V.
It does, but it's not noisy. That's one thing. It hasn't got a noise floor like the Soundfield. And it is toppy, but you know what? That's what Q's for. So I'm good with that. Just a bit of a low pass on it, and that's fine. It was No, I like it. There's some oddities. It's not the same. But
also the Soundfield, the noise got better after it was always really weird.
Yeah, you had to leave it up and running, and yeah, no, I love the Soundfield.
Sonic mic?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
I mean, I heard it sounded good, but Ben Jordan, to be honest, said it was kind of fragile because it's like $1,000 to add on to the Zoom recorders, and it seems appealing because I have an H8, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoom stuff is pretty good, but yeah, I think I haven't really looked at it too hard, but I do seem to recall that when I looked at I seem to recall looking at that and thinking it looked a bit fragile. I have to say that the Sennheiser looks pretty it's a pretty robust piece of kit.
Also with a proper cage around it when it's like put that thing in the right code, and you can probably drop it down a volcano and it might survive.
Yeah, great for interviews.
Came for polar pattern later.
Well,
I was thinking it's time to do a brand new ambisonic sample library. Haven't done that for probably 25 years. 20 years. I haven't done any ambisonic sampling for 20 years, and it's great to use if you've got a system that can deal with it. It's fantastic.
You ever use one of those Sennheiser heads?
Sorry?
The Sennheiser heads. Have you used one of those before?
Well, the Neumann heads.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Neumann. I thought Sennheiser had one too. Maybe it's Neumann. Yeah.
They may
Same company.
Yes, the binaural head you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I just
made one of the Styrofoam head once just for fun, but
no one picked up on giving head there. So
Robbie's slacking.
Yeah, well, it's near 2 now.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm gonna go, guys.
Go home.
Night.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's probably sensible to call it a night.
Yes, I think it's probably wise. Otherwise, to give yourself another fit stroke, whatever the fuck it is.
Ian, I don't think we've met before.
We haven't, Andrew. It's lovely to meet you.
Well, you say that now.
Yeah, well,
you're right. Great to see you looking well, Ken. Kent?
Yes, I'm perpendicular, and yeah, I'm getting there.
Cool.
I'm getting there. I mean, I can remember my name now, so it's an improvement.
It's an improvement, yeah.
So
yeah,
we're doing all right.
Whoever you are.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Okay, guys. Good night.
All right. Have a good one, and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
For BSN.
Good night, Robert. Good night, Synth Addict.
Wear the t-shirt.
Yeah.
We all wear the t-shirts.
I'm going to be watching tomorrow.
Yeah, please do.
Proper eye candy this week.
Yeah.
What
you're on, are you?
I'm gonna brush my hair.
He's talking about Ben.
Yeah.
I really want to know about the analog solutions stuff. That's the main thing for me.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to compare notes, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Cool beans.
Okay, guys.
Okay. Good night. See you later.
Night, everyone.
All right, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
All look after yourselves.
Bye.
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 Waiting for the mouse to work now. There we go.